swing is now arriving. He's going to be able to get that repel. Can he finish it off with the slide? The dead centers from the other side of the map.
Everyone, but he's just pretty ineffectual without much damage. Oh, three-man knockup followed by Yasuo. That has got to be game.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NUEL Live. We're going to get through the first game analysis here on the desk with Vidius and Frozen Dawn, and of course myself, Scoundrel, and we're just going to wait for the players to get set up for the next game. First of all, I've got a very special announcement. I want to say happy birthday to Benjamin Price from Aberystwyth. He is, I don't know how old he is today, but he is old somewhere, and I want to say a big happy birthday from the NUEL team here. But regarding that, we're going to go through the last game. Very, very, very interesting game indeed. So we're going to start off by talking about the man of the moment, the captain of the Bolt Bro side, which was Roy Sauce.
Yeah, so Roy Sauce was just really, really dominant in this game. He got ahead, I think, from First Bloods and just roamed across the entire map as Blitzcrank, completely, effectively carrying every individual lane. And there was some great synergy with the Callista to make the ultimate Ballista combo.
I love that word, Ballista. So the flash. The flash Blitzcrank grab into the Callista ultimate, known as the Ballista, can also do it without the flash, obviously, but gives that extended pull range, and we saw some really flashy moves. And like we said, he did flash hook off cooldown. I mean, Andy, Vidius, you were particularly impressed about the way he became almost the second jungler, and actually did more across the map than Lee.
Yeah, his presence across the map was clearly seen. He after he clearly won his bot lane, he then roamed up mid with the Lee Sin, and he then roamed top to help the Poppy out. So his overall map pressure was really strong, and he had a lot of efficient ganks.
And talking about junglers, there was the Nunu on the side of Bolt and the Lee Sin on the side of Bro. You made a very, very good point, Vidius, that you saw the jungle steal item coming out for Nunu, but very little jungle stealing taking place.
Yeah, I felt like for Nunu, his overall objective should be to put a lot of pressure onto the Lee Sin, because Lee Sin wants to do a lot of early ganks, and if Nunu just constantly counter jungles, constantly acts as like a pest, then it's a lot harder for that Lee Sin to apply the early pressure that he did.
Yeah, and the thing is, Lee wasn't ganking too much, but he did manage to get the first Drake at 7 minutes, which is what Nunu should be doing himself, and maybe even before 7 minutes, ideally. Perhaps you can go for the 3.5, the cheeky dragon. Yeah.
We obviously were expecting Nunu to be quite aggressive with that counter jungling, taking those objectives, and the sort of what we were talking about when the Nunu pick came out is that when Lee Sin is looking to gank, Nunu really should be going into the jungle, taking away resources from Lee Sin. If those ganks don't work out, he gets punished for it. Didn't see that, and also the counter jungle icon didn't come into much use either, so wasn't the most ideal pick for the jungle day, I would say. And we're going to look and talk about the Baron steal. It was a bit of a pivotal moment for the Bolt side, because that was a glimpse of hope for them to get back in. I mean, Frozen Dawn, you had some points about that.
Yeah, so Bolton were behind for pretty much the entire game after the first few minutes. And they were against a comp that outscaled them slightly, actually quite heavily. So they needed something to try and get them back into this game. And that Baron steal was beautiful, but I think they lost the team fight even though they had the Baron buff, and that obviously was just the end of the game there.
Yeah, and Vidius, you sort of talked about it as well. It was an interesting steal, and it was a glimpse of hope for the Bolt side, but again, they had a lot of work to do after that anyway.
Yeah, as Frozen said, they were still behind even with the Baron, but they could have used it to stall out a bit longer, maybe get a few items on their carries. Like the Gangplank was definitely getting strong towards the end with his crit blank build, and so there was a lot of damage there. They just executed the team fights following a bit poorly.
Yeah, and then we were going to look at the builds, and Poppy came out with something that we hadn't seen previously before. Now, I did mention it in game. It's not going to be a Lich Bane because she's got the Triforce already, so the only thing you can build out of Aether Wisp is the Luden's Echo, and that's a new item that we've seen become popular on Katarina as a first item build. Vidius, you liked it. You really liked it.
Yeah, it was strange, I admit, but it works. It gives Poppy move speed, so that always is great on Poppy, and it just works really well because Poppy scales with both AP and AD. But if you get a bit of AP and heavy pen, as you identified, she did stack with the Sork boots and the Haunting Guys, then she really does pack quite a punch with the Luden's Echo.
Yeah, I mean, she could have gone Gunblade, I suppose, and that may have been more cost-effective, but she kind of made her job just one-shot someone, and Luden's is slightly better for that than
I guess she's valuing the flat AP and the burst coming out.
Yeah.
When she uses her Q, she really just wants to be almost one-shotting someone, and you saw she was basically one-shotting people at that point in the game, and we're going to be looking towards the next game now, and there are some bans that you guys think will be coming through, and probably all aimed at the man of the moment, Roy Sauce. Frozen, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, so I can understand the Sejuani ban still, but I think you need to shut down Roy Sauce. And so he plays Thresh phenomenally well, and Blitzcrank clearly as well. So maybe a Thresh and Blitzcrank ban, and then perhaps something like a Sejuani or something that's kind of dominant like that.
And Vidius, you kind of said all 3 bans should potentially be going towards.
I believe that there should be a Thresh ban, there should be a Blitzcrank ban, and I also think there should be a Morgana ban. Anything that can pick off a single target, I think it should be taken off it. And they should, again, just take lane dominant champ spot and try and win that lane. Yeah,
I agree. Well, we are going to be handing over to our wonderful casters, Synergy and Desertu, who will be taking you through the next game of the All-Stars. Remember, this is a best of 3. Should Bro pull it out the bag again, they will win the All-Stars round of matches, but we will be going to a final match just to allow for time, which should be an ARAM and just a bit of fun in the last game. But without further ado, guys, give it up for your casters and the NUEL teams on the All-Star teams on the stage. We're going into the second game.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel and Co. I'm joined again by Desertu. My name's Synergy. Welcome back to the NUEL All-Stars 2015 at NUEL Live. We have bounced pretty much straight into Champ Select, so hopefully we'll be joining you. will be seeing that very, very shortly. I think they made a good point about Roysource. On these champions, which he can lock one person down, you know, with Blitzcrank, with Thresh, with me, even Morgana. I like the point that Vidius made about Morgana. I feel that's probably going to be their best strategy coming into this one. And actually, see Twitch taken away straight away. Maybe for a TSM ban?
I was going to say more spelling,
Yeah, more spelling from the bans. Bro's team probably going to be going with that Bro again, and I feel this may be a TSM ban coming out of Bolt.
Indeed it is. Both sides going to try and spell something fun out there. Is it the M?
Ooh.
I need some hype on this, come on.
Crowd, please. Okay, so there we go. Talking about the actual bans, though. Maybe Sejuani, though, is it? Sejuani and Morgana, they do make a lot of sense, actually. And while having a little bit of fun, they have got some serious bans in there. And taking Morgana away from Roysource, almost forgot his name there, going to be pretty good. He does allow him maybe the chance to get his Thresh, though.
Yeah, and they want to try and take that away. They're not looking to take it away in his first rotation. And if they really don't want to have to face the wrath of that, which we've all seen plenty of times in the last couple of months of NUEL, then they need to pick it now, rather than this Maokai first. Or they are actually going to the Maokai, so pretty sure we're going to see the Thresh locked in this first rotation here for Team Bro. And if they don't take it, I'll be even more surprised.
Yeah, if I was Roysource here, I'd be screaming for it. Yeah,
he's got promises to live up to.
He does. You know, will he stay true to his flash on cooldown from last game? Hopefully so. It was a lot of fun. Teemo would be a great pick as well. Actually, interestingly enough, Teemo, I want to talk about this. In the EU Challenger Series team, he was picked by, I believe it was it
Mouse Game in Mouse Esports.
Mouse Game, yeah, Mouse Esports, yeah. And they won. It won them the game.
He got a triple kill and they won.
Under their own Nexus towers, he got a couple of shrooms down, did a lot of AoE damage to the enemy team, and basically, like, I think it was like 3. Oh, we have a Quinn lock in though.
Okay.
I like it.
Nice.
Like it, yeah. Quinn actually very versatile. We've seen her shout out to What the Moose. You know, used to play in the NUEL himself, pioneered the Quinn in that, and he played at top lane, he played at mid lane. She can play AD. I think we said to her more solo lane oriented though. She's a very strong lane bully.
I'd love to see the Taric and Azir. Azir especially I'd love to see, because I know everyone kind of thought he went to that stage where he was useless. You know, no one was ever going to pick him again because that attack range nerf was just far too huge that it completely destroyed any kind of relevance he had to the game. When that got rebuffed again to 375, I've seen a few Azirs in solo queue in like low diamond where they have utterly stomped games. And he's back to that kind of ways he was when he had that first round of buffs where he did become extremely prominent and extremely powerful.
Right. Yeah, and we've also seen, at least personally, I've seen him in a couple of amateur tournaments as well. But unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, Swain, good, interesting pick. We've seen an Udyr as well. Trick2G has joined the NUEL, so looking forward to that.
I like what they're doing with the tankiness there.
Yeah, they're very, very difficult. And this is something actually, shout out to the LCK. We saw a game between SKT and Jinair, I believe it was yesterday. And they ran this unbelievably tanky team. It was, I think it was like Maokai top, Sejuani in the jungle, then Anivia mid, Anivia mid, Urgot, AD carry, and Alistar. And they were unkillable. You got into the team fights, and who do you focus in that stage? And this, is it shaping up? Even if it does end up being a Z lock in here, and they've got Quinn as well, very high damage champion, I think Team Bro are going to find it very, very hard unless they get a big early lead to be able to kill Team Bolton late game. So hovering the Urgot.
Urgot mid could be interesting to see. Urgot versus Swain.
Vayne lock in as well, not someone we see an awful lot. She's fallen off a little bit, but
left.
yeah, the Urgot pick. Nice. Great to see. I'm assuming this is going to be mid lane.
Yeah.
We had still Björk.
Well, there's 3 AD carries on the team now.
Yeah.
So.
For AD team comp, this could be risky actually into a Maokai who's going to build very, very tanky, you know, early Frozen Heart, Rod of Ages. they might have a tough time killing him.
They could top this off with like support Ash. Honestly, play support Ash.
Support
You'll
Ash?
be amazed at the damage it can deal. It's fantastic. Just think about it. You've got permanent stun on your Q. You've got the ult. It's a massive stun.
I can see some of the
Vision
merits of
granted.
it, right? Okay, but
Trust me.
I mean,
It's
you know,
thick.
Roy. Well, there's no hooks though. Crucially, will Roysource actually pick it? I mean, this Thresh has gone all the way through.
I can't see him pick it. Yeah, Thresh is indeed the last one standing up. I'm surprised it's
Yeah.
made it all the way through, but I think that both teams have kind of realised, okay, then we're here for a good laugh. Let's give it a Thresh.
I'm actually kind of surprised, actually looking back at the bans, the Twitch ban wasn't a Thresh ban. Still fits as the TSM
I
ban.
think that was on purpose, I think.
Maybe they want to see Roysource on his Thresh, but I mean, we could look to see him on something else.
I would laugh if
Shaco.
this was going to be something crazy like the lane Shaco with the Illuminati Triangle. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's crazy.
It's
pink
a
order.
lot of damage. And it's the Nautilus
Fantastic.
support lock-in. Another hook for Roysource. And also, it's something we've seen rise to prominence. I think Lemon Nation has been pioneering it over in the North American scene. It has a lot of CC. I think it's actually the most CC on one champion in the game. He has his passive, he has his Q, his W doesn't do anything, his E slows, and his ult obviously has that knock-up. He doesn't also need that many items to become tanky because his shield also provides him with a substantial amount of hit points. And because that shield now scales off percentage hit points as well, you know, sitting on 1 to 2 items, you get an early Warmog, say, he's already very, very tanky. I actually like this pick as well because the rest of their team is pretty squishy, aside from maybe Urgot and Vi.
Yeah.
This Vayne and Quinn are going to be pretty hard to... Sorry, going to be quite easy to kill should they get locked down. Swain is very tanky. Udyr has able to chase down very, very well. And Maokai as well, obviously. With that point-and-click stun, he can lock someone up very, very easily. So how do you see these team comps, you know, stacking up now?
I think the bot lane is going to be really interesting to watch because we saw last game how dominant Bro's bot lane was.
Yeah, they
crazy.
did
It was crazy.
exceptionally well, really. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And in this case here, you've got a point-and-click stun, Lionel Bay with that Taric.
Yeah.
You can stun the Vayne, but the Nautilus can't really stun you. Maybe for the half second when he's grabbing you through mid-air, that's all he's got. Everything else is a slow or a snare, and his ultimate he won't have early in the lane phase. So all they need to do is get the point-and-click stun down from the Taric onto the Vayne, and they can literally ignore the Nautilus, and he won't have too much damage once that shield's been popped. And in an early game, that shield's not going to be absolutely massive as a support.
Yeah, I also have a slight worry for Team Bolton. With this Udyr in the jungle, Udyr has always been... The reason he's not been picked up so much is because he's, at least in competitive players, because he's very kiteable.
Yeah.
And as you just mentioned,
It's
Nautilus
an
has
80
an
carry team.
awful lot of slows. And Quinn, you know, with that Volt, going to be able to jump away. Vayne, very, very mobile with that tumble and
with
also the
condemn
stealth.
as well.
And then you've got Urgot. It's like, if they get close to this Vayne, Urgot could even ult them away. Vi can ult them. Should Bro's team survive the early game? I think that's the crucial part. They're going to have a very weak point, you know, around that level 6 where they don't have their items completed, where they, you know, maybe sitting on half, you know, a BF sword here, a cutlass there for Vayne. That's when Bolt's team could possibly look to abuse that. Udyr is very strong in the early game.
It's going to be interesting too, because like you say, if they can kite him away all through the mid-game, they've got the Quinn Volt as well.
Yeah.
It's just so much there that they can do to stop this Udyr getting on top of them. But if he does get on top of them, with the help of the Maokai snare as well, and you consider as well Swain's W as well for the lockdown, that's a lot to hold them in place for this Udyr to really start beating away on them. And the comp is nice. It's extremely tanky. They've also got, you know, there's 3 AD carries there, and they've picked up the Taric, which is a fantastic pick for that AoE armor.
Yeah, I think actually both these team comps have a very different power spikes in a sense. Team Bolton are looking to do very well in this early game. They've got to try and secure a lead for this Corki Taric. You know, once you get the Taric stun, you land into a Phosphorus Bomb. There's a very good trade pressure. As you mentioned as well, you can just bypass the Nautilus and you know, point-click stun Vayne. If the bot lane of Team Bolton can get going and, you know, deny Roysource and Morbidly Beast, who last game did very, very well, they have a good chance of this mid-game fighting for dragons. Maokai's going to be able to protect them pretty well, same with Udyr. And those two are going to be quite strong as well. Swain gives them that little bit of late-game insurance policy. He's going to be very, very tanky. Also doing a lot of AoE damage, which to squishies such as Quinn and to Vayne, you know, even Vi to essentially, if she chooses to build not full tank and go a bit bruisery, she's probably going to be a bit susceptible to the damage from Swain as well. I do worry also the later it goes, the better Team Bro scale.
Yeah, and I think also a really good thing worth noting as well is both teams are both very, very short-range teams. They need to get close to really start dealing damage and get those engages down, so you're going to see chaos when it comes around to the mid-game.
Right. Urgot, actually, I want to touch on this because we've not seen him a lot
Bar
up until the last week. Yeah. When he gets that Mirror Mana, if he lands the E, the Noxious Canister, onto any of the... I say any of the squishies, there are not actually that many squishies. So I'd say about onto Corki, basically. He can chunk him so hard. And as Corki's like, I'm going to Valkyrie, it's still following me, and this heat-seeking missile is going to hit him. And the Mirror Mana, they chunk so hard. Urgot's late game isn't actually as bad as people might think. You know, he does a surprising amount of damage.
And as well, the tankiness he gets from that ult in the late game can really help, especially when your health pool's been maxed out by the level 80.
Yeah, it's about 100 magic resistance and armor, isn't it?
Exactly,
that's a lot.
Huge.
If for someone who already builds like the likes of Frozen Heart, how do you kill that really is someone like an Udyr, someone like a Maokai? He's on, you know, this mid laner is no longer a threat. Sorry, not threat. It's no longer a target for you. You have to try and lock Quinn and Vayne out, but they're going to be sitting really far back. So it's going to take a lot early game from Team Bolton to be able to keep these hyper carries down.
Absolutely.
As we are going to be bouncing into game, guys. Give it up for Team Bolton and Team Bros. They go into the second game of this 2015 NUEL All-Stars. I can't wait to see if we're going to have any more level 1 action. We did last game when they face-checked into each other. It was pretty explosive.
Well, I can't imagine it's going to disappoint us again. Like you say, it is the All-Stars after all, and they want to please the crowd with this one. You can see that Norlis has already started with Q, so he really wants to try and make a catch on this early game. Otherwise, you'd have started the E and gone for the early game harass that you can get off with that. You can walk up to them, it's on such a low cooldown that it's so easy to land, but by the looks at the two teams are both kind of circumventing each other. Both chosen different ways in.
This could
they
be
are coming behind them.
Explosive.
This could be really interesting, actually. We do see Roy Source leading the charge just below. They are waiting here. They might come across someone, though. Big Mac needs to run away now. They're going to get caught out, but they're waiting. They're baiting the fight, and in comes the fight. But the lockdown goes in. Big Mac flashes away with just an ounce of health left. The chase is dealt well in the way. Suka JT and Roy Source positioned absolutely perfectly to keep the team behind them. And Lauderdale Bay does get brought down.
First blood for
First blood to the Urgot.
Yeah, and again we see so much action at level 1. 500 gold lead for Bros team. Assists on every Urgot. Oh, he does actually need to be careful. Does Swain started with his root? I think he did, right?
Swain started with his
no, Torment, sorry. Yeah, okay, so not quite rudimental style. That'd have been pretty grim, but that's what you get if you BM. So
they positioned so well for that one. You saw the two tanks in the front line, all the AD carries behind, like, hey guys, these are our wall, meet them. And they just couldn't get past them anyway, even if they tried.
And I think crucially, because Udyr was alone in that death brush, and the rest of his team was in this mid lane brush, it gave them a free pick onto Udyr. He was instantly forced to flash away. You know, he did manage to live, which is good, but unfortunately, he no longer does it. You know, he's out the fight, and he can't contribute. And Udyr at level 1, if he starts with Tiger or even Phoenix, does got a lot of damage in these early game skirmishes, and it allowed Roy Source just to sort of single someone out and do what he does best.
Absolutely, and I imagine it's quite a scary mid lane now. He does have that early mana crystal, which is going to really give him a hand, because we know that his mana cost can be quite high until he gets that tier. And I'm interested to see how this rivalry stacks in the top lane. I can't imagine either of them are going to want to have this last chance to really fight each other in NUEL All-Stars in that top lane. They're going to want to really try and duke it out. So I expect to see quite an explosive top lane when it kicks off. The bot lane, it begins again. The grabs are going down already, but the instant stun onto Mobility Beast just halts all damage as possible across.
Yeah, it's actually worth noting for anyone who wasn't here last game. In the top lane, Salamander and Pilar Rice they're on the same team in the NUEL. That's going to be Buff Warwick, and complete grudge match, as you said. And both of them want to take this one home for the bragging rights. Oh, there's another hook on Kali.
But again, the insta-stun, he's doing the right thing here. He is stopping the Bane from getting the damage down. She has now leveled up those silver bolts, so she can really get some damage down in that time that it's just locked down by the Nautilus.
Ooh, Salamander going aggressive though onto Pilar Rice.
Doing some good damage as well. I mean, we sort of expected that, and I can imagine this is going to be a really horrible lane to begin with for Salamander. If he falls behind, it's going to get even worse. But if he can just hold on to like level 5 or level 6, he'll have such a strong time against his Quinn. She really can't get herself ahead.
Yeah, we've seen this with Maokai against sort of ranged champions in general. Another hook lands!
Another hook. He's really getting good with these hooks now. The third stack of silver bots does go down. Kali Bay Jetson going very, very low. And again, it's just Roy Source and these grabs. It's just landing hook after hook after hook. And it's really beginning to hurt in essence.
And one of the things, just to touch briefly on support Nautilus as a general pick, it's so hard to trade with. Because he goes in with that Q, he then instantly pops that Titan's Wrath to get the shield. And any damage you sort of trade back onto him is pretty much negated. You know, if you've CC'd the AD carry, like in this case, he's caught Kali Bay Jepsen out a lot, with his hook. He can't trade back, and the shield maintains itself, and you get a free trade basically.
Hope from Quinn in the top lane. It's such a pain, especially when this Maokai started with top 5. He doesn't have any mana regeneration, so he's really going to struggle to keep trading back. We did see him put some really good damage down onto Pilar early. He did have to burn that pot to try and stay in lane. And it's kind of got to that stage now where it's really, really rough.
Also, the bout forward!
Really hard. The flash comes in from Roy Source. Kali Bay Jetson flashes away immediately. Damage returned back down, but he's flat out of mana now. Rooted down as well. Some nice damage coming back across from them there. And wow, a little bit ham.
Yeah, oh, Suko has seen the it's the big bang. It's going to be a kill.
Double buff maybe going down. Has flash. He can always flash if needs be. I'm pretty sure he's going to wait. He's not going to go for it, I don't think, actually. He's not going to get much deeper for it. He's still chased him down. He's got flash.
He's got to juke the Q. He has to juke the Q.
He really needs that shield to go down before he flashes on, but the shield is on 100% uptime. He just can't go for it. He lands it. He does catch him in the gate. A nice double buff trade over for Super JT there.
Yeah, and another good pick. The hook lands.
But it looks like nobody has to get a kill this one though. The stun again coming down, but he's now out of mana, so they can't keep doing this. We keep saying this. The mana costs are just going to stop this from constantly going on.
Pilar Rice.
Pilar Rice going very, very low, but he just gets
There's no mana on Salamander.
No mana, and just has to flash away from that one.
Yeah.
Does have TP to turn back to lane though, and could go in hard if Pilar doesn't back off soon.
Oh, the heal use.
Again, it lands, but unfortunately the condemn was just ill-timed and managed to knock him away. He could have died if he didn't condemn him there.
Yeah, and I also think actually Carly Bay Jepson's maybe anticipated that and healed that a little bit earlier. And, you know, it saved him for sure, because if he'd been CC'd, wouldn't have been able to use that. Could possibly going down. Actually, a flash use there from Sukajays gets traded back.
No, it's Seren flashing that one.
Yeah, so, oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, my bad, yeah. Seren flash.
Seren, yeah, Seren went for it.
Gets away from the gank, okay.
Just
nice
about, but still, that double buff on Super JT is going to be scary.
Yeah, and once Vi gets that early snowball, she's so efficient in her ganks, and she gets that little bit of a touch. She hasn't been back yet. You know, I assume she's going to clear out these walls, probably look to base then. Going to be sitting on 1,200 gold, so she's actually just short of her warrior enchantment. She may look to do Grump as well and get that as another.
Nearly landed onto Carly Bay Jepson. That would have been his death if that had landed. Unfortunately, Lana Del Bay was there to block it though, and they need to back off soon. They really need to go back and get themselves some pots, because I'm pretty sure you'll see Roy Source go something crazy. He has got the ignite as well. They're more than happy to dive this.
Yeah, if Carly Bay Jepson gets caught by a hook, that's him.
You can see it lurking, but they're just waiting for it. Oh.
Ooh, unlucky from them. And also, there's a lot of burst actually from Overly Beast. If he, you know, gets the auto down with his, you know, autos once, tumbles, gets the second auto, and then instantly condemns Carly Bay Jepson away, you get that third proc Silver Vault, because condemn applies a Silver Vault stack. So that could be a very easy way for, you know, Morgan Beast could just kill Carly Bay Jepson, you know, while tanking tight. He's still got heal. Oh, they caught him!
They landed. I'm pretty sure this is going to be another condemn. It's more than enough to kill him though. The E does pick it up there as well. It's going to go down. He does flash away, but it looks like it's going to be more than enough there. Not to get all the extra damage just to make sure he goes down.
Crucially enough, well, didn't make a difference I think in the end, but Morbidly Beast actually crit Lana Del Bay there with that 1% crit rune, so maybe he'd lived had it not. I don't think so though. At that stage. It was very deep, yeah.
Just to ensure the kill goes across. And we haven't given a lot of focus to this mid lane just yet.
Yeah, I think we should actually.
Yeah.
Now with the CS lead.
Well, Early Dragon again by Super JT. Did it last game on Lee Sin. He's doing it again now.
Yeah, he's been very, I think, efficient in that sense. You know, he's had a couple of opportunities to gank. He's found obviously that kill early onto Udyr, the gank now in the mid lane to get that flash, but he keeps sneaking these dragons. You know, goes back, buys an early pink ward, drops it down, and solos it, and you know, he's falling behind in CS to Udyr. I think that's to be expected though anyway, because Udyr just farms the jungle so well. It doesn't necessarily have the gank pressure that a Vi does. Crucially though, once Vi gets level 6, things are probably going to start going off. He's going to be looking to gank this. You know, Seren has no flash. There's no flash in the bot lane. I feel bot lane could be towered up repeatedly once Roy Source gets a little bit. He's got a little bit of health now. Salamander looking to go in on Pilar Rice.
I think it's just more of a trade he was looking for there, but it didn't work out in favour of him. He's now out of mana yet again, and Pilar Rice has got a couple of pots there. He's got the Vampire Exception to keep him in lane, and I can't see him getting knocked out of lane anytime soon.
Yeah, they are very even in CS, you know, about a 5 difference to Quinn, which is kind of what we'd expect, because she's been pushing Salamander into tower quite a lot. But oh, Roy Source, Carly Bay Jepson, you're in trouble.
Way out of the way there, just get rooted out. The grab misses though, not again, but the ult goes straight. They have hit level 6 just in time here. That should be a kill across onto Wobbly Beast. The condemned doesn't pick it up though, but in comes MTD Suke JT, picking up the kill for the Vayne again. Now 2-0-2 with a Sheen.
Trinity Force Vayne. No, actually, this is something worth talking about, and I think Reckless used to do it at some point around, you know, back when Vayne was kind of popular, and it's not a bad pickup. It gives, with your tumble, it cooldown. As you get a couple of ranks in it, it really starts, it basically matches the cooldown of Sheen. So every time you tumble, you have a Sheen empowered auto attack. And that gives you a little bit more burst, which actually in this lane, it gives you also the early presence of fighting a Corki. Corki obviously going to be going Trinity Force as well. Now, Vayne is looking to match that power spike that Corki will have. You know, I feel she'll be slightly weaker in terms of the poke, etc. But her all-in is going to be so strong. I don't think that matters at this stage. She's got herself a significant lead.
And really, this is Mr. Big Matt to start trying to do something here. He really needs to start making an impact. It's already 5-0 to Team Bro. So he really needs to start making an appearance around the map. We can already see the Dragon picked up by Suka JT. And he's 1-0-2 as well.
Yeah.
He needs to make something happen.
I mean, Udyr does scale pretty well with items in general, and if his team is keeping even and he's allowed to farm, he's farming well. He's almost could be like 15 CS actually ahead of MDD. So if he can get a little bit later without the rest of his team going down or getting too far behind, he will be very, very useful. Actually, pretty good trade actually in the bot lane in the end from Cardi Bay.
It's trading bad, but something that's going to really upset Team Bro. I don't think they're still going to have to come back in a few seconds later. We're going to try and land it down. It'll be fine. The first scrap really coming in the mid lane. Yeah, it looks like Seren is going to outstay Kozak slightly, but Kozak is turning the damage back round. Having to down chase him away, but in comes Vi from the side, and I think he may have known he was there.
Sniffing around as well, actually.
It's a three-man gank.
Doesn't have his ultimate though. Maybe they want a tower though.
Absolutely. They were aware that Suka JT was there.
Here comes Mr. the Big Mac, that one's Pilar Rise.
This is what we were talking about. They need to do this here. Just flash away. And Salamander's not quite in range. A nice vault to get away from that one. Just escape danger with that.
Yeah, Roy Source, very aggressive.
And they just turn on to Lana Del Bay here. Oh, it looks like they're going to miss the grab though. We'll get the root down either way.
He's taking a lot of damage though.
He is here, and we've talked about this before. He's going to go straight in onto it. They make him a kill. The exhaust goes down as well. But he flashed backwards there. He really should have gone in for the kill, I feel. And maybe gone for that, but doesn't pick it up in the mid lane as well. Seren picking up Kozaks, and down in the bot lane we do see these guys. Oh, work!
Does trade one.
Lana Del Bay turning around with the power of the gems and bringing down Morbidly Obese.
Yeah, an absolutely fabulous kill, if I do say so, from Lana Del Bay there. Trading 2 for 1, which given how ahead Team Bro's bot lane is right now, it's not all that bad, and they do pick up a kill. It's onto the support, okay, but assist does go over to Cardi Bay Jepsen. It's going to help him out a bit, does now have a long sword and a healthy sword. More scrapping in the top lane. I don't really see this going particularly far. They have been doing this a lot, just sort of bouncing off each other, with the vault and stuff. And I don't think this is good. It's just going to be very back and forth,
It must be really frustrating for Salamander because he does keep going in and getting the damage down. He dodges the attacks coming from Quinn with the Twisted Advance, that's the one.
Twisted Advance,
when he's advanced, he's dodging these the passive enhanced auto attacks from Quinn, but he can't.
Mr. Big X way out of position.
Getting very ready for the pink ward though. He's going to get locked down. He should drop down to this. As you say, he does have flash, but Urgot's waiting on the other side. Doesn't really matter there. And also a very ham also over the wall by Suka JT. Onto Cardi Bay Jepsen. And it looks like Morbidly Obese is going to follow over, pick himself on the double kill. Then now turn to Lana Del Bay. Does flash away. Nice but a fantastic blind Q follows through and picks up that kill.
Again, fantastic. I think that's something we've seen a lot in the last game as well. Team Bro's team fighting and sort of general synergy has been very, very good, especially for a team that's literally messed up. Salamander, he's been caught out.
Yeah, absolutely. Kozak's getting the damage down, but he's extremely tanky at this stage. Not far off that catalyst. He does also have minion tabloid. He has taken a lot of damage, and now Seren's arrived as well. But here's Pilar Raj to the side. A lot of damage from the Ignite going down to Seren to really prevent that healing from coming in. Doesn't quite have enough damage to bring her down there, despite the Ignite being on. And they're just going to back off on this one. This could be a tower going across the team, bro. Yeah,
I don't think Salamander and Seren can save this one. Seren is very, very low. They are looking to tower dive, actually.
Voicelaw's going very deep, and there's a lot of CC there to hold him in place, and indeed he will go down. Seren picking up that kill, now 2-0-0.
Mr. Big Man needs to be careful, actually. He's flashing away. Ooh, that Harrier was close. Yeah, just a little bit over-aggressive from Royce. I think he's always a little bit further ahead than he was. Only on the sights and the Targons isn't that tanky yet. Seren turns up, gets a nice binding, and does end up going down. It's definitely what they needed. 2-0 on the Swain. This is possibly, looking okay for them if they can keep stalling. So Mr. Big Man forced out of his own jungle again by MDD Suka.
I mean, Royce wasn't too bad back in there. Like I say, he was 3-0-6, but it looks like Suka JT is caught onto Carly Bay Jepsen. He's going very low. Doesn't have the ult, but doesn't need it. Down goes Carly Bay Jepsen.
This Vi is doing so. You didn't even have ult then. That was just purely Vault Breaker and auto attack damage. Yeah, sitting on that completed Warrior enchantment, but for 13 minutes, that's a lot of damage. And given there's no resistances or this, okay, there's the health crystal on Carly Bay Jepsen on his 4-key. He's not tanky though, and Vi in this early skirmish stage is so hard to deal with. Only, just right up there with the likes of Lucian, and I believe this is definitely going to be the second dragon over to the side of Team Bro.
Well, Billy Beast has finished that Triforce now, and he also picks up the blue buff there, maybe to take it away from Cossacks, thinking, hey, I know you need this blue, but I'm going to take it anyway. I want it for my tumbles, which cost, what, 20 mana?
And given that he also has the mana crystal from Trinity Force.
He's just trying to he's trying to give Bolton a chance, I think.
Yeah, no, and that's fair enough, I think. At this stage, it's safe to say that Team Bro looking very, very comfortable in this game, as they did last game. Got a nice early lead. It's in this bot lane again. They've got a strong lead, mainly through Roysource's hooks and stuff, and then they've converted that to the rest of the map. Pilar Rice didn't get 0-0-1, hasn't had Huge cross mid, and that's the power of Trinity Ball's Vayne. She chunks so hard. I didn't even crit either.
And look, she's done it again. Below half health already. And she's going back in again. He's now down into red health. He's run away.
Yeah,
Rice
mate.
towards that slightly.
Yeah.
He's
a lot of
CC
damage.
down. Bolts away at the perfect time though to escape the damage coming in from that Maokai ultimate. Doesn't go down.
Yeah, but
they are hanging around though.
He is at risk of being tower dived.
A nice grab landing, but maybe onto the wrong target there. All the focus is going onto the turret support. Seren's got a lot of damage going down. Roysource going very low, but a nice one there. Try and save Roysource, but it's probably not going to do the job. He is going to go down indeed, and a stun comes down. Cossacks here, they're far too tanky, and they just can't bring them down. You might get a return kill, though, does kill, but a double kill going on to Seren.
Yeah, Seren 4-0 on this way now. He's completed his Rod of Ages as well. Sitting on 1,000 gold. He's doing a lot of work. Salamander going in again on Pilar Rice.
He's probably not going to have enough damage again, because as we say, he keeps healing up from this. As you can see now, that's all of his cooldowns gone. He can't trade anymore, and now Pilar Rice can just heal up before the next trade comes in.
His
Salamander's back up in time, though. His ultimate came back up, he's ready for it. But the nice flash away there. In comes Sucker JT to save his top laner's life. I was about to say 80 carries life. And it looks like the damage will go down. We have got the sapling chasing, but it's not enough. Salamander flashes, but it's probably going to be in vain. Seren's waiting, but it is warded. They know that they are in there waiting for him. And they are trying to bait it out a little bit. You can see he's going for it, and he gets the damage down. Fantastic there. Pilar Rice tries to be a little bit cocky there, but it doesn't pay off in the end. And the kill goes across to Seren. Now 5-0-0.
Seren has this game half on his back. He just needs to hoist it up a little bit more, and he's good to go. You know, they're back with a roughly 4K down. I think they believe they were down 5 or 6 just now, so they've made a couple of really nice plays based around Seren. Now, as long as Maokai gets tanky, if Seren ends up sitting in the Maokai Vengeful Maelstrom, he's going to take so little damage. He's going to be healing so much. It's going to be very hard for Team Bro to kill him. Mr. Living Man needs to be careful. He's got hooked.
Here goes Roysource again, as if a repeat of a few minutes ago with the dive under that mid tower, but Sucker JT is on top.
All that damage!
Going in a little bit too deep there. You do not go in on a fed Swain like that. Swain does so much damage when he's ahead, and he's just learned that first hand. He won't be making that mistake again.
Now 5-0-1 on Seren, but Team Bro doing a very good job of grouping in this minute, and they forced Mr. the Big Mac away. And Trinity's Force Vayne pushes towers so quickly. And they pick themselves up 2 towers in the, for that 1 kill in the top lane. So overall, very good objective focus from Team Bro.
I mean, as it stacks as well, the Maokai is 1-0-2. They've also got that Rod of Ages. 2 Rod of Ages complete now and stacking up. It's only going to increase their power as time goes by. And it may give Kylie Bay Jets in the room. It really needs to start excelling and doing a lot of damage. But
so we may see something big going off here very soon.
They're not getting as far as they need to be. They're all having to come in protectively there to try and save them. And it looks like Team Bro are actually on the run from this one.
Yeah, they are only a 3 actually. You know, Pilar Rice in this top lane and MDT Suka coming down via that blue buff. Not in a good position, forces Montez to flash. TV comes in top lane for Salamander.
Will he go in hard?
He does have red buff actually. That could crucially twist how this fight goes. And seeing now, Pilar Rice not going to go for that bloodthirst. Maybe that's the first thought when he got that BF sword. Looking to go now for that blade. I think that's quite a good idea. He's going to need that lifesteal.
Given how tanky,
yeah, and especially against Seren. He's going to be chunky and hard. He's got to do his best he can to survive through that. Because right now, Seren is tanky and can step forward towards Pilar Rice.
I think it was kind of interesting how, despite how fed the Vayne is there, that they were able to keep walking out. And she didn't do enough damage as she had hoped. I mean, Lana Del Rey was tanking the majority of it, and there wasn't enough damage to really stop that. And interestingly, as you said, Salamander with the red buff, Maokai has one of the highest base ADs in the game. At level 18, he has the highest in the game. But as it stands now, Mobility Beats come in there. You're going to have to stop talking about that because in comes the exhaust and he gets melted. They haven't learned about this now. Seren yet again. And they may be able to do it again. You may be able to get a double here with the assistance of Lana Del Rey, giving that bonus armor. And it's going to work. Roysource comes in, does flash in, but realises it's not going to happen. And a triple kill for Seren. 8-0-1 with that needless rod. He is huge.
And does he has enough for his Zhonya's now as well.
Has enough for the death cap as well. Which ones do you want to go for? He doesn't need the Zhonya's, I don't feel.
He doesn't necessarily need the Zhonya's right now, but that fight was very messy and not everyone focused on it. Like, people came in one at a time. I feel if MDD Suka, Pilar Rice, Morbidly Beast all jump onto him simultaneously, he can actually drop quite quickly. So I would say he needs to go for a Zhonya's right now, just to give that little bit of an edge and lifesteal while he's in that hourglass, in that stasis.
They're getting 3 towers all at once here, really.
This is huge for Bolton's team. They've swung the goal back. They're 1.5k behind now. And when this tower goes down, that's probably going to be about 1k itself, actually.
I don't think he'll drop it in time.
No,
because Morbidly Beast
sorry,
He has got support behind him, though. Maybe they're aware that they're
might be able to bait Morbidly Beast in here.
How hard is Morbidly Beast going to go? And he does try to go in there.
He does Valk away.
He does Valk away, as you say. Nautilus coming down the river behind them, though. The whole area is warded, so they are aware there are 3 in this bot lane.
Seren's gone for the death cap. He's gone for the, the deep option. He's going to really try and just kill everyone. He has so much ability power right now.
I think with the Maokai and the Taric, you don't need to go the Zhonya's. You've got the damage reduction of Maokai's ultimate. You've got passive armor off of Taric's W. He doesn't need to go Zhonya's yet. He wants to keep on killing. He wants to get even more gold. And to be fair, Carly Bay Jepsen isn't doing a whole ton of damage. He's 0-5. He has only just finished that Trinity Force. At the minute, Seren is the sole damage output of that team. Yeah. And to really, effectualize that and be the key damage output, he needs to have gone Death Trap, which he has indeed done.
Setting up a Death Brush is 5.
Seren
staying on a ward. Roy Source is looking.
They're a little bit split, actually. Bolton needs to probably be around for this Dragon if they can try and take it, but
Udi is miles away. Yeah, he's up in the top lane now. Going to sweep these 2 wards. And this is something got to compliment Team Bro on their vision control, 3 objectives is very, very strong. And this Dragon's going to go down super quickly. They need to try and get a fight now while Urgot is there.
Seren at the front, though. He should not have been there. They've got tanks for this reason, and he will indeed go down. Lots of damage coming in there. Morbidly Beast drops down, and they might
turn him around.
They are going to clean it around as well. An ace is going to come in for them here. It's an ace for Team Bolton.
And they're going to secure the Dragon off the back of that. That was absolutely huge. Seren doing so much damage.
Despite being focused.
To be honest, he didn't need the Zhonya's. He may have died. Okay, he gave away shutdown odds. It's the only negative to that fight.
So much damage.
But the damage, crucially, he chunks. Morbidly Obese, before that fight really even began, was on about half hit points. Same with Pilau Rice, same with Cox's. There is no magic resist on the side of Team Bro. Okay, Merc treads for Vi. That is the only magic resist item that is currently on their side. They have to start dealing with this Swain. And you saw then, every single person focused him. God help them when he gets to Zhonya's. He'd have lived through that and probably killed all of them.
The most interesting part is he spent, I think, at least 80% of that fight knocked up in the air, and he was still dealing so much damage. He got the E down onto Morbidly Beast, and you just saw him lose about 20% of his health every single tick. It was crazy.
Right, and as long as he transforms before he gets in, they have Bros need to chain knock him up before he transforms. But if they don't, he's just going to sustain. And I wouldn't even be. Okay, I was going to say maybe a Spirit Visage sit for increased hitting. The stats will be completely wasted. There is no magic damage threat on the side of Team Bro.
With 380 carries, you want to do that solely, I imagine.
Right, yeah. He could possibly go for something like a Frozen Heart and just be like, literally, he would be untouchable at that stage. And MDD Sukai looking around this moment. I don't think they can kill Salamander though. Sitting on that Rod of Ages, also a Glacial Shroud, and the Tabbies.
They're trying to do the right thing though. I think Bro really need to make sure they try and catch people out. They don't want to go for the 5v5.
They can't fight. I don't think they can anymore.
They cannot fight Seren. They need to fight where he isn't. And that might be a struggle. If Bolton play it properly and make sure the only group, or when they are split, that Seren isn't visible, then that's always going to be that threat. There's this huge monster about to descend on you and completely destroy your health.
Oh, they may have caught Seren out. He seems there to back him up.
There's a lot of damage coming down, but he's going to sustain through it. When he kills him again, look at the regen off that ultimate. And down they go. They got the catch, but still, don't fight Seren. How many times do you need to be told this in essence?
The only thing they can do is if he's there. Maokai does have flash, they're going in!
The damage going down onto Koze. He's going to run straight away. The front line of Salamander is in there. Morbidly Beast can do nothing but look on and say, what the hell can I do, guys? As everyone around him drops down. 3 kills for Team Bolton.
And the thing is, Seren isn't... He's got his Rod of Ages, yes, and he's on that Seeker's Arm Guard, but he isn't that tanky, but he just zones with the... He's like drain tanking. It's what we see from Fiddle when he, if you can't interrupt his drain. Vladimir, exactly. Yeah. He's healing so much that he doesn't need tanky stats. He just needs to do damage, really. And right now, if he lands a root, or any stun lands onto Morbidly Obese, onto Pilau Rice, even Cox's on this Urgot, they just get popped.
It's got to that stage where Bro didn't take a large enough advantage in the early game. We said that they needed to get an early advantage and really snowball it. And yeah, we saw the Vayne doing well, but the other lanes didn't start winning. We saw in the mid lane Seren take the advantage, and the top lane, well, you can see how it's gone now. 2-0-7 on the Maokai, 0-3-2 on Pilau Rice. They haven't got to that stage where they can really snowball the game, and Seren is just walking through them.
And crucially, Team Bolton have got the kills onto the right person. Like, even if they are on Corki, I don't feel they necessarily have the team fight presence that they do now. And Swain and Seren, sorry, same person, obviously, provide just such a threat and a front line. He does everything right now. Provides CC, provides damage. He's a threat. How do you deal with that?
And he got Pilau Rice. Look at his health bar already disintegrated by what? 1 ability?
A couple of
his ultimate
ravenous
ability.
block a couple of times. And
That's all he needed, and it destroyed him in what? A second? Maybe 2 seconds? It's absolutely crazy, and they can't stop him. He's nearly at that Zhonya's as well. This is going to be an absolute terror.
He's 300 gold off his Zhonya's. If I were Team Bolton here, you wait that 300 gold, let Seren farm up a little bit. As soon as he has it, you could tower dive at this stage. He's just so unbelievably tanky. Get him to take tower aggro, Zhonya's. You've got a Maokai. You've also got Udyr, who's building full tank.
That's all he needs to do is go armor.
How do you touch the front line of Team Bolton right now? You've got to wait. Vayne's gone for an Infinity Edge here. And this may be an issue having gone the Trinity Force route as well. She doesn't have the damage to kill these tanks because she has no armor pen. She needs that last switch, but she has to go for the third item now if she wants to touch the likes of Salamander and Mr. Big Mac. If she'd maybe rush Blade, she'd be able to deal with Seren a little bit right now. But the itemization in general for Team Bro, I think, is actually what may be holding them back. But they need a Locket of the Iron Solari. There is so much magic damage coming out from Team Bolton. Corki rockets, Seren on this way in every team fight. Even Salamander as well, and they can just pressure these towers down so quickly with that Trinity Force on Corki. What do you do if you're Team Bro? Even if you flank, I feel like you can't win. Okay, they do have a 5v4 though.
Try, but down goes Maokai. Oh, blocking out a lot of the damage is coming down. Seren is in the thick of it, but he isn't getting focused. They've gone instead onto the AD carry.
All the
He's
damage on the back
but
line.
Here comes Seren doing huge amounts of damage. Morbidly Beast has to away. Cannot hang around here because the amount of damage coming out of Team Bolton is absolutely insane.
Ooh, Body Rage Epson needs to be careful.
Oh!
He does go down to the poison from Urgot. But again, it's another lost team fight because they cannot kill Seren. He's going to go back now, going to finish that Zhonya's off. I feel that is the breaking point for Team Bro. There is actually nothing they can do at that point. Because you could even Vital on me, just like, you know what guys, I'm gold, I'm swag.
It's just nothing, as you say, they can do. They've got 3 ignites, so they can cancel out most of his healing, but none of them can really afford to build around an armor comp. Given the 3 of them are AD carries, and you've got an AD jungler, you can't really imagine Nautilus is going to build around armor comps anytime soon. So there's not enough to keep his healing down.
Executioner's calling?
Quite possibly. But I just can't see it happening. There's nothing they can do to stop him. And in that fight, you saw them focus on Carly Bay Jepsen. Yes, he's got that Triforce, and yes, he had a couple of items to really give some damage out, but they really didn't need to focus. They need to kill Seren, and I fear now it's too late, as you say, with that Zhonya's.
Yeah. One benefit is they may be able to secure this dragon for themselves. That would be 3.
That's their last hope, really, is that true damage.
If they can get 5 dragons, deal true damage to Seren, they may be able to kill him. But again, if he's Zhonya's in the middle of the team, he's just going to regen so much health. And I feel like we're harping on about this a lot, but it is the centerpiece of their team composition right now. And also looking at the items.
I was just saying,
Frozen Heart,
3 Frozen Hearts.
Thornmail. Yeah, 3 Frozen Hearts across the team.
Against 3 AD carries, what else do you need?
And against AD carries that rely on attack speed in the form of Vayne and Quinn.
You could even argue the Vide to get off that third proc of a W.
Yeah, and I mean that's percentage health damage as well, so that could potentially be quite good against this front line, but... Ooh, oh no, this could actually be a good fight from this. Only 3. Can they turn it?
I don't think it really matters too much. So Seren does get caught out by a nice up by Roysos, but it's
dead.
not enough. Look, he's been deleted. Kozex is in the wrong place here. That ult was terrible. It goes straight into the back line, and he's no longer relevant in this fight. Morbidly Beast is to go down here. The 2 AD carries are in there doing damage, but there are no tanks. Seren is destroying these AD carries, and down they will go. A clean ace for Team Bolton.
And just unbelievable amounts of tankiness. Even the silver bolts from Vayne cannot touch this Maokai. He just stood there, was like, Vayne, come at me, man, come on. And he's just tickling him at this stage. 3-0-14, Frozen Heart, almost at a Randuin's. There's so much armor on the side of Team Bolton that this full AD composition of Team Bro cannot deal with it.
I mean, we saw when Seren got caught out on his own by 2 or 3 members. They couldn't kill him then. And so why they thought when there was only 3 of them against 3 that they could potentially try and get a kill that time, it was never going to happen. And, okay, Suko JT got right in the mix of things. He did manage to flash in there, get the Q down and catch a couple of them with that Q. He just didn't have the damage on his own, as you'd expect with those Frozen Hearts stopping him from doing any true damage with the denting blows, to get Seren down. And by the time Quinn arrived as well, it was just too late. They'd already torn through half of their team.
Right, and I don't think... We're going to see Seren going for Morale. Oh, the Desperation Baron. This is a good opportunity for them. Yeah, they do. If they can get this, look how much damage Super's taking. Roysos, as tanky as he is, going to be able to tank that up. They are going to get this, actually. I don't think Team Bolton have a clue about this one. Nice, sneaky Baron from them.
nicely played. You'd imagine the massive sneak into, I mean, the pings are coming now to say, oh, let's go check it out, guys. It's a little bit late now. They've already taken it away. And unfortunately, you'd imagine they would have seen that once these super minions were in the mid lane, they couldn't see it on the map. The fact that there are 5 missing indicates to you something's up. They're doing something sneaky. Whether they're not trying some kind of incredible backdoor or not is a different story. But it just didn't work out for them, and now they've got that Baron.
I kind of want to make a bet with you here. I feel if it's a straight 5v5, Team Bolt can still win, even though there's Baron on Team Bro. I don't think the Baron is going to be enough.
No.
Because Baron now, since they've added the 5th dragon, is aimed more at being able to push towers down with empowering those minions. And I mean, maybe if you're fighting in a minion wave, the damage would be adding up, but I still don't feel they have the damage to kill Seren, or any of the front line of Bolt.
If Bro managed to get this 5th dragon, I will bet with you, and I'll side with Bro and be a Bro, and say that Bro
I think 5th dragon could be a turning point for Team Bro.
I'll say if they have Baron and 5th dragon, they'll do it.
Yeah,
if they don't have one of those
same time,
yeah, if they don't have them, then it's goodbye game 2.
Right. And after all this, Corki has caught back up, and he's 4-6 and 8 finish, near just about finished 2 items now. Once you finish that and finish it, she's going to be a pretty decent threat as well. We haven't seen any tankiness though on the side of Team Bro. Maybe I think we're starting to see a locket here coming out from Royce. I do worry that that Righteous Glory wasn't actually worth the purchase that early, and should have got the locket maybe, but it's better late than never.
We are seeing last versus Bro though now as well, which is really what they need. As you said, you can't stop that front line here. There's three Frozen Hearts, there's 4 Mail, there's even Randuins now as well. There's so much to stop them from doing any damage, and they need it. They need Blades and they need Last Whispers.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised actually if we saw a Last Whisper picked up by Vayne and then instantly into the Last Whisper as well. Because she needs to just shred tank. She doesn't need to survive as such, she just needs to kill the front line. Because they have actually quite a few good ways of keeping Seren away with that Condemn, and if they can keep him CC'd at the back of the fight, it leaves Pilar Rice and Morbidly Beast to shred through Salamander and also Mr. Le Big Mac. Although they have caught Carly Bay Jetson, he's probably going to go down
again.
quickly.
It's not the target they need. Seren is now so that the initial cooldowns are blown, so Seren can just walk at them here. The ult does come down from Royce to try and keep Seren away, but it's not enough.
Pilar Rice
in the background does blow up Carly Bay Jetson, but it's not enough. Seren is still alive, and he smells blood on Morbidly Beast. Pops the heal, but it's not going to be enough. Down he goes through the Ignite, isn't enough either. Pilar Rice can't do a thing to Mr. Le Big Mac, even with the Ignite down. It may actually bring him down. No, it's not going to bring him down either way. But again, there's nothing they can do. Even with a nice catch from Pilar Rice in the back lane onto the Corki, it wasn't enough.
But again, I was just saying Corki is starting to do a reasonable amount of damage, but if you don't kill Seren, I don't think you can win these team fights. And even if you did kill Seren, I feel like the rest of the team, Salamander and Mr. Le Big Mac, could probably just just run away. They are so tanky. It's very difficult for, Royce or some Morbidly Beast to get onto them. And also, in that fight, Suka never got his ult off. It was a nice flash away from Carly Bay Jepsen, and this is probably going to be the second inhibitor of the game, going down in favor of Team Bolt. Okay, they're going to choose to back away with Urgot and Quinn very shortly. Probably a wise move. Dragon in 24 seconds. If Bolt secure this, it really pushes Bro on the very, they're basically teetering on their heels at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Seren was a lot of mana, so it was a wise choice to back away. He couldn't sustain that ult for more than maybe 5 seconds in these fights, along with his other abilities. As you say, a good choice. And Bro are making a beeline straight for this dragon now. They know that
they know their win conditions.
They know what they need to do. And it appears that Carly Bay Jepsen is hanging around as well. They have got wards down now, so they can see them doing it. If they can catch them here trying to do this dragon, this could be the end of the game.
Yeah, Mr. Le Big Mac's there to zone. They've caught Carly Bay Jepsen.
No Seren here just yet. He is coming from the side now. And the Vayne was going to town a little bit, but Seren does arrive and save his teammate there. And Riot Bro, Team Bro, back off.
Yeah. Okay, this is going to have to be a steal from Super, but I just don't think they can't commit to the steal. They lose someone, they die.
They've stayed far too close. The stun goes down to Morbidly Beast. He can't get the damage down. Pilar Rice might drop down too. Yeah, he does drop down to the Dr. Swain, and down comes even more damage. Lara Del Vega 1v3 in the backline here, and staying alive until the rest of his team arrive. They're going to start picking up kills here. Suka JT so low, and surely Mr. Le Big Mac will catch him here with that speed. Indeed he does, and only Roy Source and Cossacks left to defend the base from this team of 5 coming at them.
And again, they do catch Corki out at the start of the fight, but it doesn't mean a whole lot. Seren, 17, 1 and 14. What a beast, man.
It just reminds me of my hate for Swain in solo queue. Top Swain was
and I think this is like the ultimate environment for Swain. A lot of squishies on the side of Team Bro, a lot of targets he can say, and then call out Coxes. Look how much damage he's taking.
It's absolutely insane. And down he goes. Well, Roysource is trying his best, but I'm afraid Nautilus isn't going to carry the game this time, it would appear. And he's in a lot of trouble now. There are 3 of them up here, and Suka JT is coming back up. Wisely, Bolton choose to back off here. They don't want to try and hang around too long and push it a little bit too far. Seren does have the capability to fight this one. They might go in. They're going in for it, actually.
I don't think
Misses
they want
the Q,
this.
though, and they've rooted him down. Suka JT deleted from the map. 2 of them left now to get this fight going. And Morbidly Beast is in full retreat here. He doesn't want to get too close. In comes Live Albert. They only need to get a stun on him. And this could clearly be the end of the game here. Only Pilar Rice really left to defend. Morbidly Beast has managed to survive that fight and run away. But what can he do? They'll delete him in half a second.
They can't. I honestly think this game is beyond saving at this stage. The only condition... Pilar Rice
They're
going to get him,
though. But I'm pretty sure Bolton will be after some blood from that one. They don't like losing a teammate, and they're pretty sure they can dive this now. They're so tanky with all this armor that they don't need to worry about too much of the tower damage.
Seren just needs to be careful. He's quite low on mana, so...
Indeed.
Wisely, they are going to back away. Baron in 1 minute. They don't have the timer on it, though.
Blue buff's up as well. He could grab that now. They have to let them siege a lot longer.
I'm not... To be honest, actually, I think that's quite a good shout. They do not need Baron to win. They can just continue sieging towers and tower dive. Like, this Maokai is so tanky. So is Udis, so is Swain. We keep harping on about it. They are just unbelievably far ahead right now. And I just looked, I hadn't really realized the kill score at this stage. 37 to 18. And of those 37 kills, Seren has been a part of 34. Unbelievable.
It's fantastic play from him. And we had the sort of scoreline last game as well. We saw Bro with huge advantage. They gave away a few sloppy kills. And it was around about this scoreline back then as well. And it spells good things for game 3.
It definitely does. And
if we get there, it's not over yet.
It is definitely not over. I feel that Bro do need to get that fifth dragon and that 5th Baron simultaneously. Actually, Bolton's team will spot out the Baron is spawning, but they have to have Quinn in their base to deal with these double super minion waves. Suka has to try and steal this. If your team Bolton, it literally doesn't matter if Bro get Baron. We saw last time they had Baron, they still lost the fight anyway.
It only delayed the tower going down.
Bolton just need to start this Baron off, try and just rush it down, and like, hope you get the smite. It doesn't really matter at this stage. And you keep Suka away from his base long enough that those minions are going to start to do a serious amount of damage.
They are indeed starting now. It's underway by Bolton, going down quite quickly as well. Suka JT is hanging around. They have got a ward in there, so they can see what's going on. He really needs his steal, but doesn't manage to get it. Picked up by Mr. Levin back, and Suka JT will drop down here. Down he goes. It's now a 5v4. Baron on the side of Bolton, and this could be GG.
I don't think that Team Bro can salvage this one now. The ceiling Baron was the only chance of it. If they manage to catch more, they don't even need to. They just run mid and end. They can tower dive this 4, you know. Suka isn't tanky enough to want his... If he gets back up before they end, that is, to really deal with them anyway. And he's their only initiator. I mean, Roysource could, but he sort of needs to walk quite far forwards. And again, he's not thinking, this is quite a good fight.
Very, very brave. Carly Bay just doesn't even get dropped by this. And Morbidly Beast is the next target for all the team. And actually, Carly Bay just come and get dropped down as well, though. Morbidly Beast caught out at the top by the 3 members there. So much CC coming down, and he will go down too. They're now onto the next towers, and the GG's come out.
If there was an MVP award to ever give, you got to give it to Seren for this game. As they look to clean up Team Bro. Is it going to be the ace? They're going to get...
Ooh, almost.
He doesn't even go down.
He's going to get to 20 kills, though. He might not get the 20 kill mark. He's not.
Come on.
The Regent's going... Oh, he gets
down, he goes down.
Either way, 19-2-20. What a result. GG Team Bolton.
In a way, I feel like saying GG Seren. Seren just unbelievably good. But once he basically said, team, I'm here to do the damage, I'm here to tank, and, you know, do everything. I will do everything, just stay with me. And that was all they needed. And
it was fantastic.
I'm speechless, to be honest.
It's when he got to that 5-0-1 stage to realize, hang on a minute, this guy's really fed. He can win this game for us. And they started grouping, they made sure he was never alone, apart from the one time, even then he managed to 2v1 anyway.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. But we are going to throw it over to our analyst desk with Excoundrel, Vidius, and Frozen Dawn. Go check them out.
Well, what a game, guys. Seren needs his own brand of backpack because he put his team in it and certainly carried them through. We've got a couple of points to talk about here, guys. That last game had plenty of action, and it really looked like Bro was in the upper hand in the early stages. Obviously, Vidius and Frozen Dawn are going to give us their opinions. bot lane early dominance, that was the real key thing for Bro at that start stage. It looked like Roy Source was about to pull out another classic helping of his map roaming, but Vidius, you really picked up on a key point. His behavior was a little bit more different this game.
Yeah, I felt that Roy Source dominated the bot lane. Again, it was completely his lane. Him and Vayne really had full control over the lane. But this time he didn't really show as much map pressure as he did in the last game. Last game we saw him a lot mid, we saw him a lot top, getting those ganks off with the jungler. But this game there wasn't so much of that. He just stayed in the bot lane and focused on winning his lane.
Yeah, and the Vayne got so ahead because she got the early assist, which gave her a few more health bots, so she could trade with the Corki and then sustain the lane up. So they got ahead from that, and then they started picking up kills. But the fact that Roy Source didn't roam, I think, was quite problematic.
Yeah, and we saw Roy Source had that massive impact in the first game. Didn't quite do it to the same extent, and you could see, as we'll talk about a little bit later, it didn't have the overall impact. I want to point up a little bit of a side point to that bot lane early dominance. We saw Vayne go Triforce. Now, it's not unheard of. Obviously, the Volt really, really works well with the Sheen passive because you just get the massive auto attacks. Obviously, she makes waste of that ability power, but that's a negligible point, really. But following on from that Triforce, there was no other attack speed items. And as a Vayne, you will often go Blade the Ruin King, Phantom Dancer. Those are core items you usually see on most Vayne players because Vayne's attack speed is really her core stat. Vidius, you weren't so happy with that build there.
No, I felt that the Trinity Force is generally good considering for the sort of 1v1, 2v2 sort of dueling scenarios, because as you said, the Sheen Brock gives you a nice bit of burst with the tumble. So in general, if you're going to go Trinity Force, you're going to want max the tumble on Vayne, and you're just going to want to constantly tumble in, get the proc off, get the Sheen Brock off, and then rely on the bit of crit chance and the bit of extra damage.
And the thing is, with the current tank meta and the tank comp that Boltyn were running, you really wanted that Blade of the Ruin King, just so you could at least shred and get yourself some good mid and late game. Because they basically got kind of cocky and thought they were going to end it too soon, really.
And bringing on to a key point from that cockiness did result in a very fed bird in the form of mid lane Swain. You guys, you really picked up on the key points in which it turned around. And Frozen Dawn, you had a big point about the exact moment you saw Swain say, step up to the plate, and you have it in the bank, basically.
Yeah, so if you don't shut down Swain, then he's going to get ahead and be able to carry in the mid and late game, and they didn't shut down Swain. And so he slowly chipped ahead, and then he got a triple kill at the 18th minute mark, and then 2 minutes later, he got focused in the team fight, but by then, Bro's team comp was just so half health that they couldn't really do anything from that.
Yeah, after he picked up that triple kill, we identified that Swain was huge. He bought a Rod of Ages, and we thought he would go into Zhonya's, but he went Death Cap. He was like, you know what, it doesn't matter if I die, I'm just going to do as much damage as I can. And we saw at the 20-minute mark, they went for a dragon fight. They tried it, they burnt everything onto Swain, and even though they burnt everything, he still managed to get a ton of damage down, which was enough for his team to then clean up, and that was the point that the game started rolling in their favor.
I think a key point from that Rabadon's pickup, actually, is even before he had the Zhonyas, that 2v1 on the top lane, the Rabadons allowed him to heal for so much, he just ended up 2v1ing so easily. And there is no other way to say it about that game. Swain was the carries. He had everyone in his claws. He flew across the map and dumped on the enemy nexus. So there was a couple of other things that Bro definitely weren't out of it. They had a comp, they had a Vayne. If Vayne had maybe built a little bit differently, it could have gone another way. But Baron was again, another point where it could have turned around. Now, VDC identified that was a sneak Baron. It was the potential for them to turn things around.
Yeah, they had a fight at around 28 minutes, which I believe Boltyn won. But then while they were backing, they delayed their backs a bit, which gave Bro enough time to then go and sneak a Baron. And that was their opportunity to come back in. It was a really good chance for them to stall with their AD carry comp. I mean, with 3 AD carries, more or less, you have relatively decent wave clear, so eventually they're going to scale to a point where it doesn't matter how tanky the enemy team are, they're going to have a lot of damage output anyway.
Yeah, and on that, with an AD comp, you kind of have to get ahead in the early and mid game. So the Baron was kind of their only way of being able to trade well in that mid game, in those mid game team fights, but it wasn't enough.
I mean, you guys identified that the full AD comp, you need to get ahead in the early game because you're going up against a Maokai and a Udyr. They can very easily itemize into those items that really deal damage. And you saw Udyr, Frozen Heart, Thornmail, straight away off the bat because he knew there was no threat in any other form of damage. And like you said, you saw that, and also the Maokai, you picked up on that as just such a great champ into full AD comps.
Yeah, I feel as though initially their bans were a bit cocky, as Frozen Dawn said. They banned TSM, which was obviously very humorous, but they thought that they would take this game. They were really confident with their performance in the last game, and I think that they underestimated, but they're not going to estimate Captain Swain again.
No.
I feel like he's going to, if he gets given that Swain, or maybe they should give it to him, but just put more pressure. Roysaw should go back to his roaming ways. I feel he should have taken that Thresh. He shouldn't have left it.
I mean, we were talking about this. Now, obviously, Nautilus is not an unusual support. In some cases, we see him a lot more in this meta as well. And it has got the hooks. Roysaw does love the hooks, but it's not quite as impactful as a Blitzcrank or a Thresh. You just think about the ultimate amount of time or displacement that you have with a Thresh and a Blitzcrank. It overall equates to a little bit more. And you were saying something about that in the early games.
Yeah, so he did well in the lane, and as I said, it was partly because Vayne had had extra health potions. But the thing about Nautilus is that he relies on his ult to roam. I mean, not entirely, but his Q is a lot less reliable and a lot less impactful than both Thresh and Blitzcranks. So I agree with you there, Vedius, that if he hadn't gone for the Nautilus and perhaps had gone for the Thresh or the Blitzcrank, then it would have been a lot more impactful, and he would have been able to roam more.
Yeah. We are going to cut to a short break, guys. We've got some adverts to throw up on screen, but stick around because this has gone to a best of 3. It will be Team Bro versus Team Bolton to take the All-Star final home.
Overclockers UK are proud to say we're accepting bitcoins. But what are bitcoins? Bitcoin is a digital currency which you generate through a Bitcoin miner and they're stored in your digital wallet. So when you feel like upgrading and treating yourself, it's a really simple way to pay. Just add the products to the basket like you normally would, then at the checkout, choose Pay with Bitcoins. Then it will whisk you away to a Bitcoin interface, where it will show you how many Bitcoins it'll cost and provide you with a keychain for the transaction. From here, you can go to your wallet or the Bitcoin marketplace and use the keychain to make the transaction. Then we receive it in real money, and hey presto. Super simple, super easy, super safe. Happy shopping from all of us here at Overclockers UK.
Is now arriving. He's going to be able to get that repel. Can he finish it off with like the dead sentence from the other side of the map?
Everyone, but he's just pretty ineffectual without much damage. Oh, three-man knockup followed by Yasuo. That has got to be game.
What's up everyone, Mark from Overclockers UK here. Today we're looking at the Avexa Raiden series of memory. Now, Avexa Raiden has a plasma tube that runs across the top of the memory module. This is an exclusive patent that Avexa have got. It's really, really awesome as well. It sets your system aside from anybody else and one of the most unique features I've ever seen on a memory module. Now, this is exclusive to Overclockers UK. At the moment, only available in DDR3, but for the future, we're going to be looking at DDR4 and different colours. So make sure you check out Overclockers UK for updates on that, and I'll catch you again next time.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NUEL Live. We're going into the third game of the All-Stars tournament, and it's going to be a fantastic game. It did look like Riot Bro may have run away with it after their first game performance, but their second game performance was a little bit lacking, so we'll have to see what they bring out in the third one. But without further ado, I think the players are ready. We're going to hand over to the casters, and we'll be with the lovely Synergy and the dashing Deja, and they'll take you through the final game.
Very much, guys. I am so excited for this. This has been such a tense best of three, sorry. It's now 1-1 was what I was trying to say. Yeah, that last game, thought Bro had got away with it, and we may have been going to that ARAM for the third game, but Seren. Just Seren.
Seren the god.
I don't think he's going to be getting Swain again.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they're all kind of trolley bands. They're all trying to spell out words and stuff, but after seeing that kind of performance, you don't want him on that again. You don't want to throw away the pride that you can get from this best of three. So
right, yeah. You know, they're going to have their rioters to answer to. They don't want to be having that talk after the game like, oh, why did you guys lose? Come on, guys. It's all on the line here, as we will be bouncing into Champions Select very, very shortly. Are you going to be expecting, you know, troll bans, or do you think we're actually going to see?
Well,
there we go, guys. Swain taken straight off the table.
I mean, what's interesting is Seren has now moved to support by the looks of it. I did confirm and say, you guys are lined up properly, right? And he said, yeah, this is correct. So, potentially a swap coming in.
Interesting. Swain support could have been pretty interesting, you know. Bringing like god tier performance. He had Callista banned away from Morbidly Beast. He had a great performance in that game one. He finished something like, I think it was like 14-8, oh, sorry, not 14-8, 14-2 and 15, something like that. It was, yeah, he did very, very good on that champion. Actually, the Nautilus banned away as well. Interestingly enough, Roysource played it last week. He actually didn't do too badly on it, you know. It was just they couldn't deal with Seren, but he was trying to make the right plays, trying to get the stun and the CC down onto the, you know, the likes of Carly Ray, Bay Jepson, sorry. Interesting.
Yeah, it seems like the bans are kind of more serious this time round. They are banning out proper picks, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go ham this time. And as you see, straight away, the Thresh lock in for Roysource.
Not sure I need to say much more about that pick, to be honest. He's had a fantastic season in general on that champion. He's putting good performances against the top teams, the likes of Birmingham, the likes of Nottingham. Even when they've been behind, he's shown that he's such a threat on this champion. So, not surprised to see that first pick of that. Meanwhile, Bolton's team keeping it with the same as the last game. They've locked in the Udyr and the Maokai.
What are they going to replace the Swain with this time? It needs to be another very, very heavy carry, someone that they can protect, because these two champions already, as you can see, are quite protective. They need something that's going to do a lot of damage. Might be a little bit more fragile than everyone else, but still does a lot of damage.
Right, and I think that's the key, because I had a worry last game that Bolton's team would have fallen off with damage-wise, because they had Corki and Swain, if they hadn't got that strong early lead. Now, if they don't take a high damage mid laner, you know, instead go for someone like Orianna, I have the same issue. I worry that they may not have that big of a late game. So they need to run either a hyper carry in the bot lane or also one in the mid lane.
I mean, Suka JT's picked up Lee Sin as well.
Yes.
He was fantastic on that in the first game as well. Obviously, they completely swept the board and they won the game with ease, but he was fantastic. You know, the early dragon he did, as soon as he saw Nunu show top lane, he went straight to the dragon, did it on his own, and some of his kicks and ganks were fantastic.
Yeah, they were for sure.
So hopefully we see more of that.
He actually had a pretty good time of dealing with the Nunu as well that we saw in game one from
Absolutely.
Big Mac, and even who to that poacher's knife was looking to counter juggle, you know, he kept him out, called his laners to him when he needed that help. So good to see him on that champion again, see what plays he can bring out this time. Bolton's team going back towards that Leon. I believe they played that in game one as well.
They did.
Comps are shaping up fairly similarly actually to game one.
And the Corki again as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty much business as usual, bar the owner of course.
Yeah. I am interested as to what mid laner they're going to choose. They want to leave that to last now. I think this is likely due to the fact that they're worried about this Lissandra being a flex pick for Coxes or for Pilar Rise. And they want to just make sure where it's going. So unless they might, you know, they may want to pick up the likes of LeBlanc, who doesn't necessarily always do that well into Lissandra because she has a good early game for sure, but once Lissandra gets that frozen tomb, she has the ability to lock LeBlanc down, prevent her dealing that damage, and then the team is able to follow up and kill her, when she's normally a hyper-mobile champion. I wonder what we're looking towards the last two picks here from Bro. Let's see an interesting Lucian lock-in.
I'm interested to see the Rumble. We've all seen Dyrus and the way he dominates with that over in the NA, so it could be really interesting to see exactly how he works out with this one as well. They've got the Lissandra, a lot of AP damage coming down from them. Lee Sin's damage does fall off later, so they're putting a lot of investment into Morbidly Beast to really give that 80 damage that will force Team Bolton to start building armor.
Yeah, I actually think that Bro's team comp is shaping up nicely. They got a lot of AoE damage potential with the lockdown from Lissandra and also from Rumble. Interestingly enough, it's been counteracted pretty well on the side of Bolton. They've got this Leona, got this Azir. Well, okay, might be an Azir. We saw him hover it in that last game. I would like to see it.
Azir mid would be interesting. I've only really seen him in the top lane since he's started buffing re-rise to prominence.
Seen it once mid lane, it did do very well. His damage is still there. He does a lot late game.
It's certainly going to see how the two stack up. Like I said, they are more serious comps. Victor, now that could be a good pick.
Definitely.
We've seen this play an awful lot in the last few weeks in the LCS, and it's incredibly strong since his buffs. And he can delete people 100 to 0 so quickly, especially when he gets his full combo off as well with Lishbane. Maybe even we might see Luden's Echo used on him here.
Yeah, it's a good shot actually.
The move speed of Lishbane and
it's a good point, and he does get quite a lot of move speed from his Q as well once he uses that. So I assume they're going to be swapping these around.
I don't think they are. Maybe they just.
Seren's playing mid lane then, I would assume.
It looks like it. Yeah.
Just unfortunately in the wrong order, but not going to be the end of the world. So it is going to be back to business as usual. Carly Bay-Jetsam on that AD carry and Seren in the mid lane. Can he do the same performance on Victor that he had on Swain?
Victor has the same, if not more, damage potential, but he doesn't have the same amount of survivability.
Yeah, that's for sure.
What's interesting is, obviously, they've still got that front line of the Maokai. They've now got the Leona as well, and the Udyr. If they can hold them there, along with the Victor stun with his field down, they have so much zone control, and you'll see the carries really start to put out a lot of damage. My only concern is that Corki needs to get quite close to that damage, and if they can get the Lissandra ult onto the Corki, a lot of their damage just disappears.
Right, and he needs to show that his positioning now is also good, because Victor has the chance to be blown up very, very quickly, especially by the likes of Lissandra, Lee Sin, Rumble. They do have quite a lot of damage on the side of Team Bro. Whereas we saw in the last game, Swain, when you're that fed, you can just waltz into the enemy team, tank, almost you want to be inside as many people as possible, because you get all that lifesteal from that Ravenous Flock. So definitely going to be a test for him. Can he do the same as he did last game, put the team on his back? We'll see, and wait for that spectator delay, of course. I am worried slightly about the Udyr, though. It didn't have a huge impact last game. No. More so the fact that he was just very, very tanky and could deal with the front line of Team Bro. He didn't necessarily do the damage or didn't necessarily get the ganks that he may have wanted in the early game. And to be honest, as Udyr, that's quite difficult.
Yeah, the reason he did so well last game towards the end was because that Swain was huge in the mid lane. It kind of became the same sort of thing for the Corki. He was 0-5 before that Swain really started dominating through the mid game. And based off how well he was doing, they started picking up assists, they got the extra gold. A couple of them managed to pick up kills off the back of Swain doing all that damage. And that's what kind of brought them back into the game. But like you say, if they don't do well in the early game on their own, without the need of being carried by Seren or someone else, they may well fall off and not be very useful throughout the game.
And we've seen both games, actually, that Team Bro have pushed an early lead at both games. You know, I mean, first game, they snowballed it completely out of control. And it just, when it was over by, about 30 minutes. In that second game, we did see them pick up a lot of kills in that bot lane. That Vayne for Morbidly Obese was very strong. As we said, it was Seren that stepped up to the plate, got 2 kills, 3 kills, suddenly he's at 5 kills, and they had no way of dealing with him. This time around, the team comp's a lot more balanced. I do like the team comp this time for Bro. I think they went a little bit too far into, we're going to try and build a full AD comp, play the Urgot, have a bit of fun. It's down to the wire now. This is a serious game. It means a lot to both guys, both the Rioters, of course, as well. And so they've sort of toned it back a little bit. Serious band, serious picks. I am excited for Roy Sauce on Thresh, though.
That's going to be the defining factor, again, in this bot lane. And based on how well he makes plays throughout the mid-game, how many catches he can land, that's going to be the real catalyst for Kha'Zix to get really huge on that Lissandra. My only concern for Team Bro is that they aren't as tanky as Bolton.
Yeah.
If they don't get ahead and really start getting tons of damage down and deleting people from before the fights, even before they began, they're going to really struggle in these fights.
Right, and maybe Udyr has a much better job this time for sure, not being kited as well. So he might well look to itemize a little bit more damage. He went Cinderhulk last time, which was a very good pickup against the competition they were against. Maybe we'll look to see either. We sometimes see Udyr go Devourer just because of how much they can farm the jungle, and that extra magic damage really gives them another damage source that maybe people don't expect. Maybe after that, look to go towards the Frozen Heart. They're like the normal Udyr we would expect to see.
Yeah.
I do worry for Team Bolton's late game damage, though.
I've noted they've also got double exhaust as well. Now, there aren't really any huge threats they need to exhaust. They've got the Lissandra, and she obviously does do a lot of damage with her combo, and once she gets that down, it can really hurt and potentially kill Seren or Carly Bay-Jetsam outright at the start of a fight. But I feel the double exhaust was maybe a little bit too heavy. They could have gone with just the one and gave Seren more kill potential, because that's what he needs to really put the team on his back again with that Seren branded backpack and put his team in there and really carry them.
Coined by Excoundle himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm never going to drop that now.
I do think that they maybe actually the Ignite in the bot lane was maybe a good choice. I understand, I think, why Seren's taken it. He's worried that Lysandra is going to go in with that ice, the Ice Claw, ult him, and if he can get that exhaust down before she gets all that damage down, he's going to be able to survive a little better. Now, playing Corki Leona, that's a very aggressive bot lane. With that Gatling gun, you can actually proc all three sort of parts of Leona's passive, that Sunlight passive, in very quick succession, which means you suddenly, like, your health guy gets chunked massively, and you suddenly like, oh, I need to back out from this, I'm taking so much damage. But we are onto the Rift, guys. Game 3 of the Team Bro versus Team Bolton All-Stars match. This is going to be exciting. We've seen First Blood happen in the first minute of both of our last games, and I think these teams are heading that way again.
I'd love to see another level 1. Like, you can see that this time they're actually going around each other. They are getting very close. Roy Source with the grabs, they may be hoping for something big. But it looks like they're playing quite conservatively with Team Bolton. They are just going to wait it out and just see what happens. They've had quite a bad history with these level 1s so far. They've lost them, arguably. Last game was the first game was 1-1, but it didn't really go in their
I think they gave away First Blood each time as well. Which, I mean, if you trade 1 for 1, it isn't the end of the world, and it's a good trade, obviously, but any advantage helps, of course. So, spamming his emotes as the other team back away, get a lot of wards. It's actually the most wards I think we've seen at level 1. I think Bro's team are very worried about the invade. They also don't want to give away an easy advantage in this early game, as that could potentially, spell doom for them, really.
I mean, they don't want to see Big Mac giving away a double buff yet against the enemy team, but it's been quite nasty for them, because that really didn't work out too nasty for them.
Especially on Udyr, so it helps them farming so much. He's spamming those stance.
Exactly,
Now, both junglers mirroring start. We've seen this in pretty much every game now, that they want to start these Krogs, get the extra help from their bot lane, or the Gromp, sorry, on the red side. It's fine, Lee Sin clears pretty well, actually. It's just Udyr, so I wouldn't expect to see Udyr look to gank. He's probably going to full clear, go base. Either get, probably, I think he's like a Stalker play is going to be very good. He can even go for the Challenging Smite. Challenging Smite on Udyr is very, very good. It gives him that extra true damage on those auto attacks. He's already a strong duelist as it is, and it may give him that edge over Lee Sin to even look to invade. And I'm pretty certain Udyr can do that.
It's kind of crazy seeing how it's all stacked up and how it feels like a serious game, and after the absolute craziness of these last 2 games, it's not so much refreshing, but very weird to see it going down to this normal thing. But I'm really excited to see how the 2 teams stack up into the mid game, especially. And any early game action, as we say, you've got Lee Sin and Udyr. Both of them are very strong early game. Both have got the CC and the damage to really begin getting kills for their laners, and I think a lot of it will ride on those junglers and how they perform.
Yeah, and interesting, we've seen a lot. Oh, level 2 for Roy Source though.
As expected, he goes down, lands as well. Fantastic grab onto Carly Bay Jetson. The Ignite goes down. But, Q! Lucian Q goes through and picks him up there. Did not expect that one, and First Blood goes across to Lucian.
Fantastic play, making great use of that geometry on the minions with his Q, and sniped Corki, not expecting that one at all.
It's a great combo.
And I think actually in all 3 games we've pretty much seen bot lane get, outside of the level 1 fights, we've seen them get the First Blood, I call it. And it's been so helpful for them, because Roy Source, once he gets an advantage, uses it so effectively to roam, influence the other lanes. As top lane do just butt heads a little bit. I'm surprised Rumble didn't win. I mean, he's just using fire, man's a tree. Thought there'd be some sort of interaction
deforestation going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the rest of his team looking to finish off the rainforest a little bit.
Last game we obviously saw that the bot lane didn't have such a huge effect because of how large Seren was in the mid lane. Here, what Bolton really need to do is play this bot lane safe. If they fall behind in CS, so be it. They are against an extremely efficient support here, and as you can see, he's just giving so much free damage over to Morbidly VC. He goes in a little bit hard with that dash, but doesn't manage to get too much damage down. But they need to just make sure in this bot lane they play it passive. If they go behind, fair enough. Just let the rest of your team get strong enough that you can then become a threat in the mid and late game.
Yeah, and Corki Leona, I do worry for them though. They get behind to this Thresh Lucian, that they won't be able to win trades, and typically it's the sort of lane that you pick because you want to win lane. Now, if Roy Source is on point with his plays, he's going to be able to interrupt pretty much any Leona engage early on, playing that Zenith Blade. It's going to, I think we have to wait till level 6 now for Team Bolton's bot lane to make a serious impact. They're going to need to land a good solar flare, a good shield to Daybreak as well. they're going to have to just play a little bit more passively. You know, he's already 10 CS down, but I don't think that's necessarily such a bad thing as long as they're not dying.
They have now hit level 3, so they do have all of their skills available to them. And they need to be careful here. If you go too hard onto Roy's also, I'm pretty sure he's going to punish you for it. And you're seeing in the do land, a nice AoE summon in there though. Cossack goes really low though. Takes a tower shot as well onto Sucker JT. Not a lot of damage coming down from it, but that gank wasn't as successful as they hoped it to be.
Yeah, unfortunately Lee Sin used his Q a little bit early. Rather than waiting for the Lissandra to get the lockdown, threw it out. Hoped he'd hit it, you know, unfortunately missed. Probably should have waited just that a little bit longer. You'd have certainly forced the flash out of zone there. As a stun onto Roy Source, and now they've hooked Lana Del Bay.
Roy, they need to really start working together here because there's so much free damage they can put down onto Roy. As you're now seeing, he's gone quite low. And that was just from walking in their face. They could have really punished him for that, but chose not to.
The Big Mac.
And as we were saying, in comes the gank. He does have red buff. The stun goes down, and he will be slowed. This should be a kill going across the Team Bolton, but it may not happen. They go to the tower, down and turns it round. The damage coming in from the Rumble passive more than enough to bring him down, and he takes a red buff away from that too. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane as well, Lana Del Bay goes down. Cossack's had a nice roam down there, realising he wasn't having such great fortunes in the mid lane, and chooses to trade it around. Roy Source incredibly low.
Yeah, and if you're Team Bro right now, you've got to be so confident. I mean, you've just picked up 3 kills all across the map, you know. Okay, aside from the mid lane, but a very, very nice tower dive there. They do pick up Carly Bay Jepsen early on, and then Coxes with the slightly later roam manages to pick up Lana Del Bay as well. So 1-0-2 on Morbidly Beast on this Lucian. The kills spread fairly evenly, actually, and it's starting to look grim. And Peel Out Rifles, now he's got that red buff. Salamander's going to have an even harder time dealing with him.
It's a big issue when you're playing against a Rumble like this, to tower dive him, because his abilities are on such a low cooldown. That's what he's designed around with his passive, with the heat mechanic, is that he can continue to use his abilities to begin pumping that up. And you know that after you've engaged him, we saw him use the shield early on, and by the time they got around to diving him, they went so deep for it, and it just came back off cooldown, and that saved him there as well. Obviously the passive procced in as well, and the auto attack made sure that Udyr went down. And they just need to make sure to be careful. We've already said this before, they need to be careful in this early game and not give away too big an advantage, and they may have a chance into the mid game.
Yeah, and spot lane, right now, looking, they've both just gone back. Crucial, I mean, the item difference is absurd at this stage. A BF sword to a long sword and boots. So 3 potions as well on the side of Morbidly. Roy Source looking for blood.
But again, they go there. Lots of damage coming down on Carly Bay. Yes, a fantastic hook lands down. This is what he's known for. The ignite is ticking, and they go down the passive of Lucian, getting himself a kill there as well. And Lana Del Bay now going very low. Probably won't die from this one because the cooldowns are indeed on with that hook and the flay. But again, another one trade in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Corky's 0-3-0 now, and if they want any sort of hope again, it's like, can they get this dragon actually? They're going to get the kill on Suka. He does secure the dragon though.
Hasn't got the kill just yet, but it looks like they are around.
Oh, he gets out!
Away. A fantastic lantern and safeguard away by the Lee Sin. Very, very well played to get out alive from that one. And in comes the Lissandra, flashed away by Seren. Doesn't want to go down. A nice ult to zone control there by Corex. But they are going to chase onto it as well. A kill picked up there. 6-0 now. Big Mac, what are you doing, my friend? You're far too deep here. This is surely another kill going across. The ignite goes down. Has he got the shield? No, he doesn't. Not on low enough to cool down.
And another very successful fight for Team Bro. Dragon did look a little bit dicey to begin with. You know, we thought they'd quit out Suka, but he did a good job. I believe. Oh, where did he get the heal from actually? I think it was Morbidly Beast that used the heal to save him. And he gets out with a brilliant Thresh Lantern on Roy Source. Starting to look very grim already for Team Bolton there. Just about 4k gold down at 8 minutes.
It's certainly not looking too healthy for them. And top lane grudge match continues. These two both just juking it out, as all top lanes do. They'll sit on an island for a good 20 minutes and then start showing up and making a real impact in these fights. And I was surprised that wasn't going to be a man life up there where he predicted that dash away.
Roy Source needs to step his game up, that's for sure. And
0-0-5 is not good, dude. Come on.
Come on. Why not? Why, you could be 0-0-6 now. Anyway, in this mid lane, Seren, he's 0-0. He's farming well against Coxes, but Coxes has had the roam presence. And again, that's another reason this bot lane is doing so well, that every time they've wanted or been able to power dive, they've just shown up, gone ham, and done that. Coxes does need to be careful though. Seren, about a quarter of the time left on his ultimate, and Cox is not going to have his for a while either. Does choose to back away, very wise. Is he going to be close to finishing his Rod of Ages?
No.
No, he is going to...
quite a way off.
Yeah, definitely a little way off on that one. But the upgrade tech score, side of Victor.
It's interesting because despite the Lissandra being 2-0-1 and she was ahead of Farm on Victor, He's still putting down so much damage. We've seen going there as well. A nice flay landing down as well. Royce very deep, and a nice hook comes out as well. Carly Bay Jetson goes down. Royce delivering the goods as well. It's maybe a kill going across onto Lana Del Bay too. Morbidly Obese will indeed get the double kill. 4-0-4 now. Meanwhile on the top lane, Salamander almost out of mana. Well, it is out of mana, sorry. Almost out of health too, it seems. And the pressure is just ramping up all across the map now. There's not much that Boltyn can do.
Every lane that's getting an advantage, pressing it. There's now nearly 20 CSEs in the top lane, which arguably is the lane we've seen the least action. Unfortunate failed tower dive from Team Boltyn, did lead to that one kill on Feel Out Rise. To get back into this, Boltyn need to just try and stabilize at least one of their lanes, aside from Seren is farming, but they're going to run into each other. They're going to try and fight this one now. Just looking to back away. Q lands.
He won't follow this one too deep. He's not sure where the Maokai is.
His mind's telling him no.
But his body.
My body. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
A Justin Bieber rendition there, yeah.
Yes. Now, this Maokai, I feel, is getting a little bit too far behind from where they want to be at this stage. They need him to be a tank presence in order to the flash in.
But he hasn't taken the lance and he threw it out for him, but it doesn't matter. He's got in there, and if the ult is down, it's a 3-man gank on mid, and he will go down there. Well played by Roy.
Yeah, a great flash up from Roy Source. Hasn't flashed on cooldown this time. He knows this means everything, so he's not going to look to waste that one, but he's showing his prowess on this champion time and time again. The lantern was thrown out, good lantern, unfortunately. Coxes and him not on the same page, hasn't managed it. To be fair, actually, we talked about that exhaust in Champ Select. It did almost save him. Had Lee Sin not turned up, he may have been able to get away.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, again, actually, something to highlight. MDD, Suka, and Royce have been very on point in their roams together. As the Equalizer comes down in the top lane.
Nice little zone control there as well. Yeah. Salamander going quite low. He's still walking through the ultimate though. Just going deep, very low. Down to about 300 HP. No one is there to kind of finish and follow up the kill from Bro. But that's still, lane dominance is being reinstated again.
Yeah. And it's leading, sitting at a 20 CS lead now on the side of Feel Out Rise. This Rumble, the next dragon is up in 144. Sitting on currently 500 gold. Another hook lands.
Again. How does he make these land all the time? Another kill going across on the bot lane. Lana Del Bay, they may want to dive this. Took out JT, does get caught on the tower by that Leona's stun, but won't drop down to it. And it's almost like he's bending these hooks.
Yeah.
It's crazy how he's landing them and how many he's landing too.
Here comes Mr. the Big Mac again on Feel Out Rise.
Chilling Smite comes down, the flash is forced out by Feel Out Rise, and he's learned from last time he's definitely not going to be diving that one again.
No, his flash wasn't up either. Had he had that up, it's just come up now. Had he had up a little bit earlier, he may have looked to counter flash as well. It is going to be a tower though going down on the bot lane in favor of Team Bro. It's going to be their first of the game. Dragon spawning in 1 minute. The amount of control that Team Bro have in this bot side, it feels very difficult. Oh, he's going in!
How brave is he feeling? Just enough to bait out the stun, and indeed that's now that's on cooldown now for a good 15 seconds.
Yeah.
So now will be a good time to try and make a move on something, or maybe the Dragon when it comes in 45 seconds, of course. We'll be back on cooldown by then, but either way.
It's a good pickup of the Skull Crab though, yeah. That's going to last for 1 minute, and it's going to sit, just past the spawn line, so they will, I think was there too, they will know if Boltyn try and see that one away. I don't think Boltyn are in a position to contest this right now. It would take a miracle, I feel like. It would have to be 4 to 5 man victor roll, layered with the laser as well and the Leona roll. And even then, I'm not entirely sure you'd kill anyone, because on the side of Team Bro, they are looking fairly tanky aside from Morbidly Obese at this stage.
Neither top lane has TP for the Dragon fight, so if they want to get down there, they need to push these waves up. As I just thought PLR was going to do, is going to push up and go to Dragon and make sure they can get it. But as it stands, Bro probably have enough damage and control on their team with just 4 members to be able to secure this without him.
And that mid lane tag going down as well is huge. It opens up the map so much. And again, all wave pretty much pushing in except for this top lane, and it's going to give a second dragon over on the side of Team Bro. Feel Out Rise wants this one. He does
a flash.
Yeah, but he does have the Leandry, so he's burning percentage health as well.
He's still chasing it though. His passive now fits in as well. Won't have any abilities for this next fight, and probably can't chase him too much further.
We're looking for Ace though.
We're seeing a nice fight come down. Lana Del Bay caught out right in the middle of everyone there. Gets one down. Still alive though, and a double kill coming in for Kozek's there. Very nicely played. And it's as we said, even as 4 men, they've got more than enough control to be able to secure this dragon, and they're under control in jungle area all on their own.
Yeah, and they've got 3 pink wards around. Ooh, that hook very close to landing. They're denying the vision from Team Boltyn as well. As you can see, there's 1 ward on the map as far as I'm aware on the side of Team Boltyn. Meanwhile, you got 3 binks and an additional ward. Oh, sorry, additional 3 wards in this blue side, all in this blue side jungle. They know where they have control, and they keep forcing these fights around this area, and they just keep increasing their lead.
Certainly exerting the pressure they've got very, very well. Say with the wards going down, but actually moving towards the top lane, there's no wards in the top side of the jungle, and we do see both Mr. Big and Salamander heading up there now to try and get down to Pilar Rice. He isn't particularly healthy.
Doesn't have the equalizer available either.
Mr. Labimba's gone the very, very long way around though. No flash. So they could get onto this one and get it down. This Chilling Smite goes down. He will fall down here in this top lane. Now the question is, how are Bro going to react to this? He's not actually going down yet. He's still alive. And he should surely drop down now. Come on, Mike. Come on, guys. You can get this. He's still running away, but the death ray comes in. Saren picks it up. And Bro reacts by pushing in the bot.
Yep. Meanwhile, that tower obviously going down a little bit. It's also pretty good win wave. Is she about to get this? I'm not entirely sure. At least they put themselves on the scoreboard now. You know, they managed to pick up a kill and a couple of assists. Crucially, it went over onto Saren, who I think at this stage is going to be the one. Ooh, that was going to land.
Well, Roy had flash, and I wasn't sure if we were going to see something kind of crazy coming out from him there.
It could have, maybe. I don't think the thing is he would be burning his flash for very little. He'd be getting a kill now on an 060 Corki. You know, he's not worth an awful lot of gold at this stage, so probably worth saving your flash for like the next one. Oh, we see some going at the here's the flash.
There it is, onto Lana Del Rey. Not the target they really wanted, but they're still going to get it anyway. JT will go down. Another kill onto Saren in that mid lane. And the tower goes down the top lane as well for the Maokai. A very good fight for them here.
Yeah, good thing. Pilar Rice drops the equalizer. Doesn't manage to pick him up with that. Oh, they're in trouble now.
A little bit out of position there, and a very whiffed ult there by Lana Del Rey. And as it stands, a kill is going to go across to Roy Source as they now going to walk out there, trading 1 for 1.
Yeah, this is going to let net on the bot lane tower as well, so good use of those kills. Going to trade that outer for this inner one.
Maokai's still in the top lane.
Yeah, he is looking for. He does have a big minion wave with him. Lee Sin about to respond. I mean, I guess this tower is going to take about maybe a third of his hit points, probably about a quarter. Not necessarily the greatest of trades, you have to feel.
He needs to start backing off now. Roy Source has come back too, just in case he doesn't decide to hang around for this tower. It looks like he's not going to. He's going to walk back instead. And what do you really see Bolton needs to be able to do now to be able to get back into this game?
He needs to start CSing. That's one thing. In this bot lane, 115 on Morbidly Obese to the 68 of Lana Del. Sorry, not Lana Del, Carly Faye Jepsen. That's a mammoth CS lead. And it's showing in the items. Sheen and a Vamp Scepter, almost the Fade versus the Infinity Edge, and almost the, he's probably at 200 gold off the Shiv at this point. They've got to just try and stall. I mean, even then, I worry for their late game anyway. They would have to take this to about an hour and maybe even get 5 dragons. I just don't think they can contend with this super solid mid game of Team Bro.
It's really weird how we've gone from game to game. We've spoke about the other teams as how desperate the situation sounds to them. We've said both teams, you need that play. It doesn't matter. The fight's breaking out now, and it looks like they're going to get in there. Salamander goes in and does lock down Morbidly Obese. Lana Del Rey, not as tanky as she needs to be able to stay in this one. Nice hit by JT. Saren was the guy they needed, and they got him down. He drops too, and they are now trying to return some fire down. Maybe trading back a kill or two. A nice dodge by JT there, but it's still not going to be enough. They're going to have to watch one back around.
And gets the hook.
Lands another legendary hook, and 7-0-2 on that Lysandra in the mid lane now. Absolutely huge. 3 kills across the Bro, and 17-2. The gold lead is nearly 10,000 now. What can they do? Besides CS, as you've already said.
Yeah, it's very, very grim right now for Team Bolton. I mean, we said this last game for Team in the side of Team Bro that to win they needed Baron and 5th Dragon consecutively to ace Team Bro. Oh, they're going even really deep on this.
Very, very. Oh, another hook lands. This should surely be the kill. Going across from there. He will stay long enough though to trade Pilar Rice back for his team, and then out under tower chasing them down. They're going very, very low actually. Bro are in full retreat. Big Mac is chasing down, but there's a lot of slows and CC on the team to stop it here. Coxex has to flash away, and they land down on Big Mac here. He's quite tanky. Should be able to say quite a difference. JT goes in the back and picks up Saren yet again. Lana Del Rey goes down too. Morbidly Beast going godlike. A double kill coming in as they chase towards the tower, and that's going to be an ace for Team Bro.
Man, this is just looking good. The team fighting out of Team Bro is just so on point. They look like they're in full retreat. They know Lee Sin is coming to back them up, and they just turn. Roy Source with the hook. I think it was even onto Leona. It doesn't really matter at this stage. You kill someone, you take the CC away, and you let Morbidly Obese and Cosex clean up. Now sitting on a death cap on a Rod of Ages, and I assume Morbidly Obese going back, sitting on 2.3 thousand gold. He can get himself a Shiv, and a BF if he wants does opt for the boots and a Vamp Scepter. Yeah, good pickup. There's no armor yet, really, on the side of Team Bolt. Just on Vista with a big man. And he's not feeling the threat from the studio on the stage. You know, he's not doing damage. And Lucian is very, very good kite.
Corky's so far behind. He's only still got 2 constituent parts like Trinity Force. And he had to pick up Vampirix to try and remain in lane. It's crazy how far behind he is. You know, he's less than half the gold. You've got probably a beast sat on over 9,000 gold. Over 9,000. And then you've also got, on this side, Carly Bay just sat on like 4,300.
Yeah.
How far behind he is horrific. There's really not much you can do to get back in the game at this stage. And given that Seren isn't going huge this game, admittedly they have focused on a lot better. That's a fantastic hit from Super JT. And there's just not the carry there to really get him back into the game. And they're going to really struggle to pull this one back if they have any chance at all.
Yeah, sure. I would honestly rate that chance right now between 1 and 2%. It's going to take a Baron and Lift Dragon. I mean, if you could say steal a Baron, I mean, it's happened already today. You could then maybe look to stall at your inhibitor. As long if they don't lose an inhibitor turret and they manage to secure a Baron, either through a steal. Oh, they've caught Lana Del Rey.
Nice blind check there into the bush, but he's going to go down. Fantastic equalizer comes down across the whole team. Carly Bay just have to back away straight.
Oh.
A fantastic crit coming in. That was filthy. And they're now going to push down onto this inhibitor tower.
Yeah, as we said, if they need to hold the inhibitor line, I'm not really sure if they can at this point. Things are going really, really grim for the team right now. All of their kills are on Seren, and he hasn't quite. Oh, is he good? Oh, doesn't quite get the kick down.
Calm down in seconds, not quite time just yet.
I mean, his team's pretty ahead. I think he's just trying to show off a little bit at this point.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, it's going to be the first inhibitor of the game going down at 21 minutes. That's, you know, pretty early for the inhibitor.
I mean, I have to give some kind of props to Super JT this game. He has played fantastic despite that slightly whipped kick. He's been fantastic. He got a brilliant kick on Seren last game, who at the time I believe was like, I think he was 3-2-0. He had a lot of damage and he's now 3-4-0. Thanks in part to JT making sure that he gets kicked back into his own team so he can be deleted straight away. And once he's gone, there's no real damage threat. You know, you've got the Udyr 0-3, you've got the Malphite 0-1, Corky 0-9. He's not going to be doing any damage. It's like being tickled. Yeah. It's just not enough. So as soon as Seren's gone, the damage is removed from that team.
Yeah, and I think part of the issue with the team comp from Riot Bolton's team is that if they don't snowball, they don't have a lot of damage. They're very tanky, or they can get very tanky, I should say. But Corky, Victor, it's a lot of magic damage again. All Rose team really needs to do is itemize magic resist. You know, the only threat at this stage is going to be Seren on this Victor, if at all. You know, he's finishing on a fully upgraded Hexcore and a Need to See. His damage is okay. If he catches morbidly a beast out, he could actually chunk him very hard, if not kill him. But it would be, you'd have to be so out of position for that to happen. I don't feel like it's very likely at all. And now with that inhibitor down as well, Bros team are just able to push around everywhere. You know, they can go top, get this last out of tower. They can even then just transition bot and take another inhibitor tower. They could Baron, I think, at this stage.
I think they could with how fed the Lucian is. He's got a lot of damage, and the percent health burn from Rumble as well would certainly help. Although it's capped against minions and monsters, is it not?
From the Leandries.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
We'll
against Baron.
But
no, against like Baron, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, it's either way, it still does a lot of damage. They can really race that down very, very quickly. But it looks
the flash!
Royce wants to keep being nice and flashy as he goes in with a wicked play onto there. Manages to catch down Lana Del Rey. Fantastic hook coming across. And Roy Source is really carrying these fights, I have to say. Despite his team being huge, these grabs are fantastic. In the back line as well. Hooks it onto Seren here. They really want to get him out of this fight straight away. And they are going in. A nice kick coming across from Sucker JT yet again to bring him down.
Is this game?
And it may well be game. Yeah, the burn
minions.
doesn't quite kill Mr. Big Mac. Mr. Le Big Mac, I should say. Yeah. But these two can't do much to defend against us now. They are pushing down.
They're a little bit
low.
Oh,
he might go down. Oh, yes, no. And the kill goes across to Seren.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I
and another
two kills going over. On the side of this is their comeback. This might be their comeback.
The things people will do for a tower.
Exactly, yeah. But that has netted them an inhibitor, right? Even with the 2 executes, I think that's definitely worth the trade. The only thing they need to do now, go to Baron, or even, I think even need Baron, go bot lane, get the last inhibitor. That, I think, puts the last nail in Rybom's coffin. Oh, sorry, not physically in his coffin, in his team's coffin.
So,
put it that way.
It's okay, man. We're not trying to kill you or anything.
Sorry, no conspiracy theories here.
Just in your team.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't need Baron, to be honest. You just seen how much.
No, exactly.
Admittedly, they gave 2 members to the tower.
I think they can literally just go.
Yeah, but there's not much these guys can do. Bolton can do now to get out of the base. You know.
Yeah.
Corky isn't doing. He's barely doing enough damage to be able to clear out the super minions.
I think this lane, like the optimal thing to do is send Rumble bot lane, clear out the way, get it pushing up, and then the rest of the team go Baron, get Baron. I believe the mid inhibitor is going to be respawning fairly soon, so they're going to want to grab that ASAP. Meanwhile, bot's pushing, then you just rotate for the last bot tower. Voila, Bob's your uncle.
And now they're going for Baron.
Yeah, there we go.
Just making that puts salt in the wounds, I think, more than just say, hey guys, look at all these minions. There's nothing you can do about this.
And if they don't even need to split push though, to be honest, like their 5v5 is so strong. Morbid Libby is 10 on the 14. He has had 2 fantastic games. I mean, 3 to be honest. You know, his Vayne play last game was good. It was just Sarah went huge, of course, and you know, held him back, to be honest. But this bot lane duo is more than a beast or Roy Source, you know? Why are you guys not duo queuing? Maybe they were.
Maybe they were.
Again.
They don't need.
Oh, here goes Roy Source.
Look how much damage to do to Salamander alone.
Oh, what a hook!
He's dropped down straight away, and as you say, always these hooks coming in. Down he goes as well, and the kill going over to Roy Source. They can surely just push in and end here. Yeah,
Maokai forced way out of that, back into where he lives in that forest. Can't help but feel this is game. Bolton's team needs to just at least go for a desperate and get.
The damage onto Serad is absolutely crazy. And one last fight to really end out this game is indeed going to go in favour of Riot Bro, deleting the enemy team. And that is going to be the best of 3 going over to Riot Bro and his team.
Yeah, congratulations to them. They're going to be super happy with this commandingly. Are they gonna
he goes in for the kick, but isn't quite in range to get it.
Is to get the kick off. Salamander, are you going to live, my friend? No, unfortunately. Okay. I feel this is just let's get as many kills as possible.
It is indeed, but the minions are going to finish that one off, and that is the game going over to Team Bro. GG, well played.
Yeah. What a fantastic series of games this has been. Down to the wire, first 2, and then Bro's team, like, we're turning the heat up. Absolutely fantastic. Now, to round this out, we're going to throw it over to the stage with your hosts, Riot Bro and Riot Bolton, to claim their team's victories.
Well, what a glorious series that was. That ended up with my triumphant victory.
You know what? You know what? Sometimes a Thresh puts you on their back and takes the victory, but I think my team gave a valiant effort. We had some strong plays. It was very nearly there.
You know, that swing in that second game almost brought me to tears. I'm not going to lie.
I actually did see some tears on you, I think. It was just a silent weeping in the background. Guys, we've got a bunch more games coming up. We've got the finals on their way. Up until then, there's a lot of great activities going on here at NUEL Live. We've got the Twitch lounge in the back where you can play League of Legends. We've also got a ton of board games set up and a bunch of great food outside in the main hall. Until then, we're going to throw it over to the analyst desk and make it. Oh,
no, actually we're not. We're going to grab Roy Sauce.
Oh, yeah, that's
my
right.
Team Riot Bro, and we're going to grab a quick interview with him just to talk about some of the amazing Thresh plays that he pulled off. So come on over here, buddy. Yeah. There you go. So, your Thresh was 4-0-24 in that last game. How?
Don't know what to say, really. All we've got to say is Thresh is just such an OP champion. You just saw it there. Like, I honestly think Thresh could have 0 damage on any of his abilities, and I would still go 4-0-24. I am annoyed. Ollie had 1 more kill participation than me. He was playing Lucian, he died. I don't know where he got that extra kill from, but I don't know. I think once you play him a certain amount of time, especially against Corki, like, you just flay him out of the, what's his ability called with the...
Valkyrie?
Valkyrie. Out with the Valkyrie, like, it's just easy. You just flay him out of the Valkyrie, and especially when Flash is down to just 3 kills. And then after that, you just get used to it and you just hit hooks, and that was a good follow-up from the team, and so I don't know what else to say, really.
Yeah.
It was just good play.
But you were like some insane hooks, and not only on Thresh, but also on Nautilus. So you played 3 hook champions in those 3 different games, 3 different hook champions. So what was your favorite hook out of all the hooks you landed?
I had to be in the first game.
Yeah.
In the mid lane, we did a Flash Ballista combo.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was on, but after missing
it was Annie. Yeah.
Yeah. After missing about 20 hooks and missing about 20 Ballista combos to do like both of them together and to hit the Flash Ballista combo, that was my favorite one out of the entire game. That was good.
All right. So one final question. How was it playing on a stage in front of this awesome crowd and at NUEL Live? How's this experience been so far?
It's like absolutely amazing. Like, even though there's a 3-minute delay on the stream, the crowd was like super loud, and like it really does spur you on. It's nice because when you hear a cheer, you have to think, oh, what happened 3 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And it's a really funny thing like that, but it's like great. The production quality is great. The All-Star, it was an amazing event. I thought all 3 games were fun, even though we got absolutely destroyed in game 2. It was still really fun to be a part of, and I'm super looking forward to the finals.
Awesome. Thank you, man. And congratulations. Do you want to talk to Serene?
Man.
Bring over Serene real quick?
What?
Serene.
Serene, I need to talk to you a little bit about how to be a god at Swain. So, you were pretty much the core of all of our team comps. What made you think the Swain game was really your standout game where you were able to carry the team to victory?
Swain just tends to be like good. Just late game, like they tried to kill you, and unless they have like 2-3 ignites, they just can't kill you. And like they picked Via Nautilus and just didn't use any of the CC on me. Like it just seemed to be like we just put the Corky bait out there, and like every time we just reeled you in. Like yeah. They just, if you don't focus Swain, you just can't kill him. And later on in the fights, you just can't. So yeah.
Is Swain the meta that you think we're going to see her in LCS? See him in LCS coming out soon?
No, like he's dominant in like lanes because he's not really seen that much, and like people think they can just buy around Omicron and beat him. But in like these big team comps, you can just counter him really easily. Like in the later games when they just 3-man ganked mid, if they did that in the Swain game, like I just die. So
do you feel like your performance in lane would have been a lot better in Game 1 and Game 3 if their support player had not roamed mid as much?
If he hadn't have roamed, like if we had the ward coverage like down the bot side, if I was able to get back and have that like gold advantage to get the wards, then it wouldn't have made that much of a difference. But because he was roaming and I didn't have that advantage, like it didn't really make much of a difference. Like the guy, he was gonna roam anyway, and it would just put me out of like more CS. So I'd just lose CS, to be honest.
So I've also, I did a little bit of polling the audience, and I think there's a general consensus that even though we weren't able to win, Team Bolton is the much more attractive team of the two. Do you get that sense from just the sort of your compatriots on Team Bolton?
I do, yeah. I do, yeah.
All right, great. Well, thank you very much. Awesome games. Super great play.
Guys, give it up for Team Riot Bolton and Team Riot Bro.
Yeah.
And I believe with that, we will throw it back over to the handsome guys at the analysis desk.
Got it. Handsome guy as well. You got two handsome guys up on stage there. No. And we are going to get through this final game. There wasn't much to analyze. It was a complete whitewash. I think the Riot Bros side said we'd had enough. Bit of a troll composition in the second game. Let's turn the heat up. Let's just finish this one out and take the series. I mean, we start off every lane one, every single lane one. Even Victor went even for the majority of the game, but apart from that, every lane and really won. And both of you picked up on this.
Yeah, there was. I mean, the main turning point was about 5 minutes where there was a gank top lane which failed, and then Bro ganked bot lane. They 4-man dive and they got 2 kills. And I think from then on, the game was almost just out of control.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the ganks top and bot, and we were talking about the composition was a little bit more try-hard. But VDS, you were saying just the overall performance was dominating, all centered around those amazing hooks as well coming out from Roy Source. The Thresh is his main champion. You expect him to perform.
Yeah, you can see when they went into Champ Select, Roy Source just casually turned to his team and said, pick me Thresh, guys, just pick me Thresh. And you can see how confident he was in lane. He landed every hook. He landed every flay, all the Valkyries that you interrupted. His roaming was great, again, like exactly the same in the first lane. So it was a great performance by Roy Source once again. Yeah, like we said, not much to talk about that game. It was Riot Bros team running away with it. Far and clear, and GG's to Roy Source. Although I have to give a special mention to Seren. That guy was entertaining at the very least in that second game with an amazing swing carry. But stick around, guys, because the main event is soon to come. We'll be joined back with another analyst desk hosted by Synergy, the guy that was casting last game, and I'll be up on the casting desk. You've got Birmingham Storm versus Nottingham Bears, the National University Esports League Championship final. That's going to be a big one, best of 5, starting at 3 p.m, maybe a little bit delayed, but around that time we should be going. Going to give a quick shout out to all of our partners here. We've got Samsung SSD, we've got Twitch.tv, Overclockers UK, and obviously the wonderful ESL. They're doing all of the production here, and they've been absolutely fantastic at it. Stick around, guys. You won't want to miss it.
Overclockers UK are proud to say we're accepting bitcoins. But what are bitcoins? Bitcoin is a digital currency which you generate through a Bitcoin miner and they're stored in your digital wallet. So when you feel like upgrading and treating yourself, it's a really simple way to pay. Just add the products to the basket like you normally would, then at the checkout, choose Pay with Bitcoins. Then it will whisk you away to a Bitcoin interface, where it will show you how many Bitcoins it'll cost and provide you with a keychain for the transaction. From here, you can go to your wallet or the Bitcoin marketplace and use the keychain to make the transaction. Then we receive it in real money, and hey presto. Super simple, super easy, super safe. Happy shopping from all of us here at Overclockers UK.
Is now arriving. He's going to be able to get that repel. Can he finish it off with the penalty spike? The dead centers from the other side of the map.
Everyone, but he's just pretty ineffectual without much damage. Oh, three-man knockup forward by Yasuo. That has got to be game.
What's up everyone, Mark from Overclockers UK here. Today we're looking at the Avexa Raiden series of memory. Now, Avexa Raiden has a plasma tube that runs across the top of the memory module. This is an exclusive patent that Avexa have got. It's really, really awesome as well. It sets your system aside from anybody else and one of the most unique features I've ever seen on a memory module. Now, this is exclusive to Overclockers UK. At the moment, only available in DDR3, but for the future, we're going to be looking at DDR4 and different colours. So make sure you check out Overclockers UK for updates on that, and I'll catch you again next time.
We are back. We are live, and we are at the NUEL live event. Next up is the National University Championships. And can I hear in the crowd, who here is hyped for those matches?
Yeah.
You know, I think you guys can do a little bit better than that. So on the count of 3, I want you to make as much noise as you can, right? 1, 2, 3. There we go.
I think they're ready. I think they're ready.
Yeah, for sure.
So from over 300 teams, we've narrowed it down to the very best 2 in the nation. That's University of Birmingham and University of Nottingham.
Yes, and their team names are Birmingham Storm and Nottingham Bears. So
there are some top tier players in here. They're going to be executing some of the craziest plays you will see in the university scene anywhere in the world. I actually think, in my opinion, the UK is one step ahead of almost anywhere else I've seen.
You know, I think that they're going to be executing some of the craziest plays on some of the craziest setup in the university scene, because the setup here is amazing. Like, the crowd is amped. The stage looks excellent. ESL have done an amazing job helping the NUEL out with this production. And, like, look at this. The trophies, it's sitting right there. It's waiting to be claimed by either one of these teams.
It's really about who wants it more, who has put more time into the practice, the organization, the planning, the forethought. These teams have played each other many times, but who's going to bring out all the stops, all the tricks, all the tips to make sure that they succeed in this most important best of 5?
These guys actually played each other pretty recently at another university level event called King of the North. But let's not talk about that here on stage. You know, I think we should give it over to the analyst desk and have them break down these teams for us and tell us exactly what we have in store.
Thank you very much, guys. My name is Synergy. Joining me here on the analyst desk is going to be Vedius and Frozen Dawn. And welcome to the National University Esports League's National Championships Grand Final. This is going to be exciting. I'm so glad you're joining us. Just a little bit of an introduction at first. What is the NUEL? If you haven't heard of us before, it's your first time joining us, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of what we are. So basically, we're a university league in the UK, and we have over 350 teams across the country from 85 different universities. This has been running for 4 years, and this is the first time we've managed to run a live event. And it's been absolutely incredible so far today, guys, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, onto the teams themselves. How did they get here? Well, over the academic year, they play in 3 separate tournaments. Winning or placing highly in a tournament gives you championship points. From those championship points, the top 3 were seeded directly into the semi-finals, while the 4th place was gained in a wildcard tournament of the next 73 teams. That was Grey Warwick versus Birmingham Storm in one semi-final, and the other semi-final was Cambridge Dongers versus the Nottingham Bears. Now, obviously here on stage, we have Birmingham Storm and Nottingham Bears, so you can guess who won their semi-finals. It's going to be fantastic. These are 2 very top-tier teams, and they're so close. As you can see on the screen, this is Birmingham Storm. In the top lane, we have Kuznia. In the jungle, we have Davidoff. In the mid lane, it's going to be Nyx. At marksman, it's going to be Blue Bear. And in support, it's going to be Overload. Now, these guys are actually tied in their head-to-head record. As you can see, Nottingham now on your screen. In the top lane, we're going to be having Billy. In the jungle, it's going to be MC Hal. In the mid lane, it's Crowns. AD carry, it will be RFI. And bringing home in support, it's Bears Are People. We have seen a resurgent Nottingham, it's safe to say, in the last few months. They struggled a little bit before Christmas, but they looked okay. They ended a role swap at Christmas where they moved their AD carry to jungle and vice versa. In the first week back in our March tournament, they went 0-3. They looked very, very weak, it's fair to say. They've turned that around in the second week, and they went 3-0. They beat out Birmingham Storm, crucially. So they're going to be having a little bit of confidence coming into this one. Also, external to the NUEL, they played in the King of the North finals, where it was actually a 2-0 win to Nottingham as well, although playing with Birmingham were playing with a sub. Birmingham also have a very big history of finishing second. Now, I hate to bring the forever second into this, but in about the last 8 tournaments, they have come second in about 6 of them. Never quite clinched that first spot, but this is the time that they have to make the impact. This is their time to go for glory. Now, going to throw it over to you, Frozen Dawn. What do you think Birmingham are likely to do in these finals, to try and claim that top spot?
I think they need to do kind of what they always do and just do it really, really well. So rely on Kuznia's teleports to get themselves ahead in the laning phase, typically in the bottom half of the map, and then snowball this into strong mid-game teamfight control and just snowball objectives off of that. And if they get that right, because Kuznia is just amazing with his TPs, if they get that right, I think they can certainly win some games here.
The game that we typically see focus around the mid lane and their bot lane, as you've just said. Now, these TPs are going to be very, very important. How do you see Kuznia as a top laner, stacking up against Trash Club Billy?
I think it's a very even matchup. I think Kuznia he's kind of happy to neutralize his lane so long as he gets off the good teleports. I think that's kind of his thing. So I kind of expect to see him on some sort of utility-based champions or just sort of assist the team champions and then go from there. So Billy, and with Billy, I'm not sure whether or not he's going to try and counter that, but we're going to have to see with regards to that.
Yeah, okay, now throwing it over to the other side to Nottingham. Andy, you've got a lot to say about them.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of speaking to MC Hal, their jungler, and he's given me a bit of an insight into what they think about their team. So generally their team orientates around the top lane and the mid lane. The MC Hal really feels that he's got a really good synergy with his top laner, and he's generally their carry. He's the one that the team regards as, if we get Trash Club Billy ahead, we'll sit on his back and he'll do all the work for us. So there's a lot of synergy between the top and the jungle, so I think we'll see a lot of focus and effort up there. And I think that they're just hoping that their bot lane will play pretty passively. They'll just do their best to get through the laning phase without too many casualties, while their top and mid slowly build up an advantage throughout the game.
Right, and so I'll just have a quick focus on Billy, actually. You're saying he's the sort of star player, or is the one they can rely on to carry. Would you expect to see him on the more carry-orientated champions like Aurelia, that sort of thing?
Definitely. Yeah. I feel like something like Aurelia will be a massive priority pick for them. I think they want him on those top, really good scaling top laners that can work really well into tanks as well. We've talked a lot about Kuznia's TP, and we haven't seen so much from Trash Club Billy, but it'll be exciting to see if that coordination, the TPs from him, will have a massive impact on the game. Okay,
it's interesting you mentioned the tankier champions, actually, because we've seen a little bit of a shift in the jungle meta since 5.5, which actually is worth noting. We are playing on 5.5, which isn't the patch on live, it's one back. We are on the tournament realm, so the changes to the likes of Athene's haven't quite made it through yet. Over to you, Frozen Dawn. This jungle meta now, how do you feel? We think we're going to tanks? Is that quite likely?
So, most likely, simply because they're just so strong with Cinderhulk. And then obviously Sejuani is kind of the priority. Yeah. And then, scaling down something like Zac or Nautilus, maybe even Volibear.
Okay.
So I think they will be the priorities, just because they are just so much more dominant than the other junglers at the moment.
Yeah, and so in the relation to the team compositions and what you like to see, do you think Nottingham and Birmingham VDS are likely to pick up those tanky jungles, or do you think we'll maybe see, going back to the old sort of Rek'Sai Lee Sin?
I think both teams quite like that team fight. Yeah. I think they both really like to just get into the mid lane, both press R pretty much as often as possible and fight as much as they can, especially around those dragons. So I think we'll see a lot of mid-game action from both teams. So because of that, I think we will see tanks from both sides. And I've heard a bit that MC Hal really likes that Skarner pick right now. So I'm expecting to see the Cinderhulk Skarner coming out from there.
Yeah, but definitely very interesting. And you actually touched on the dragons. So over to you, Frozen Dawn. I feel like between these two teams, this is going to be the big point of contention. Like, games can easily be decided around that dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way the TP works could really affect the dragon control. So if Kaznia teleports down and they get a few kills, but then goes back to lane, they can lose the dragon control because Billy's TP will still be up.
Yeah.
But typically when Kaznia does teleport, they do somehow get an objective from it, whether it's dragon or turret or just dragon and turret. It's really on that. But if it does somehow get countered and they have the TP dragon spawn in balance, I think that could be something they have to really be concerned with.
Yeah, so Vidius, I think it would be safe to say, we said they like these team-fighting compositions, but it's not necessarily to say that they will be team-fighting the whole time. They're probably going to be more objective-focused.
Yeah, I think Birmingham are a smart team. Having known them for a while, they are very objective-focused. Yeah. If it comes down to chasing a kill or getting a tower, they'll smartly take the tower, which is what they need to be doing. I don't know how great the teams are at planning when to do Dragon, whether it's either a spur-of-the-moment thing or whether or not they have a well-thought-out plan in advance of, okay, we're going to put a lot of pressure bot, we're going to force the bot lane back, and then we're going to rotate up to the Drake. So it'll be interesting to see how both bot lanes and how both teams react to each other's plays around the Dragon.
Yeah, I'll touch briefly on the mid lane. This is something we've seen, especially in this matchup between Nottingham and Birmingham in the past, has been quite volatile. Nick's one of those players who really likes to go very aggressive on people. Likes of Zed we see a lot from him. He likes those assassins, like those high damage mages. Is that something we can expect to see again in this?
It depends. His Xerath is extremely strong, but if Xerath does get banned away, then Nyx will probably be playing an assassin. And in that sense, he's kind of predictable. I know that Warwick, for example, Grey Warwick that is, played Lulu against him and sort of shut him down. So he's, in that sense, potentially counterable, but at the same time, his Zed is just really dominant. He can split push or he can team fight quite effectively, so I'm not sure. Do you have anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, the thing about Nottingham's mid laners, I know he's quite mage orientated. He likes those like CC heavy, high damage AoE sort of mages.
I've seen Ziggs a lot from him.
Yeah, he's quite well known for his Ziggs within the Nor. As well as that, I think he's picked up Orianna quite a few times. Yeah. And I don't know, does he? I believe he plays a bit Xerath himself.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So he does like those mages, and considering he likes mages, perhaps we'll see a Victor out of him today. One of the rising mid laners that are currently currying up in the current meta. So. But against an assassin, it's a bit of a tricky matchup because if you take a mage into an assassin, ideally what you want is the pressure put onto the assassin so that he can't shut down the mage. Yeah. Because mages scale really well into the mid to late game, whereas assassins are pretty strong in the early to mid game. So if we have Nyx on an assassin, I expect him to be having really good vision control from his jungler and from supporting team to make sure that he has vision and he knows what's going on in the map.
And on the vision control, Birmingham does really, really like to put a lot of vision around the mid lane. I know that typically their jungler will always put a pink ward down on his first back in one of the side lane bushes, just to make sure Nyx doesn't fall behind, because they know he's this sort of backbone for the team.
Right, and as you mentioned, that very, very solid player. And sometimes it feels like Birmingham almost live and die by him occasionally. If Kuznia can't quite get the teleports that he wants, the bot lane doesn't necessarily get as rolling as they'd like, it often falls to Nyx to carry these games. And it's not something I'd be surprised to see today, even if he gets shut down hard. Will the team falter? Well, they've been doing a lot of practice, of course, recently. So can the rest of the team step up? And actually, it's going to bring me on nicely to the bot lane. Blue Baron Overload. Overload recently joined the team. He's only started this year, but he came in as a very high-rated player. Pulling out some fantastic plays over summer. It's very credible for his Nami play. Hasn't been playing it as much recently, but his Thresh has risen up. Do we expect to see one of those aggressive playmaking supports?
Potentially, I think. Well, I think it depends, because Blue Bear against Grey Warwick did underperform. I think he got caught out quite a lot, and I mean they were ahead enough that it didn't matter. But were they to be more neutral, they could have actually lost the game from Blue Bear, but getting caught. I think he got caught twice significantly. And so you might see Overload playing a support champion that can actually make sure Blue Bear doesn't get in those situations. So either has the peel, for example, like a Janna, or perhaps an Army who can make sure he stays safe. But then at the same time, if the team is going for some sort of dive comp, I think Overload can sort of play. Well, he has a very wide champion pool, and I think Thresh is going to be quite a contested pick.
Yeah, so in relation to something like the LCS, we may see him fill that Lust Boy sort of role for TSM. He plays very defensively. We like to know Wild Turtle plays very aggressively. And the same with Blue Bear, actually. And when he gets a lead, he is very, very aggressive, and that's quite difficult to deal with in team fights. His positioning is generally very good. I mean, I think that was a bad game from him that you may say. We are used to seeing him go actually quite big on the likes of Jinx, and he loves Kog'Maw hyper carry type things. So if he does get rolling, he will be the carry for his team. And Andy, you got something to say?
Yeah, I think we should keep an eye out for lane swaps this game in particular. I feel that Personally, Nottingham have somewhat of a stronger bot lane. In the straight-up 2v2, I think Nottingham have the slight edge, just because their current picks, they're a big fan of the Annie, they're a really big fan of the Morgana, and they really like those early to mid-game bot lanes. So I think they have a slight advantage. So maybe Birmingham will look to bring in the lane swap, or maybe they'll just aim to put a lot of their pressure on the bot lane to help out the potentially slightly weaker components of their team.
Right, and that's a throwback to the previous point I think we all made, that Birmingham sort of revolve around this bot side of the map in general. I mean, maybe something they've been practicing, we don't necessarily know, but if they did flip their bot lane up to the top side of the map, it does sort of throw things off a little bit. It may be certainly not used to what we're used to seeing from them. So, sorry, have you got something to say?
Well, it's just, if they do go for the lane swap, it nullifies a lot of what Kuznia does with his teleport. Or not necessarily nullifies, but makes it less effective. So he can't just shove his lane and then roam and not lose his turret. If he's being lane swapped into and teleports away, he is going to lose that turret. And if they lane swap, if it is Birmingham that chooses to lane swap, they'll probably lose Dragon as well. And of course he'll be less impactful. I think it's a bit worrying.
Right.
However, it's also important to consider that perhaps Birmingham are aware that the top laner for Nottingham is their carry. So perhaps what they're actually thinking is maybe we should put the enemy top laner in an uncomfortable situation. We'll deny him as much farm as we can. We'll make sure that even though he's on these carry top laners, he doesn't actually get the chance to carry because he's so far and starved behind. So perhaps that might be one of Birmingham's rationale for the lane swap.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say that Kuznia is quite used to not playing with all the resources that his team might have. That's generally, I draw a lot of parallels to TSM again. They tend to deny the farm away from their top lane, Dyrus, of course. And it's not that they're denying Kuznia. He's doing very well, of course, but they don't necessarily, they try and give a lot of their pressure towards that mid, towards that bot lane. And if you were to flip that, he'd be probably quite happy in this lane, in a 1v2, just sort of like, I'm doing okay. I'll be fine in about 10 minutes' time. Then I'm going to make these high-impact plays with my teleport come down to the Dragon. Is that the sort of thing you might
Yeah, I think this also fits with his typical sort of champion pool, which is effectively utility champions or tanks. So his Morgana is very strong, and Lulu's quite in the meta at the moment. So I think if they were to lane swap and then go for something as utility-based as like Morgana or Lulu, I think that could certainly work in their favor. And no matter how far he gets behind, he's still then extremely useful for his team. And again, protecting something like Bluebear's Jinx, if he's going for Jinx, they might want to, Morgana for that is very effective.
Yeah, it'd actually be quite interesting to see if they look to run something like the Juggernaut comp that we've seen a lot. Do you think, is that likely?
Potentially. We do know that Bluebear's picked Cogmore quite a few times this NUEL split. And I'd say it has sort of mixed results. At the King of the North, I believe Nottingham came out ahead with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah.
But then in the past, we have seen that Birmingham came out 2 ahead.
Yeah,
I think it was
back in December. I believe,
yeah. So we definitely know that both teams, I'd say that they're pretty equal. We don't know how much they've been practicing recently, and I think it could come up to, it'll definitely be a really interesting matchup.
Right, and there's just one last point I'd kind of like to touch on, which is Fizz. Yeah. Obviously, we've seen the rise of AD Fizz quite recently, going Trinity Force, Blade the Ring, and that sort of build. Actually, both of these teams favor playing him in the jungle compared to the top lane. Now, Will, do you want to just talk about that briefly?
Sure. So Fizz is, I guess he's the best carry jungler at the moment, even though it's a tank meta, almost entirely because he can shred the tanks.
Yeah.
And his pressure, even early game, is just extremely high. And then he can also focus individuals once he hits 6, so he can easily gank mid lane. He can easily gank, I say easily, but he can. He's very competent when it comes to ganking mid lane and ganking bot lane. So in that sense, he's a very strong pick, I think.
Yeah, it also, I'd say it actually works more in favor of Nottingham, the Fizz pick, just because of Crowns' champ pool.
Okay, yeah.
So because Nyx likes to play those hard carry type of mid laners, you don't necessarily also want a hard carry jungler. If you've got a heavy hard carry mid laner, ideally C reliant, damage heavy, sort of made crash gut Billy, the Fizz will go in, while the mid laner sort of provides a bit of extra utility, a bit of extra support for his AD carry, so that he's keeping his AD carry alive as long as possible. So I remember quite a while back, a few years ago even, back when that was one of his comfort picks, Oriana. It was something that he would regularly bring out if there was, if there was nothing else to bring. But the only issue with Oriana these days is that, like all majors really suffer from, is that with tanks come a lot of CC.
Yeah.
And so mid lane, if your flash is gone, you have to be very, very scared, because things like a Volibear, things like a Zac, things like a Sejuani, things like a Skarner, these things are terrifying.
Get on top of you very easily.
It's really scary for an Oriana that's got no flash. But then the same goes for Krabs. He does like these mages, and if Birmingham are running these type of things, he needs to be careful, because generally assassins like LeBlanc, like Zed, all have quite natural escapes, whereas those mages don't quite have that mobility.
Yeah. So, for those who aren't aware, this is a best-of-5 series. Now, I'm going to ask you, how do you see this going in terms of score, but also the way in which it develops? Like, do you think it's going to be a quick 3-0 either way? Is it going to be a long, drawn-out 3-2? Start with you, Frozen Dawn.
I think both teams have a lot of sort of pocket picks that they can pull out, and because of this, I think the game, the scoreline could really sway. So I'm not sure who I'd give the first game to, but nonetheless. I think they're probably going to be a 3-2 or a 3-1. I think if the pocket picks don't work, they'll resort back to what they did their sort of standard playstyle, and then if the other team can then overcome that playstyle, I think it would just be a 3-1.
Yep, and you, Vedius?
Yeah, I feel that Nottingham have a better read of Birmingham than Birmingham do of Nottingham.
Okay.
No discredit to Birmingham, they're obviously a very good team. I just felt that I feel that Nottingham's planning and insight into Birmingham is just deeper, I suppose, and I think they've got a lot of well thought out plans and everything. They've taken into account a lot of different scenarios, and so I think overall Nottingham will win, but it'll either, as Frozen Dawn said, it'll either be a 3-1 or a 3-2 in favour of Nottingham.
Yep.
I think I certainly agree with you to some extent, but I somewhat feel that Birmingham has the passion and the drive to win this. I mean, the whole forever second thing, and
they want to get rid of that.
Yeah, and they all turned up in their matching jumpers or whatever, the University of Birmingham sport jumpers, and they all seem like they're just feeling really passionate about winning this, because this is for most of them their last opportunity to play in the NUEL, and I think they really want to prove a name for themselves. And I'm not saying Nottingham obviously don't want to win. It's just I do feel like Birmingham has that extra something with regards to momentum going in here.
Yeah, and so as worth touching on the fact that it is a best-of-5 series, how does that change your mindset come to the game? These teams, I think Birmingham played a best-of-5 against Cambridge in the summer. They unfortunately lost that 3-1. Nottingham, on the other hand, have not had experience in such a long series. They played a lot of best-of-3s, and we played best-of-1s during our group stage. Do you think that's going to have an impact on their team, Vedius?
I think Nottingham are really good at adapting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. We've seen, as you said, we've seen Birmingham in a lot of best-of-3s, and especially against Cambridge, I felt like they didn't adapt as well as they could have. They saw a lot of picks that were sort of common, and they didn't react as well as you'd expect from a team like that. Maybe they were just having a bad day. Maybe it does happen to the best of us. But I do feel like Nottingham will adapt much quicker and much better to the best-of-5 series.
Okay. The only thing I think that Birmingham seems to have two separate team comp play styles. So they have their if we get a mage mid, so something like Xerath on Nyx, but then they also have their if we get an assassin mid. And I think those two branches that they can go down could be very important, because they might try one branch in the first game, see whether it wins or loses, and then carry on going with it. But if it loses, then try their second branch, and whether that might then sort of have a different outcome. So Nottingham has to prepare for this kind of either assassin comp or a team fight mage orientated comp. So I think if one of those is typically more successful, this could perhaps be the sort of swaying factor.
And the other thing I'd like to add to that is having known both teams fairly well, neither of them are really quite tilty teams. I feel like even if they lose one game or even two games, their mindset will stay positive. They'll still keep their head within the game. They'll think, don't worry guys, it's just one loss. It's a best-of-5 series. We can definitely pull this back. Let's just think about what went wrong last game and what we can do this game to make sure that those mistakes don't happen again.
Yeah, just something interesting to touch on. During lots of the series I've seen with Birmingham, they go in with a very, very strong plan, a definite plan, but occasionally if you can rattle them, they do sometimes, try and reactively ban, in the second game of a series or even third case. Is that something that maybe to worry about? I mean, we saw the in-game that as you said, I don't think they're one of those tilt teams. They are emotional, but not in the sense that it's going to get to me and I'm going to worry about it. They're going to stay strong, keep playing the game and play it till it's over, basically. Do you see any possible panic and reacting? Say something goes really big in game one, and then you're like, you change your bans completely to try and deal with it, but maybe that actually opens up. It's not a good thing for you.
It might be. I mean, that can always work both ways. So, for example, you might try something, it might work really well. So you try it again, but you're too focused on making sure it works to realize that actually they've somehow sort of countered you and you haven't realized. That's something that happens to all teams and simply is a matter of experience here. But because both teams are so experienced, I'm not entirely sure. Well, I mean, so it could happen, but I don't think they're as susceptible to it as other teams.
Yeah, I think what a lot of people tend to forget is when you go into a best of one, you generally think of, okay, these are their strongest players. What we can either do is we can ban out their strongest players, or we can ban out what we don't want to play against. Yeah. So if we go back a really, really long time, back to Moscow 5, now these guys used to ban things that they just hated to play against. And it really worked for them. They hated Rammus, they hated things like Mordekaiser, and these annoying champions, they'd be like, no, we just don't want to play against it, we'll just ban it, and it doesn't matter if they play it or not. Yeah. Those are just champions that they do not want to play against.
We'll deal with anything else.
Yeah, we'll deal with everything else. So whereas other teams tend to focus bans, so you'll see in the LCS these days, like Pepinero from Giants, he tends to get a lot of target bans. Yeah. People think he's the strongest player on Giants, and we're like, no, what we'll do is we'll ban you out, and we'll just deal with the other weaker, arguably weaker players on the team. So the problem is if teams go in with one strat, so for example, say they want to target ban a single player, but then all of a sudden halfway through they change like, oh no, I've just remembered I don't want to play against a Fiora, let's ban it out. Then that could really it could ruin their mentality, and it could just overall accidentally, as Frozen said, ruin their team comp without even realizing.
Yeah. I think as well Nottingham did actually do this against Birmingham, so I think the last time they met when Nottingham went 2-0, 2-0 against them, they banned out Blue Bear. So I think Blue Bear had like 3 main AD canned, 2 of them picked the first one. So I think they picked Jinx and they banned, I think, Graves and Sivir. Graves and Sivir, thank you, yes. So in doing so, suddenly Blue Bear couldn't play, well, there was no AD carries he felt comfortable enough on. And as a result, well, not entirely, but Blue Bear said, as a result, like they got trashed bot lane and it kind of snowballed out of control there. So I believe Blue Bear has kind of changed his champion pool slightly enough to be able to deal with this, but it is those kind of, he was completely unaware that he could actually be banned out completely, and then when it happens, and you have to, move on and change your champion pools and diversify a bit. So something like this could happen where they pick one player, realize they're slightly weaker in this particular situation, completely ban them out. The kind of way they might do this is ban, say, 2 or 3 tanky junglers and pick Fizz, and then suddenly you've actually got almost like no sort of comfortable or viable junglers that you can actually play, and then kind of win a game off that. So that's the sort of possibility. That's why I think the scoreline is actually going to be quite close.
Yeah. So developing on from this point on bans, is there any player you would, if we were going to see target bans, do this both for Nottingham and Birmingham, who would you expect to see on each team? We'll start with Nottingham with you, Vidius.
So I think, hang on, do you want me to say who Nottingham will target ban?
No, sorry, bans against Nottingham.
Right, bans against
If it was going to be targeted at someone, who do you think that's going to be?
I definitely think it will be Trash Club Billy. Okay. I think that top laner is a bit of a beast. Yes. I think he plays those type of, I know he's well known for his Irelia, and that is not a champion you want to give away to someone who knows how to play it. So I think a few target bans will go to him, but I also think a few target bans will go to their support, because their support is a really talented Annie player, from what I've heard. And we've seen it on Lust Boy. If you get those, oh look, let's hang around the dragon, let's just wait, and then all of a sudden Annie flashes 5-man Tibbers, and then you've lost the team fight before you've even started. So I think in terms of Birmingham might target ban the top laner and the support.
Okay. And on the side of Birmingham, what do you think?
So I agree that Birmingham will probably do that. Realistically, I think pretty much agree with everything you just said there. I think you want to take away Birmingham's comfort picks, so I think you want to take away the Xerath because it's just so hard to deal with. And then I think you want to take away Sivir just because Blue Bear on Sivir is just really, really strong, and it also gives them a lot of options. They can have a disengaged sort of combo, again engaged comp, and then because of the spell shield, it kind of locks out certain champions like Lysandra and Vi aren't as viable if you're running something like against something like a Sivir. So I think I'd ban out Xerath, ban out Sivir, and then maybe take away something like Jinx or Thresh, perhaps, or maybe like something like Janna. If you actually leave Xerath Omen, you could take something like ban away Janna. But I think something like a Thresh to avoid the playmaking situation, and then it helps because Kuznia will synergize with his teleports with the bot lane. So if you take away some of the bot lane sort of playmakers or the hard engagers, I think you could then sort of deny Kuznia opportunities to make plays.
Okay. Oh yeah, Andy.
Yeah. So the only thing I want to add to that is. I know that Kuznia was once famous for his Singe. Yeah. So I don't know how much they've been practicing that, but that could be a little pocket pick that they're planning. It is a long series, as we've already talked about. It could, for all we know, he might be willing to just bring it out and be like, oh, you want to play Aurelia? Fine, I'm going to play my hard carry. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to this series. I think it's two quality teams, and there'll be some really good games.
Yeah, and certainly, so in general, I think what we're going to see is a bit more of diverse bans from Nottingham, mainly aimed around the bot side of the map again. If something weird comes out top lane, if we do see this cinch, it may be something that's banned later on, but we feel Birmingham's strategy is mainly going to be focused around the top lane. I think that's pretty fair to say. Guys, we are going to cut to a very quick break, because, I think actually we're ready to go over to the casters. Scrap that. We're going to send it over to Ex-Scoundrel and Asigilus.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Are you ready, Asigilus?
I'm so ready.
This is the NUEL Championship Finals between Birmingham Storm and Nottingham Bears. They're finally into the client. A bit of a mishap with the tournament client. It happens, but I tell you what, our hosts, the analysts, they filmed for so long. Those guys,
absolute heroes.
Those are the heroes right there, guys. Those are the real heroes of the NUEL Live. But we're going to be getting into Champ Select very, very shortly, and this is going to be an explosive best of 5. This will be the highlight, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these guys, if you look at their season record, right, across the entirety of this season, they're even in NUEL games, completely dead even. You had the first week where Birmingham actually managed to 2-0 them, but every week past that it was 1-1 until the final week where Nottingham actually won 2-0. So
yeah, it's really interesting because anyone that you tend to ask about this would say that Nottingham people feel like Nottingham have the upper hand, but when Birmingham turn on the switch, they go hard. I mean, they're like foot to the floor, 60 miles an hour. They will steamroll your team. And we had a lot of discussion among the analysts about how these guys are playing each team, and I'm sure the analysts have gone through it in great depth with you, but people tend to go for Birmingham and they say Birmingham is going to have their bot lane as, oh, we have Timo being hovered over here. I don't think that's going to be a Timo lock-in, but people tend to say Birmingham is where they're being focused. They focus down that bot lane in the Birmingham side because that's where they want to get their kills. They want to get Blue Bear rolling. And Nottingham, I think, are prepared for that. Nottingham have said that they're prepared for that.
Definitely. You know, I think, as from speaking to some of the players, basically the consensus amongst Nottingham is that they're going to try and gank our bot lane all the time. So we need to do something either somewhere else to snowball someone else, or we need to help out our bottom lane, not let that snowball happen.
Yeah, but we've got picks and bans coming through here, guys. Annie, Sejuani, and Kennen. Now, this makes a lot of sense. Annie against Bears, from Bears. He is a fantastic Annie player. People have said over and over again, you just don't let that guy have Annie. Sejuani, a very popular ban. The back on 5.5, Sejuani hasn't been changed. She's still super, super strong in the jungle. And Kennen, that's a pretty decent ban because Kennen's been seeing some play from Nottingham, both the mid lane and the top lane. He's a bit of a flex pick in that respect. Sivir, Aurelia, and Morgana now. Nottingham Bears talked about this. Aurelia for them is a pick or ban every single game because A, they don't want Kuznia to have it, and B, Billy won't be able to get it.
Yeah,
so it's basically pick or ban Aurelia 100% whenever they play Birmingham Storm because to play that champion, but also Kuznia is a fantastic Aurelia too, and they just don't want to play against it. We're seeing some picks come through already. Darius being hovered over. I would be surprised to see a Darius because obviously it's just such an interesting pick.
It would be pretty surprising. I mean, they're in the process of changing him on the public beta, but hasn't gone through yet.
This makes a lot more sense. They're going to take the Fizz. So they've got the Fizz for that top lane. We're going to assume that either that's jungle or top lane. More likely in this kind of style of setting, it will be going into the top lane because of just the amount of gold you can funnel onto Fizz. Hit that on-hit build that you run with him is just so powerful. And they've just locked in their bot lane. Having seen the Jinx already come down for RFI, they're taking a very aggressive lane here. They're taking the Thresh and Corki. They want to make sure they get those hooks onto Jinx, lock her down. They don't want her hitting any of those spikes going towards the late game. And they basically, I guess, will be looking to 2v2 here. This is probably sending out a bit of a mixed signals here. We'll talk about the scanner pick in a second, but Nottingham probably don't classically like to lane swap into Birmingham because they actually think their bot lane can 2v2 and they actually like the pressure that the bot lane draws from Birmingham because it allows them to do work on the rest of the map. They're going to be going Jinx Janna into Corki Thresh, so it's going to be a little bit safer for RFI, and again, that's a very, very nice pickup for that lane. We were talking to Hal as well, and Skarner coming out. People said it was his pocket pick. He said, no, it's my pick.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing a lot of Skarner recently, and the last time we saw him on it, he actually did really, really well. So there's a history of him doing good things on that champion. I'm actually kind of interested by the fact that Birmingham didn't decide to pick up the Janna when with the Jinx, that's the most popular pick there.
So I was completely wrong. They have gone for the Fizz jungle,
Yeah.
and Kuznia on a champion that I've seen him play a lot more of, which is that Maokai. So they're going to potentially look for what Fizz can do from the jungle, which is a lot of surprise damage. You know, he can actually get fairly decent ganks off, can dodge a lot of CC in the counter ganks too. So that's a nice pickup for the University of Birmingham. And Nyx is going to be on Zed, undoubtedly one of his most famous champions in the duel.
Absolutely.
And they've actually picked up Syndra against him. Now, we haven't seen a Syndra since, I guess, Quad Cannon.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the God Cannon was known for his Syndra. But, you know, basically since then, no one's been playing her. And obviously there were some changes. She had a small damage nerf, in addition to the fact that the width of her stun was reduced. And that actually, a lot of people were saying it was such a big change that it kind of made her unplayable. They fixed it a little bit, or rather increased it a little bit, but, you know, even then people haven't really been picking her, so that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen much Syndra on the field recently because it's just been almost swarmed by LeBlanc, Soriana, Zeds. You haven't seen Syndra sort of rise up, but I'd be interested to see how they pick this one out because it's probably something that University of Birmingham were expecting. And they probably have a plan for it. So I don't think any of these teams will be bringing out too many surprises because both the teams have studied each other so extensively. But we are on the Rift, guys. We're going to give a quick rundown of our teams as they walk towards the lanes. Bluebear, Nyx, Overload, Davidoff and Kuznia for the University of Birmingham side. And we have Billy, Hal, Crowns, RFI and Bears over on the Nottingham Bears side. Everyone in the crowd, give it up. This is the first game of the National University Esports League's final, and it's the best of 5. Here we go, guys.
All right, well, let's take a look at what these guys are doing at level 1, because actually what Birmingham's doing here is fairly interesting. They're stacking up, heading towards the top lane, and actually Billy, thank goodness he decided to ward there. That would have been a very explosive first kill of the finals, but he is going to get that spotted out, not fall prey to it. Yeah, I thought Birmingham were going for a deep ward there, but it looks like they were just trying to get a catch.
Potentially just trying to get a catch, but Billy very, very cleverly threw that ward down. Although that ward did get taken out, there will be the threat, and I think they will have some idea that if they were going to invade, that would be the route they were trying to look to do it. And then actually, University of Birmingham just backing off very quickly here. They are going to go in that 2v2 scenario, so they aren't going to look for the lane swap here. You're just going to put the Jinx Janna up against the Corki Thresh, which makes sense because Jinx and Janna can kind of sustain through the burst using the Eye of the Storm shield. They'll be probably looking to play it fairly safe. They won't be looking to go toe-to-toe with Corki and Thresh. You just won't be able to go toe-to-toe with Corki and Thresh alone. It's just too difficult to trade. Corki is probably one of the best trading AD carries in that early game. And if you give him a little bit too much of an edge, he'll get towards that mid-game and become really, really scary.
Yeah, that is very true. And to be honest, when he gets to that Trinity Force mid-game, with someone like a Fizz in the jungle, you actually have a pretty strong, you know, mid-game composition. They have got the ability to maybe do some split pushing later on with that Zed, but in the mid-game, Fizz and Corki both have spikes.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we haven't had a chance to talk about each of these guys' compositions because obviously there's no delay on the tournament realm. You've got this composition coming out from University of Birmingham, and it really looks sort of like a catch and lockdown composition. You've got Fizz and Maokai to try and hunt someone down using Chum the Waters and the Twisted Advance, and you've got so much follow-up in the form of Thresh if you can land a hook onto those CC targets, and then you've got Nyx and Bluebear to provide the real brunt of the damage onto any single target that they so choose. But already you're starting to see this bot lane from Bears just putting a lot of pressure on with that level 1 Fishbones from RFI.
Yeah, this is one of the strong points of the Jinx, especially into someone like a Corki who doesn't have the longest attack range. You can really put down some early pressure. RFI, though, he actually does get hooked. There's the Flay. Phosphorus Dawn does a lot of damage, but the Howling Gale return was timed a little bit too early, so Bluebear was able to get out of those flame jumpers.
Yeah, I mean, he was fairly safe in that respect after that, but RFI has to be a little bit more sure-footed next time around. He doesn't want to keep getting hooked by overloading that bot lane, because once you get hooked, it gives a free reign for the Phosphorus Bomb, followed up by the Gatling Cannon. There's just a lot of damage that will return onto you, and you just can't give Bluebear and Overload that extra bit of width that they need in that bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think on paper, Bears are looking to do pretty good in this bot lane. You know, they don't have to put themselves in a position where they can get hooked like that. And actually, perfect example there, you can use those minions to just really block those out. But if Bears do get caught, things are going to turn on very quickly on them. So they just need to try and get the poke down, use that Eye of the Storm, use that Fishbones, apply pressure without taking too much in return.
Yeah, and that's probably what they're going to be looking to do. They just want the extra AD, they just want to use Fishbones to outrange Corki, just without putting themselves in a position where they're going to get hooked very easily. And I think RFI and Bears are fairly confident in that respect. They wanted to go in the 2v2, they wanted to try and take that challenge on. They know that a lot of pressure will be coming from Birmingham onto this 2v2 lane in the bot side, so I think MC Howell, it's going to be upon him to make his presence across the rest of the map felt. And I think starting with this mid lane, because Nyx is already starting to put the damage down onto Crowns on that Syndra.
Yeah, he's actually doing a really good job in the mid lane, considering that Crowns has such a range advantage. You know, if you don't know the matchup well, you'd expect that she could probably farm really easily from a distance. The problem is that Nyx is just doing a really solid job right now. He's actually up about 5 CS, even with that range advantage against him.
Yeah, it looks like Hal is moving towards that mid lane. Nyx is quite far pushed up. He's already used that Living Shadow. He's coming in.
He needs to be careful. He does get stunned up, has to flash away, but there's an exhaust too. He takes so much damage. First kill of the finals going over to Crowns and Nottingham Bears.
And that was just a very, very aggressive play by Nyx there. And it looks like RFI taking a bit of return damage. That's what you expect from a Corki when he hits these power spikes in these mid-levels. But yeah, again, Nyx used that Living Shadow. That was basically the indicator for how to commit, and unfortunately he just couldn't escape. Tried to burn the flash, but that very minimal stun was all of the difference in that trade there, as he got taken down for first blood, and that's first blood onto Syndra. He's going to potentially start to struggle now. That Seeker's arm guard already picked up on the side of Crowns, so he's going to be negating a lot of the early pressure that Zed can put down.
Yeah, and especially with Zed buying that Brutalizer, you know, ideally you want that flat penetration against a target that doesn't have any armor. So now that he's got the Seeker's arm guard early on, it's going to make that item pickup a little bit less effective. Obviously, it's still nice to have armor pen against armor. That's why you build it. But the benefit of flat pen really comes from low armor targets.
Yeah, I mean, essentially when you pick up that Brutalizer against low armor targets, you're almost looking to do true damage, which is where you really want to sort of start to put the pressure down. But the Seeker's arm guard kind of negates that, brings it to a level playing field like it once was before, and then you've got the extra AP on top of that to help you out even more so. And obviously then your opponent won't have that level of defense. But like we said, we are seeing Davidoff try and commit a bit to this bot lane. We did say that Birmingham were going to look to put the pressure on. The hook hasn't landed. They are going to put the...
They're going for it anyway. The flay lands on the R5. That's a lot of damage. But how? He's here for the counter gank. Davidoff jumps right onto the flame jumpers. He's been chased out here. Heal comes down from Bluebear to give him some distance. But man, that was a nice counter gank coming in, burning some summoners on the side of Birmingham.
And Hal did say previously to the match, he knew when and where the pressure would be coming down into the bot lane, and he was ready, and he said he was ready to be there for the counter ganks, and especially on Skarner where you can turn things around so easily. All it requires is you to get that stun on a key target and your team can follow up. And I think that's a bit forced from University of Birmingham. They really went for that play. They did get a lot of damage down, to be fair, and they actually burnt the flash, I believe, on RFI.
Yeah, I mean, considering the fact that they'd actually dealt 1 point of damage to the ward that spotted out Davidoff in that bush, I'm kind of surprised that they decided to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that the ward was there, and so they just, I guess, really wanted to just try and force maybe RFI and Bears out of lane so they could start to push up and look to get the advantage. They're already pushed that wave up to the bot lane turret now. But what's going to be key is if something can happen in the bot lane, can University of Birmingham make anything from it? Can they take an objective? Can they take that dragon? Can they rotate and potentially get a gank on mid lane, just, you know, with Overload moving in with Thresh? Because that's going to be the real key object here, because the fact that RFI has got Jinx, and as long as he's not getting absolutely dominated, he's going to get to a point where he scales way better than Blue Bear. And actually for a Jinx, that power spike does not come too late in the game. You need the 5 points in your Power Fishbones, and you get the Infinity Edge, and you actually start to hit like a truck, especially if you get that fairly early on. And then anything after that just really amplifies that Fishbones damage. Yeah, that's a very good point. And actually, Blue Bear, we should talk about this, because even though he was getting pressured so hard in the bot lane, he's up on CS at the moment. The wave is actually in his favor. There are more red minions there for him to farm than there are blue minions for RFI to get. So he's doing a pretty solid job in that bot lane, regardless of the pressure that he's been under. I think a lot of the way that University of Birmingham play their ganks in the bot lane is they may not necessarily get anything from it, but they release pressure on Blue Bear and Overload, which allow them to go
top
aggressive.
Lane, there's a three-man gank coming down onto Billy. He falls very low, very quickly. Frozen Tomb is not going to be enough to save him. Nyx picking up that kill, something he sorely needed after that early kill in the mid lane.
And you're seeing immediately the Dragon coming out from Bears. They want to react to this. They want to take away an objective for that 3-man committal to the top lane. I don't think Birmingham responds to this. Overload, that was aggressive.
He needs to be careful. The stun lands. Rocket comes out. RFI snipes him down, and Blue Bear as well, taking a decent amount of poke, but Crowns has no mana for another scatter the week.
Yeah, that was interesting trying to 2v4 there. I'm not sure it was the most correct decision. You did just commit the most of your members in the top lane to try and go for the kill, which they didn't end up getting. But obviously, after that, you're not going to have the manpower to deal with the, especially the burst coming out from Crowns. I don't really know what Overload was trying to do. Maybe he was trying to delay. Maybe he was trying to fake out that there was a support coming. But once you've seen 3 members in the top lane, you know that it's going to be at least 25 seconds before they can get down to that Drake area. And they've given a kill over to Nyx, but they've just lost that first Dragon. Now, we talk a lot about how Dragon has changed so much in the recent years and how much since this season it's become less of a really big focus. Like the gold that you used to get from it was really powerful at snowballing a team. Now it's more of an investment. You take that first Dragon to then try and garner Dragon control following that. And once you've got that first Dragon, that's probably the most key buff until the final Dragon buff. So the rest of the Dragon buffs work differently with different compositions. I think the tower damage, the second Dragon buff, is going to be really key for Nottingham, because if they get that onto the Jinx, that's just going to be tower shred mania, especially with the Janna Eye of the Storm, and that'll be really helping them to turn fights into tower taking.
Yeah, absolutely. Right there in the mid lane, we saw earlier Nyx having that CS lead. Obviously, he's died. Crown has decided to pick up a needlessly large rod after that Dragon and that last fight, and he is just chunking Nyx at the moment, which I want to bring attention to, not just because of the impact it has on the mid lane, but compositionally. When you add a Jinx to the mix with something that has a lot of burst, the execute damage on her ultimate starts to do a ton of damage, and it's, you know, there's a combination here that if Bears pull off, can just instantly annihilate a person or two. Billy, he's going in the top lane, Frozen Tomb onto Kuznir. How? He's coming up, he's got almost no mana though. Crowns as well is fairly low. Kuznir is very tanky at the moment, especially with that Slicing Maelstrom, but How? He's gonna come under, the flash comes out, and Billy picks it up. That was a very long fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically what Nottingham said that they wanted to do prior to the game. Their tactic usually is that, yeah, our bot lane's going to get focused. We want to focus down Kuznir because he's really one of the big parts of the University of Birmingham team, especially in controlling their team fights, looking for the engages, and being the more of the annoyance, the front line guy. And again, Davidoff trying to make some work happen in this bot lane. Overload going to have that zap thrown onto him, but Davidoff hasn't been spotted out yet, so he's sitting there. But I do think the Nottingham guys know something is up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, look at the wards that Nottingham have in the jungle of Birmingham. They've got 2 very deep ones in the blue side, bottom jungle.
Oh, they know.
Man, Nyx, though, he's just bypassing the wards, coming under the tower. RFI does take a lot of damage. Good Monsoon keeping him up for now, and he actually survives the death mark. He goes down to the Ignite, though. Kuznir, he's TP'd as well. Dark Passage keeping him safe, and a 5-man attempt in the bot lane goes very well for Birmingham.
This is classic Birmingham right here. They just commit all of their members to this bot lane gank. And they would usually maybe try and take something from it. But with that Dragon having already gone down, they can't take anything substantial. They've actually lost a bit of damage on that mid lane tower. But overall, that's another kill going over to Nyx. He's got 2-1 right now. He's picked up the early Hex Drinker, which would be good for him. He probably won't be laning for too much longer, though. I mean, right now, I think Birmingham are going to want to exploit the fact that they've got a fairly decent mid-game team composition. They've got the Corki, and Zed obviously scales particularly well from the mid-game onwards. So they're probably going to be looking to fight. And fight around the next Dragon will likely be the next big objective that we'll see that happening. So within 2 or 3 minutes...
Overload, hang on a second. Frozen Tomb comes out. He gets caught in the river, and RFI actually snipes it out. Gets the kill credit for that. That's the person you want it to be on.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't think of a better target for the goal to be going on for Nottingham Bears right now because...
Oh, hang on, mid lane. Crowns needs to be careful here. He's actually taking a huge amount of damage, but Nyx, he's afraid to go, and Kuznir has the ult blown on him. Billy is here for the backup. There's the Glacial Path. Kuznir gets locked up. Davidoff isn't going to be able to do anything, having to back off here. Nyx didn't really back up Kuznir there. I think Kuznir biting off a bit more than he can chew.
Yeah, again, they're just being far too aggressive there, and Nottingham just turning it around. And Skarner is one of the best junglers to turn things around, because at the last moment, he'll come in, he'll get some key stuns off, he'll get that ultimate off, and it'll be almost devastating if that's on a target that's been doing all of your damage. But we're talking about funneling this gold onto Jinx. These ultimates are basically being used to pick up her kills, because the likelihood is she's not going to be able to get solo kills in the bot lane. So using that ultimate as an execution tool to funnel gold onto your AD carry is probably one of the key aspects of making Jinx work, and especially scaling her up quicker than you would do usually. Which is why Jinx is actually a fairly decent pickup in most situations, because if you can use that ultimate, even if you're behind in lane, you can pick up kills across the map, especially if it's timed perfectly or in conjunction with your team. You can kind of get the gold that she needs to scale up to the position where she starts to spike. And once Jinx gets to the position where she starts to spike, not many other AD carries can compete with her.
Yeah, one thing which is actually kind of interesting is that we've been talking about this a lot recently. One of the reasons why Jinx has come back into the meta, right? Or two of the reasons, rather, is that tanks are a lot better with Sunderhold now. You're seeing lots of tanks coming out of the jungle. You've got your tanky top laners as well. So having a later game carry makes a lot of sense. Simultaneously, the assassins in the mid lane have been phasing out, but actually Birmingham this game have picked up the Zed, but also an assassin in the jungle. He obviously turns into a bit more of a fighter later on, but in the sort of early mid-game phases, that Fizz acts like an assassin. They've got the tools to deal with RFI. The problem is that there's a lot of protection for him, right? You've got Scout of the Week, you've got Frozen Tomb, you've got Impale, you got Monsoon. Bears have all the things. Davidoff actually is able to play full Trickster out of there, and RFI's wasted his rocket. With Dragon coming up in a second, that could be a big deal. That is not going to be on cooldown.
I'm going to be interesting to see what Davidoff chooses to go for after this jungle item. It'll likely be Trinity Force, because Trinity Force is just so powerful on Fizz right now. But obviously being in the jungle, that delays that by a significant portion. Obviously you want Trinity Force to be hitting that mid-game area. You really want Trinity Force between 15 and 20 minutes. You know, that kind of a time is where it becomes really powerful. But how? They're really struggling to get the engage here.
Yeah, and you can see that Bears are looking for catching one person out of position, whereas Birmingham, they're trying to get like a hook and then go in and just all in. But actually, the stun does come on to Kuznir. Ow, great fish coming out of Davidoff onto RFI, but they can't turn around yet. Overload is miles out of position. Kuznir, he's taking a lot of damage, but the disengage from University of Birmingham is very, very strong. They're not able to capitalize on that from the side of Birmingham. And as a result of that, looks like Birmingham want to turn this around. Scout of the Week doing some serious work, locking everyone up. Crowns has to flash, finds himself in a very bad position. Birmingham look like they might be able to take the Dragon. RFI, he gets hooked. Glacial Path that comes in. Can he get a good first team? He does it on himself. Lots of AoE damage going down on the Birmingham side. Nyx and Corki are not able to get onto anyone. Birmingham completely split up in the river and just getting picked off by Bears. Great fight by them. Surely going to be the Dragon off the back of this. That will then be the second Dragon for them. I'm kind of surprised at Birmingham's positioning there. They spread out way too much.
They played the early game of that team fight, really early game of that team fight. They played the early portion of that team fight really well. They kept themselves, they cycling round, they didn't get caught out by Scatter of the Week. Kuznir was taking the brunt of the damage, and then they just piled into a choke point around the Dragon. It allowed a big stun to come out from Crowns, and then the hook on RFI, it was too much for them. They really wanted to commit, they didn't disengage well enough, and then that just was basically spelt for the rest of Bears to get in there and just dominate that team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a nice hook on to RFI by Overload. The problem was that Kuznir and Overload were on the bottom side of the river, and everyone else was on the top side, so they didn't have Peel. And if you look at the composition that Bears are running, you have to have Peel for them, right? How is going to be an absolute nuisance on your back line. Crowns, if he lands a stun, just allows the entirety of Bears to pivot on their, their spot and just go for you.
The problem is that who is your peel for Birmingham? You've got Thresh and Maokai. That's probably the best peel you're going to achieve. Obviously, Corkin can peel for himself in a sense with Valkyrie, but that's a long cooldown spell. If that's gone down in the early portion of a fight, that's probably not going to be up for yet another 20, 15, 20 seconds. It's going to be a long time before he can use that again. So you either committing Kuznir to try and lock down targets that you want to assassinate, or you're committing Kuznir to peel for you. What is it? What option are you going to take there? Because if you're looking to peel for your AD carry, well then that's never going to work. You're peeling against a team that has a better late game scaling AD carry. If you can't lock her down, she's just going to sit at the back of the team fight and absolutely shred your front lines.
That is a very good point. That's why Birmingham can't afford to split up like they did, right? If Birmingham had all been on one side of the river, they could have engaged, and the engagement line would have pushed people away from Corki, from Nyx. The problem was, because of where they fought and how they fought, you had the front line of your team completely away from
The thing is, they didn't respect the engage that could come out from Lissandra and from Skarner. They basically had their team all in the middle. Corki and Thresh was sat right in the middle of that team fight. And all it took was for the Path of Frost and the Skarner to just jump straight in there and do as much damage as they physically could. And unfortunately, they just got blown up straight away. And the hook onto RFI was great, but they just don't have the follow-up that can jump over that wall. If they jumped over that wall, you have to get the Twisted Advance while they have vision. You have to get Nyx, who's going to use the Living Shadow. And if they commit that much, they're walking straight into Bear's hands. So really, right now, Birmingham are just on the back foot because they need to decide how they are playing this composition. They've taken 2 assassins, but they're not assassinating anyone. They need someone to lock down in order for those assassinations to work, but are they going to appeal for Blue Bear or are they going to lock down to assassinate? They can't do both.
Yeah, and this is one of the things with the Bears composition. They've got so many threats in their team, right? If you want to go for the assassination, if you want to go for the engagement, well, ideally it's on RFI, but you got to worry about Billy, you got to worry about Crowns, right? And they just don't have a tanky enough to deal with the masses of damage coming out of Bears. They have got pretty much a triple damage threat on their composition.
And this is what Jinx does best, ladies and gentlemen. She is a tower-killing monster.
Absolutely.
Especially with Janna.
Yeah, I mean, the Eye of the Storm plus your Pow Pow just shreds through towers ridiculously quick. She's already got the IE, which gives her a lot of base, flat damage as well. So she is just annihilating those towers.
And look at the vision of Birmingham. They're basically committing a lot of these pink wards to their own side jungle, and that's because they're just playing so defensively at this point in time. They haven't even lost their mid lane. Nottingham have placed them there, so they've committed all of theirs to like defending their own red side jungle. Which
RFI! Whoa, he gets the death mark onto him, but Nyx didn't realize Hal was there and gets impaled. He goes down immediately. Scatter the weak and knocks up to the rocket, not gonna land. I don't think Bears are going to be able to chase this much longer, but Nyx, I'm not sure what he was doing there, thought that maybe RFI was alone, but Hal, waiting in the wings, just completely countered him.
I think this is the Skarner pick starting to come to light. Nyx jumps in with the death mark, and then suddenly let's put him in the middle of the team. Hal can jump with his ultimate, and then he's suddenly locked up. Can't do damage during the death mark, will get burst down, and this is starting to make sense. That Skarner pick is starting to make a lot of sense versus Birmingham.
The funniest thing about this is, Mark, yesterday when we were having our analysis meeting, right, guys, we wanted to bring the best show possible. We're working out all the stuff, right? I was talking to, I think it was Synergy who said this, that Nyx wanted to play a mid lane Skarner against Zed. He thought it was like a really good counter pick, so he's kind of put himself in that position.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were talking about the fact that they just kept saying no mid lane Skarner, but you can see why it works. You know, as soon as he ultimates, he's going to be vulnerable to the Skarner. And as soon as the Skarner gets him locked down, he's going to die because there is so much lockup following basically a static target that can't evade. You can just, Lissandra ultimate, you can stun with Scatter the Weak. You've also got the Flame Chompers, you can drag onto those Flame Chompers. There's so much synergy on the Nottingham Bears side. And as soon as Nyx decides to commit, he's going to be a dead man.
Yeah, I feel like Birmingham, they're in a tough spot right now because what their composition needed to do was abuse a powerful mid game, but they didn't ever achieve the powerful mid game at an appropriate time, right? You've got Davidoff, who is a huge damage threat earlier on, but if you're not playing top lane Fizz, you're not getting enough items to really maintain that damage threat throughout the game. So he's, at this point, mostly just useful at threatening RFI, but RFI has a lot of peel for him. Similarly, Bluebear has started to fall behind the damage output of RFI now that he's got that Infinity Edge, now that he's got his Zeal as well.
Yeah.
I think the best thing Birmingham can do is look for picks, right? They do have the capability of finding some.
It depends if Nottingham get into positions for picks now, because you've seen a lot of it. They're basically grouping up as a team, and especially around RFI. RFI is their key protection target, so whenever he's left alone, he's never actually left alone. Birmingham may think he's left alone, but he's not.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I do like this by Birmingham, though. They're trying to take 2 towers in return for that dragon going down. They're not going to get it, though.
Oh, Billy!
Oh, flash in! Frozen Tomb onto Bluebear. Takes a lot of damage. Has his zombies already. Nyx goes onto the backline, puts down a lot of AoE, but there's an exhaust onto him. RFI cleaning him up by himself. Overload. He's very low. Can scatter the weak land. Doesn't need to. Davidoff, he's coming in from the flank. That's a lot of damage. He gets the pickup onto Billy. It's It's a 2-for-1 at the moment in favor of Birmingham, but RFI, he's still very healthy. Kuznier has bitten off more than he tried to go in, but his teammates just not healthy enough to follow up. Davidoff, he's very low, goes down, gets excited. RFI picking up a triple kill. Can't go for the quadra, not quite. But Nottingham Bears, what a fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly what you want to see from the Bears. They had a great engage from Billy. And the exhaust, they didn't necessarily need to use the Skylar ultimate because the exhaust came down and it did make Nyx again very useful. He's going to get locked out.
Oh, man.
Immediate QSS. He's too scared of the follow-up there.
Oh, the hook actually lands on the Howl. He is pretty low. Nyx, he goes for it, but he gets impaled. RFI gets the return kill. He is sitting at 8-for-1 for 2 right now, having a great game.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what you want to see when you're facing a Jinx, because an 8-1-2 Jinx is just going to shred through your front line, shred through your back line, shred through your team. That is what Jinx does best. And I mean, Birmingham, like you said, the best way for them to come back in now is just try and make picks, because they've got a good team to do that. But the ward coverage from Nottingham is really allowing them that freedom to move across the map. They're not going to get picked in their own jungle, at least on the red side. They're not going to get picked entering the red side jungle of Birmingham. And now, with the nice wards that are being put down by the Bears, they're not going to get picked by going into the blue side jungle. So there's very limited areas for University of Birmingham to exploit. The ward coverage from Nottingham is just really top tier. They're not easily going to be caught out. The only place I can ever see them getting caught out is maybe if they're going for a Baron and they take too much damage. You know, the University of Birmingham maybe got to hope that they can pick off something around a Baron area now, because that's likely going to be in the thought processes of Nottingham. Having picked up 3 dragons, having picked up a large amount of towers, they can push down for these inner towers, but the likelihood is they'll be wanting to garner Baron control.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. One thing I want to touch on real quick, obviously Nyx, we looked at his lane early on and he was doing quite well before that gank. At the moment, he's almost 50 CS down, and look at his items, right? He doesn't have boots 2, and he doesn't have any completed items. They're all components.
Yeah, he's really split his build across multiple items here. Probably not the most, I guess, effective way to go for it. He needed the Hex Drinker. I mean, that was a given. Really needed that Hex Drinker. The Brutal Arrows is the early pickup in lane. So I guess the obvious choice is then to go straight for the Blade of the Ruin King. But then he felt like he needed the QSS too. I mean, QSS for the Skarner ultimate and also getting out of the Syndra stuns. So it's just having to delay that build so much is very, very hard for Zed.
Oh, actually, Kuznier does know that they're here, so he's deciding to go ahead back. Davidoff getting out of there with a nice playful trickster. I don't think Overload's going to go in on that one. He's just harassing a little bit. But good board coverage from Birmingham in their own jungle as well. We talked a lot about Nottingham's coverage, but Birmingham have got good defensive wards. They're not easily going to get caught out by the Bears. So Bears really, at the moment, need to be fighting around objectives, I feel. I don't think they can attempt to make too many picks here. Unless...
Yeah, I think it's difficult for them to do
Righteous
it.
Glory! Oh, Howl's ultimate got interrupted there due to the Valkyrie. Great disengage coming out of Birmingham, keeping him alive for now.
Yeah, I mean, the Righteous Glory, you saw that, it was Righteous Glory flash coming out from Howl. He really wanted to try and lock down Blue Bear, but I don't think they basically underestimated the reactions. The Valkyrie was very quick off the bat there. It allowed them a lot of leeway, but they're going for
coming
it.
in. Blue Bear, he gets hooked this time. No way out. The second time round, Kuznier's taking a ton of damage as well. And honestly, Bears are just steamrolling right now through Birmingham's lineup. Here comes the slow onto Overload. That's a lot of damage. Triple kill onto Crowns. He's 5-0-8. Everyone on their team is having a great game so far. And like we were saying earlier, this tower is not long for this world.
Again, you saw a lot of pressure put down on the bot lane early on by Birmingham, but it hasn't made the slightest bit of difference as the bot lane from Nottingham have just been dominating this entire way through. RFI been an on-form Jinx player this time around, but like I said, Skarner's kind of coming back into the meta just because of the Righteous Glory. The Righteous Glory got ever so slightly buffed, and it's basically the old Shirelias. And Skarner was a beast when that old Shirelias was around, so it's just the new Shirelias with a Randuin's attached on the end of it. I mean, what more could you want as a Skarner?
Yeah, I mean, both of those items that you would are items that you would build independently, so it makes a lot of sense to get one that's them combined. It doesn't have great combat stats,
no.
But because the jungle items are so good right now, he pretty much gets all the combat stats he needs from that. Plus, he's basically just there for utility anyway. You put him on a composition like the one the Bears are running, and you've got 3 damage threats anyway, so it's just not necessary for him to do anything by himself.
Yeah, we've got a quick pause coming out, guys. I'm sure it's nothing too bad, but we should be back into game as soon as physically possible. So it's been an explosive first game.
It has indeed.
I mean, what more to say about it? I mean, Birmingham came out shooting. They really wanted to put pressure down on that bot lane, like they always tend to do. They did mix it up a little bit with that gank on the top lane. Did cost them a dragon, however. Nottingham Bears were right off the bat on that one. On the other side, though, Bears, even though the pressure coming down on the bot lane was quite intense, they survived, they weathered it, and they just snowballed through what I guess you'd say their superior composition going up against the Birmingham side. The way the Birmingham are picked here is they really wanted to dive with, I guess, Kuznia and on maybe just Zed and Fizz, assassinate those key targets, and then have Blue Bear doing the mid-game power spike damage on the backline. They wanted to fight between 20 and 30 minutes. That's where they were looking to get their advantage. I think Crowns just has to restart his computer. But they really wanted to look to get that advantage between 20 and 30 minutes, and that just hasn't happened because they've been forced to make the decision between peeling, like we said, or going for those dives. And even when they do go for those dives, it's completely countered by the tools on the side of the Nottingham. They've got the exhaust on the Syndra, they've got the Skarner ultimate, even got the Lissandra ultimate, which they have often been using for engages. If they really wanted to, that could have been used defensively against an assassin too. They've got a very big anti-assassin team.
I think the big thing for Bears is that inherent to their composition is a lot of contingency plans, right? What if this game had ended with Nyx doing really well in the mid lane, right? Well, you've got Skarner ultimate, you've got Frozen Tomb. But at the same time, what if Kuznia and Nyx went for a 1-3-1, split push composition, which they could have done in this. If you look at Davidoff and Blue Bear, they're on very easy escape champions. You got Lantern to get people out of situations, and then you regroup. That's something they could have gone for. But Bears have the ability to deal with that. You put Billy in a side lane, he pushes quickly, you know.
The problem with the 1-3-1 is that you're going up against a Skarner and a very hard engage team. They've got great anti-assassin tools, but they've also got great engage.
Yep.
You put a 1-3-1 on the board, then Nottingham could potentially just say, well, screw your 1-3-1. We'll just go down the middle, we'll look for a hard engage with the Righteous Glory, we'll try and get Skarner to get an ultimate on someone, and even if we don't, we may burn flashes, and then we can do it again.
Yep.
And then we can look to take objectives.
Not to mention, if you go for the 1-3-1, even if they don't go for your 3, they can go for your 1, and that's going to be really hard to get away from. So this is what I mean, though. This is the point I'm making. Bears picked a composition that was so well-rounded that it could deal with pretty much anything that this Birmingham composition threw at them.
Yeah, I mean, there's everything on the side of the Bears composition. They've got hard engage, they've got anti-assassin, they've got a disengage even if they wanted to. I mean, Lissandra can disengage ever so slightly, and obviously Scatter the Weak is a great disengage tool. And then they've got really nice scaling late game. They had a decent mid game. Obviously, the early game was where they were only lacking, but that didn't matter too much because they got the kills when they needed to, and they got the kills on the right targets. So they just basically circumnavigated that lapse in power spike and went straight into the right amount of gold on the right targets, and they were just superior in the team fights. Like we said from Birmingham, they needed their mid-game power spike targets to be getting the gold. They needed Corky to be getting ahead. They needed Nyx to be getting ahead. And to be honest, even Davidoff probably needed to get probably a bit more done across the map than he did. Because when they came into these team fights, they were already behind. And as a mid-game team composition, you can probably sometimes look to fight when you're a little bit behind, but not when you're miles behind. And right now, Birmingham are a country mile behind at this point.
Yeah, I feel like one thing they could have done is maybe use Davidoff for some earlier game ganks. Fizz is really, really strong doing like a level 2 gank, for example.
Yeah.
You used to talk about him in the mid lane and say, everyone knows about that level 2 or 3 all-in that Fizz is going to do in the mid lane. It's the same thing from the jungle. We actually have seen it before to great effect. He can go to the mid lane after a red buff, for example, put down some serious hurt. So I would have liked to see more from him there, and I think that would have been the catalyst for him setting up his team to do things in the mid game.
Yeah, I just feel like he struggled because, again, he put so much pressure on the bot lane, and the Bears bot lane was safe for the majority of the time. I mean, they tried to go for a gank with Thresh right under the turret almost. And although it was, fairly successful in bailing Jinx's flash, that's not the kind of gank you want to be making with Fizz because he doesn't have inherently a lot of CC in his kit apart from the slow from Playful Trickster. So it's going to be a bit more difficult. You need post-6, it's a little bit easier to make those kind of ganks happen. But pre-6, not so much. He needs to be coming in through the rib and trying to take advantage of a push lane. Maybe focusing Kuznia on the top, especially when his max health percentage damage that he has, may have been the better option.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. And actually, it looks like Bears want to go for this Baron. They're starting it straight up. And it's falling very quickly. They've got a lot of damage on their team that allows for them to do this. Kuznia trying to kill them off of it, but where is Birmingham? The rest of them are miles away, not going to put down any pressure. And that was a completely free Baron for Nottingham Bears. They just got 4 dragons as well. They're in the driver's seat, and they're driving right down mid lane.
Yeah, this is a highway straight to Birmingham's Nexus. And it looks like 80 miles an hour is the speed that Nottingham are running, because they are going to push straight down the mid lane with these Baron minions. It's going to be so difficult for Birmingham to defend this. I don't think they can, not with Jinx. It's going to go down so quickly. And that's another inhibitor off the board here. I think Birmingham are going for it.
Overload tries to flash forward, does get a good box down. Billy, he comes in, look at the damage onto Blue Bear. He was out of position. Davidoff, he goes down in the back line, and this is just cleanup time for the Bears. RFI, can he get the damage he needs on the Nyx, can he get the damage on the RFI? He does do it. He goes down, but it doesn't matter. A surrender vote comes out of Birmingham, and game 1 goes over to Nottingham Bears.
Yeah, I mean, it was all from how the Nottingham Bears played those early team fights, especially around that dragon. That second dragon rather for Nottingham Bears was the key turning point for the Nottingham side. They managed to clean up a fight that technically I think Birmingham had the initial advantage. Birmingham going to go back to the drawing board, and for the meantime that drawing board is going to be analysed by our guys down on the desk. I'm going to hand over to Synergy. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, guys, and what an exciting first game to this best of 5 series with Nottingham coming out in the lead. We found quite a lot of points about this game we want to talk about, and the first one is going to be the Zed pick. VDS, do you want to talk us through that, because you had a little bit of a problem with it?
Yeah, so as a mid-main, personally, I know quite a lot about Zed, and Zed is the type of champion that really he needs to go in a positive matchup, because the one easy way to counter Zed is to take Exhaust. That's the easiest way to counter Zed. And second to that, if you just pick a mage into him, and then put Exhaust on a mage, then there's very little that Zed is going to do. And I felt like Nyx tried a bit too hard in the early game to win his lane. Yeah. And because of that, he exposed himself to an early gank, and he fell behind in that mid game. But overall, I don't think that the Zed pick worked really well in their comp.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, with Birmingham's comp, they kind of ran this like mid-game orientated comp where they use the Triforce power spikes on both Corki and Fizz. But Zed doesn't synergize very well with that. He's either going to be split pushing in this mid game, and ideally not team fighting, unless he's just unless he's just phenomenally ahead, which they didn't put the focus in. And so the Zed pick for me was a bit weird, especially as things like Xerath were still open, or perhaps they could have gone. So I mean, anything more mid game to be honest, like Xerath would have worked, or Orianna, Lulu, even if you wanted to play an assassin, perhaps LeBlanc. But I still think Zed was the wrong pick.
Yeah, and I'm a little confused as to why he picked Zed into that comp.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw they first picked Lissandra, and then they pick the Jinx.
Yeah.
And then we think, okay, you could, Zed is a very good pick into Jinx, right? But before the Zed pick, there was also a Janna and a Skarner. Now, Janna counters as Zed, Skarner counters Zed, Lissandra counters Zed.
And Exhaust counters Zed, and they ran 2 of them.
And yeah. So I'm a little confused as to why he felt that Zed was the best pick there. I couldn't see at any point how he could make the Zed pick work. If he split pushed, the Lissandra could 1v1 him, the Syndra could 1v1 him, the Skarner could 1v1 him. If he grouped for team fights, there was no way he was going to get onto the backline, especially with the double exhaust, with all the single target CC, and he was such a large part of their damage.
Yeah.
I struggled to see why the Zed pick was picked there. I felt like, as Frozen said, a Xerath or one of his, even a LeBlanc just might have overall been a better pick.
Yeah, they definitely wanted a little bit more of that damage. I mean, and also, it's probably worth highlighting that early gank mid lane onto Nyx on that Zed by MC Hal's Skarner. It set him, he was doing okay in that lane up until that point, and he was developing a CS lead, which was like, he might be able to win this, maybe able to get the advantage he needs. But then that really shut him down, I feel. And would you say that was probably a bit of a turning point in that mid lane?
Yeah, so Nyx was shoving the lane. He was about 6 farm up, I think. I think he had like 33. And Crowns had about sort of 27 or something, and then he used his shadow to poke and help shove the lane. And as soon as he did, Skarner walked around the corner and just came straight into the lane. Zed's shadow's not low enough cooldown to be able to do that. And then he didn't flash the stun. He was almost like he was a tiny bit overconfident. Didn't flash the stun, got killed, even though Syndra was running exhaust and not ignite. And although Syndra didn't get CS lead from this. The kill meant that she rushed the Zhonya's, and I think she had a 13-minute Zhonya's, which in turn, as we were sort of been hammering on about, really does shut down Zed, because he denies the number of champions he can kill. You know, he can't kill the Janna because, you know, it's the support, you don't want to focus the Janna, especially with her ult. Can't kill the Jinx because she's covered. Lissandra's going to ult herself or you. Skarner's going to ult you, and then with the Zhonya's on Syndra.
Yeah.
There's just no options that Zed can take in that situation.
Right, and following on from that gank, I think we picked out basically that warding was a very, very big part of this early game. We saw Bears of people on that Janna walking into Birmingham's jungle with with MC Howell, getting a lot of deep wards down, and it allowed them to see a lot of these ganks coming down, which are focused at bot lane. And to be fair to Birmingham, their bot lane was up in CS. They were doing pretty well, you know, as we'd maybe expect from a Corki Thresh, who were very mid-game and early game oriented. It just didn't really develop into anything because MCL was able to sort of come around for counter ganks.
Yeah, I felt that Birmingham's comp, they needed picks. It was a pick comp. You know, you have a Fizz, you have a Zed, and you have a Thresh. And those are all very single target, high CC chat. So what they wanted to do was they wanted to get these early game ganks off. They wanted these really efficient early game power spike, and they wanted to be the ones getting that deep ward in. And then when they wanted to contest things like the blue buff, they wanted to contest things like the red buff, and they wanted to come up with Thresh, with the Fizz, and they just wanted to constantly get these little 2v2, 3v3 sort of skirmishes. And that just didn't happen. Like, MC Hal planned his ganks really well. He got really efficient counter ganks. The TPs from both top laners were really efficient. You know, they both TP'd immediately when their teams needed them. And it just, Birmingham never really got what they needed in the early game. You know?
Well, on the topic of the TPs though, I think the first TPs to gank were about 11 or 12 minutes, and as I sort of mentioned a lot in the pre-game chat, Kuznya's teleports are really, really important for Birmingham to get themselves ahead. But he didn't TP, and when he did TP, it was with Lissandra, so they both TP'd, as you said. I think a pre-10-minute teleport would have been very beneficial. Obviously, the situation maybe didn't quite arise, you know, for whatever reasons, but that I think would be a key is a key feature whenever Birmingham wins. You know, very often it's on the back of these Kuznya teleports, and it didn't happen this game.
You know, and I don't want to hammer on about this Zed pick, but it's just I don't want people to think that Nyx lost in the game, because that's not what happened. No. His Zed was not what lost in the game. The problem with the Zed was that they had no way to come back.
Yeah.
If they had fallen behind with a Xerath, they could have wave cleared. They could have, if they then, you know, won a team fight after a messy tower dive from Nottingham, they would have had a really good siege comp. You know, the comp would have allowed them a better chance to come back. But with a Zed, if you fall even slightly behind, because of Nottingham's comp and because of their comp, it just sort of denied them the ability to get back into the game. And that is what I feel is the biggest problem with the Zed pick in that game.
And following off that slightly, I'm going to make 2 points together actually. This Zed pick and the fact that they did end up losing that mid lane. Would you say that losing control, they lost the mid tower quite early on as well. Would you say that Nottingham were able to open the map up from that and get a lot of this vision control even deeper than we may have seen earlier because of this mid lane?
Well, I mean, so typically, yes, whenever you take a turret, obviously it opens up the opportunities for vision control, but the vision control was already so good.
Yeah.
When Bears Up People 2, I think maybe about 5 or 6 minutes, he just walked through the red side jungle for Birmingham and just put like 3 or 4 wards down. And that gave them, as we've sort of said, so much vision control and so much opportunities. Sure, they took the mid turret out and then allowed them to put down more wards, but I think, you know, that wasn't sort of the reason the wards were down. It was just Bears Up People 2 roaming so well, being able to put down all of these wards.
Yeah,
and thanks to those wards, I felt like that the bottom lane from Nottingham could play the way that they wanted to play. They didn't have to, because they know from Birmingham they're going to send all their ganks bot lane. But with all of this vision control, they were really more confident in that bot lane. And their rotations from the bot lane were fantastic. The moment the mid tower was gone, they sent Skarner, Jinx, and Janna bot. They got the bot tower. The moment that bot tower was gone, they went top. They took that tower. They used their gold lead really well, and they took control of the map really, really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just a matter of the jungle pressure was exactly where it needed to be. Then there was the lack of teleports from Birmingham, and that sort of slowed, and then the incredible vision control were the sort of main pinnacle reasons I think that sort of Nottingham won. And then, of course, the fact that Birmingham's comp was perhaps, you know, suboptimal.
Yeah, and just to touch briefly on the Corki, we talked about the mid game being very strong for them. They did have an opportunity at Dragon to, I think, make a comeback, it's fair to say, because they had Corki with that Trinity Force. I feel their team fighting at that point wasn't necessarily as on point as it could have been.
No, they had a nice power spike, as you rightly said, because Corki was doing well in terms of farm. He had his Trinity Force, Jinx had her Infinity Edge, Maokai had his Righteous Glory, and Lissandra had only just completed her Morello Nomicon. The only real difference was I think Syndra had a Zhonya's at the Dragon fight, whereas Zed hadn't really completed an item yet. So it was a good opportunity for Birmingham to get a pick, and they got a great hook onto Jinx, like a really good hook, but it was a bit too awkward. There was no follow-up, and because of that hook, it actually sort of baited them, and they got a bit split up. So we had Fizz and Zed at the top half, and we had Maokai with the Corki and the Thresh at the bottom side, and they just got a bit caught out. They got a bit split up, and then that is the point at which I don't think Birmingham had any way of really coming back.
Oh yeah, I agree. That was like the team fight they could have won with. They had their power spokes, as you said, and they got. The problem was because the hook landed, half the team sort of slightly committed, and then the other half backed off, realizing it wasn't most sort of the best fight, and as a result, they got collapsed on AoE'd. And yeah, I mean, as you say, that was the sort of the crushing moment, simply because it was effectively a 5v3 while the other two ran back around, and as a result, they won the team fight. I think Jinx picked up 2 or 3 kills there.
She did,
I think, and then she was then 4-0. They got the Dragon, and that was, as you said, effectively game, because they had no way of dealing with the Jinx because of the way they picked their.
Well, they had no way of dealing with anyone.
Yeah,
really.
I think it's safe to say that with the comp, we keep going on about the comp, but I feel that was really the root cause of the problems, or at least the way we've sort of discussed this today is the comp was really the main focal issue with that. And that led to them, obviously, the lot of 4 dragons on the side of Nottingham in the end, and they did get that Baron. There was just no. Birmingham didn't react to it. They were like, oh, hang on, they haven't shown up for about a minute. It's just that vision control again.
Once Nottingham had got that lead, there was just full control from Nottingham. They didn't make any mistakes. Fair play to Nottingham. They had a really, really, really solid game. They played really well. Their rotations, as I said, were really good. The choice of when to fight was really good. I think they had a great. They just took the 4th Drake and they got a great pick onto Corki around the mid lane.
Yeah, I think there was also tiny bit of sloppiness from Birmingham in certain areas, like warding, and then I think Overload did get called out when they were when he went into try to ward the Dragon. He sort of died, which those little things, though, you kind of want to like sharpen up to make sure that your overall game can go better. And then similarly with Nyx using his shadow to poke, like little sort of mechanical or like small decision making errors actually chipped them behind, and then from there the overall sort of team compositions were actually then the dominant factors.
Yeah, so that is going to be all from us here at the analyst desk. Game score, if you've only just joined in, is 1-0 to the Nottingham Bears. It is a best of 5. We're going to throw it back over to our wonderful casters, Excoundrel and Asiglas.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. That was a fantastic first game, but we've got way more action to bring you as we're getting straight into the second game. Sides have swapped, but the players are the same. It's Birmingham versus Nottingham. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. That last game, I mean, I think there were some issues with the compositions that really set the tone for it and led Nottingham Bears to their victory. But at the same time, there were these flashes of brilliance from Birmingham where they made good plays or attempted really cool things. So the teams have warmed up now. This is where the real action starts.
Bans looking very similar across the board. Sivir Morgana and Sejuani. This is basically putting the pressure on Birmingham to ban Irelia. Because if Aurelia's not banned, I'm pretty sure that's going to go straight over.
Oh, definitely. No question about that. Billy is going to pick it up as soon as he sees an opportunity.
I mean, it's 100% pick and ban between these guys at the moment. I don't think it's always has been. So, University of Birmingham, they've got to think, what do we want to ban? Is there anything we want to ban from last game? And it's the Skada and the Irelia, and there you go. So up, Billy gets that Irelia.
So, I guess maybe they want to play Zed again. That wouldn't surprise me too much, because the Skarner was irritating, but the thing that it really shut down was the Zed. Nothing else really had too much of an issue with it until later in the game where they were so strong that you had the Righteous Glory, you had all the speed-ups, and you could just get onto Corki regardless.
The way that Nottingham have played this first part of the pick and bans, I think is incredibly intelligent. Because they basically threw down the bans that they wanted to. They knew Annie is almost a ban against them every single time. They probably knew that Kennen was coming too. Yeah. So they put the pressure on to say, you can give us Skarner or you can give us Aurelia. We want them both. Choose. And it happened, and they've chosen the Aurelia. I think probably the more sensible decision. It's going to be up to Kuznia now to try and either shut down that or the lane swap, like he said.
Yeah.
Depends what the Bears get up in that bot lane. Because we saw that University of Birmingham's bot lane really needed the help. And they do get the help. That's just how the University of Birmingham play.
Yeah.
Are they going to want to swap out of that? That means they're going to have to change the way that they run their jungle pass, they change the gank patterns they make, change probably their entire game style. Have they prepared for a lane swap? Have they thought about lane swaps? I'm assuming that is a tactic that most teams at this level will have at least considered and ran a few times. And with a Jinx Janna, there's so many ways you can play that lane swap lane, but Nyx is going to pick up the Xerath. And a Sion being locked in too, and is that the Urgot?
The interesting picks are coming thick and fast. We don't even have time to talk about them all. You know, Nami is kind of interesting. We haven't seen that much for recently. Yeah. Urgot being hovered would be really, really cool. And of course, Xerath, not as popular in the current meta, but Nyx, so well known for that. Back when he was X-Rift, that was pretty much all he played other than Zed.
The problem with picking Urgot is that you then, unless it's your AD carry, which it probably won't be, you've got to then pick an AD carry, which basically makes your team full AD. And they've already shown the Sion pick. And Sion is such one of the, a brilliant champion you can play into a full AD comp, because he can then just say, whatever, I'm going to go full armor, I'm going to be doing a lot of damage with my base damages anyway, I'm really only here as a massive engage tool, and I mean, this makes more sense coming out for the Bears.
No, I think this makes a lot more sense, and to be honest, we saw Crowns doing pretty well on that pickup last game, so he's got some confidence on it, he's warmed up on it, which I think is important as well. And also the lane, that Xerath versus Cinder lane, that's a very old school one. We haven't seen that in a while, but it used to be pretty much every game. And this, I like this a lot actually, picking up that Nautilus for probably the jungle, I would imagine.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to be Nautilus jungle. I've been seeing this played a lot recently. You've seen Nautilus run either in support or jungle. Now, people kind of say, if you're going to pick Nautilus, you could just pick a better version of Nautilus in the version of Zac and Sejuani and people like that. Even Volibear is coming into the meta just because of how strong these tank junglers are. But Nautilus has his own unique style of kit that is a little bit different to the way it works than Sejuani's. Sejuani's really solid at these big team fight engages. She can get multiple people locked down. She's really good in that respect. You're going up against a Nautilus who won't do as much damage as Sejuani, can only lock down one person really, but is very good at locking that one person down.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the passive, which will help you get to some of the other members of the team. But
and what I think is a little bit more key here about having a Nautilus is actually fairly decent at peeling without having to blow everything on one person. So he can actually do what Birmingham needed to do more last game, which was make the decision between peeling and diving, by just peeling or diving and doing them both at the same time. Your ultimate can be used for the dive, where the rest of your kit can be used for the peel, or vice versa. The peel can be used for the ultimate and you can use the rest of your kit for the dive. You've got to ask yourself whether the University of Birmingham team would even bother doing the dive at this point, and whether they're really just looking for the peel team, where they're just going to be consistently looking to do damage from the backline.
Yeah, I think the bigger thing for them is definitely peel, but if Kuznir can come in with like a really big ultimate from out of nowhere, that gives them an opportunity to maybe go in for a fight. So
I do love that sound skin, by the way.
It's very good. I like that one a lot. But all right, well, we're into the game. Let's see what these guys do at level 1, because last game we saw Birmingham try and do something kind of cheesy. It didn't really work out. And this game, they're making the same movements.
Yeah, they are looking for that 5-man stack again. I think they're just looking to catch people out. They run round and try and circumnavigate wards, but Lucian is already there, and he's going to see Overload in that brush.
Man.
Who else is there, RFI? He doesn't want to take the chance.
If Overload hadn't walked out there, they might have been able to get the anchor from Davidoff onto him. So didn't work out very well for University of Birmingham. And in addition to this, because Birmingham keeps stacking up, they're not able to get very good ward coverage. They don't know anything about their red side jungle right now at all. You know, there could be a stack of people in there, and it would be very risky, for example, for Kuznir to walk through. Kuznir, another thing we got to talk about, is he going to take the Razorbeaks or the Wolves this game? You know, that's a really common thing for him to do. And actually, Nottingham Bears haven't positioned themselves in a spot where they look like they want to contest that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Sion taking those Razorbeaks now is actually fairly easy and fairly contestable. You get one auto attack on him when he's in the middle of dying, and then you've suddenly picked up first blood. So it can be a bit risky, but there are no wards to try and spot that out from the Nottingham side, and it does look like Kuznir is in two minds about whether he's going to go and do that. But I'm got a question for you in the sense that Hal is a fairly aggressive jungler in the form of Fizz, so we're seeing Fizz jungle yet again. Is he going to look to duel Nautilus? Because he knows his team probably likely has the better follow-up.
So He does have a lot of damage, whereas Davidoff, especially early on, is going to be lacking that. However, there's so much lockdown on the side of Davidoff that if anyone decides to sort of run into the jungle to help him out, you don't have many outs. Even with Playful Trickster, if you get locked up by one of the skills, you're going to get locked up by all.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing about Nautilus is that he does need that Barmy Cinder to start to really turn his clear into you know, a really powerful tool. He can clear fairly easily with that shield, obviously the AoE damage, but he's got slow attack speed. Once that's down, there's not much left for him there to clear. Once he gets that Riptide to it, it's going to start to help out, but he's not the fastest clearing speed in the world. He really needs that new Barmy Cinder to allow him to get the early clear, which is where he starts to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, that's very true. And actually, I want to talk about the bot lane a little bit as well, because Bears picking the Nami Lucian is really interesting. Both of these champions have fallen out of popularity recently. Lucian, you know, many say he's a worse version of Graves, which I think, to be honest, is fairly close to accurate. In 90% of situations, his ultimate has a different use case. But Nami is the really interesting thing here. I think it is going to help augment the Bears' engagements, because it's going to force people into awkward positions where Billy and Hal can follow up.
Yeah, Lucian's been making a small comeback recently. We've seen him in the LCS a few times. He's been picked in a couple of international tournaments, notably IEM Katowice. People have decided that Lucian probably isn't as bad as everyone thought it turned out to be, and you can still play him fairly effectively in lane. And especially with Nami, once you get that Tigerwood Blessing, the Light Slinger is going to be really powerful. As a tool for just dueling, it'll be really, really good just to get 2 auto attacks down very quickly. And obviously, we know how powerful that can be. And Lucian Nami is not a new lane; it's been around for a little while. But obviously, going up against the Jinx, you've really got to be looking to make the most out of your piercing light and also out of your Light Slinger, because that's really going to be where you're doing the majority of your damage, just because of the range discrepancy that you hold in that lane.
Piercing light is one of the most important tools as well, because you need to be able to put some poke down on the Jinx while she's trying to stay far enough away that she can hit you with fishbones, but not close enough that you can actually auto-attack her. So it's an important skill for RFI to be using effectively. That said, one of the things that Lucian is really good at is applying constant small pressure, right? Like a war of attrition. But the problem is, Eye of the Storm is so good against that. Yeah, actually, he is putting down some good pressure even with that shield, giving him, Blue Bear a lot of defensive stats.
Yeah, obviously burning a lot of mana in the process, so he's going to have to be careful. He needs a mana for either escape tools or looking to finish up kills. Blue Bear forced to use that pot already. I think RFI has still got his in the bank, so he'll be fairly happy with that. But like I said, you know, he managed to get a double Light Slinger of the Tidal Blessing, and it did a fair amount of damage. Obviously, you get a slightly reduced auto attack on that second auto attack from the Light Slinger, but Tidal's Blessing will do damage across the board. So that's probably where they're just looking to get trades, look to trade effectively, and then maybe try and make something happen with ganks. Because at the moment, they just look like they're trying to play it at least a little bit passively for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about team compositions for a second, because Bears have a similar thing to what Birmingham allowed last game, where they have quite a strong mid-game spike. Lucian starts to do a lot then, because when he picks up something like an Infinity Edge, for example, if he decides to go for that, you know, obviously your Light Slinger passive is really good then, in addition to the fact that that's going to be around the same time that Billy picks up his Triforce. So with Hal in the jungle on Fizz, like we were talking about last game, also has a mid-game spike, they could be looking to do something before, you know, as an example, Sion gets ridiculously tanky or Davidoff gets ridiculously tanky.
I just want to point out the CS difference in this top lane already. It's not like Kuznia has been struggling, but Billy has been freezing the wave so effectively near his tower. He's already almost doubled the CS up on this Irelia versus Sion lane, and it's going to be difficult for Sion to make that difference up, especially as, oh wow, Davidoff.
Oh, mid lane. Crowns, I think he's going to be able to get away from this. Hal is actually coming for the counter gank. I don't know if they can get on to Nyx. It doesn't look like it. He's going to back off a little bit.
Yeah, that was a fairly risky situation for Crowns to be pushed in that position. You don't want to be pushed up against the Nautilus in any respect. And that's probably what Billy is doing so effectively here. He's just negating any ganks in that top lane, and he's basically forcing Davidoff into that mid lane. He could go bot lane at the moment, but he's just on the wrong side of the map, so there's no way he's going to be able to do it. Either he lane ganks Billy in the top lane, or he just consistently looks to apply pressure in the mid lane. There are pings coming down now as Davidoff makes his way up to this top lane, but look at Billy just freezing over and over again. Kuznia has had enough, though. They want to push this up together.
Yeah, they're just breaking the freeze right now. That's basically the function of Davidoff going to the top lane. He's helping shove it so that the minions die to the tower, and he's actually putting down some good damage as well. He uses that challenging smite, but it's not enough. Nyx needs to be careful in the mid lane. He did use his Rite of the Arcane, trying to pick up that kill on Crowns. Was unable to do it. So there's a window of opportunity right now where Crowns has his ultimate, that unstable power, and Nyx does not have his, so maybe they'll be looking for something. Actually, Bubble landing in the bot lane. They're putting down a lot of damage with great Flame Chompers, keeping RFI off the back of Birmingham's bottom lane.
Yeah, that was so close in the bot lane, and they need to be careful of Jinx hitting 6. They don't want to stay around too long, but remember, you've got that heal coming out from Nami, so RFI will feel fairly safe if he just continues to get the heal. And Blue Bear walking straight into a piercing light. He's being very, very aggressive when he maybe should just be being a little bit more cautious. Another piercing light would have finished him off there. A nice shield, though, did manage to negate a large portion of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, RFI has a lot of pressure in the lane, especially when you look at the fact that Overload is pretty much spamming those Eye of the Storms to keep Blue Bear in a position where he can easily farm the wave onto the tower. So pretty soon, there's not going to be any mana across either of Birmingham's bot lanes. At that point, they can't do anything about a good all-in with maybe a bubble coming out of Bear's bot lane. So they need to be careful. I think they should get some jungler assistance soon to push this lane out and then go back.
Yeah, and already you're just starting to see a slight gold gap starting to show between the two teams, all based on CS, really. The CS in the top lane, the CS in the mid lane, even slight CS in the jungle, I could say. But really, it's your two solo lanes have been performing incredibly well in Nottingham. And again, giving Billy the Yoreli is starting to show how he shines so well on that. He throws the lane really effectively. He's got a large CS gap on to Kuznia, and he's not under any threat. He's just going to get to that mid-game spike where he finishes that Trinity Force fairly early on. He's already picked up almost 2/3 of the components, so it won't be long before that's in his back pocket and be really, really scary to deal with.
Yeah, and at that point, I imagine Bears are going to be looking to set some things up. Maybe around the dragon using the teleport, maybe just in the form of a gank in the top lane. I don't know how easily Kuznia could actually deal with that, given how strong Triforce is, so he does need to be careful. Especially given that Hal as well does a decent portion of magic damage. If you look at the items that Kuznia is going for, just going for the cloth armor and the Warden's Mail, he's not going to be able to mitigate a lot of that. Also, the true damage is going to be really, really nice in that spot.
Hal is actually going for the Devourer, like we saw Davidoff do last game. Davidoff didn't have the chance to farm that to an effective position, but you'd imagine Hal is going to have a little bit more time under his sleeve. I was with 0-0 right now, so he's...
Oh, this could be interesting, actually. Billy's trying to go on to Kuznia, but Davidoff is there for the counter, and so much crowd control going immediately onto Billy. He's got to flash into that Baron pit, and he's going to be able to walk away safely. Bot lane, meanwhile, Blue Bear and RFI duking it out. The tidal wave comes. There's the rocket. RFI is so low, but he doesn't go down. A heal very late. I'm not sure what that was for, but he is going to be able to survive. Birmingham actually doing very well in that trade, given that, you know, their burst potential isn't necessarily as high. You have to land the Super Mega Death Rocket, but because of the sort of mini stun, the stutter that the Monsoon created, they were able to do that.
Yeah, it looks like Nyx is making his way down to the bot lane. Teleport's coming down from...
Oh, here we go! Teleport as well from Kuznia, but it does get cancelled as they realize they're just not going to be able to go for a huge fight. I got excited for nothing. And Bears just forcing Birmingham back. That said, they are now in a position where they have 5 members near to this dragon. They might want to go for it. Maybe a mid lane tower could also be on the cards here.
Yeah, they're going to want to do something with the teleport that Trust Club Billy expended to make himself available in this bot lane. It does look like that dragon is being started up. Birmingham won't be able to react with Kuznia, but they do have the rest of their team. But this is going down very quickly, so if they're going to look to commit, they're either going to try and steal with Rite of the Arcane, or they're not going to steal at all. But they're getting a bit of a commit to Davidoff.
Oh, they're trying to go in here. Chum the Waters does land onto Davidoff, and look at the damage! First Blood coming out, Rite of the Arcane. I don't think it's going to pick anything up, not quite, but First Blood, a scoundrel, going over to Bears at 11 minutes 20 seconds. It's a very late First Blood compared to last game.
And directed camera just went crazy. But no, yeah, that was, again, Birmingham trying to peek, didn't quite know when the dragon was going down. They didn't have the ward coverage to allow for that. And Kuznia just doing his best job of pushing up in that top lane in the meantime. Unfortunately, he is a Scion. He's not a tower-killing machine. So he's not going to be able to take that tower as quickly as some other top laners may be able to, like an Aurelia, who's got the attack speed, got those fairly hefty auto attacks. But he's had a lot of time to work on it, and it's going to go down fairly soon. Is he?
I think Billy can defend this, to be honest. There's no minions left.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of
so
damage.
Close. Very close for Kuznia in the top lane. He's probably going to have to back off. Billy has got that red buff after killing Davidoff, and giving the first blood away to an Aurelia probably not the best target for you, and you can see Kuznia is already a bit scared. Billy with that red buff is just going to chunk through Kuznia's health.
Yeah, and Kuznia doesn't have any way of 1v versus 1ing Billy right now, so Davidoff is spending a lot of time up here. I do like that response, given that, look at the bot lane. Bluebear and Overload, they're doing pretty good, and Nyx isn't under a great deal of pressure in the mid lane. So the top lane is the only place it really makes sense to put the pressure down, given that Billy is just so strong. They're trying to get this tower as well at the moment, but the wave
nice reaction
from Billy is pretty good. Hal is coming up as well with crowns in tow. But the ward is going to spot those guys out. Birmingham is going to back out safely.
Yeah, bot lane's getting pushed up. The culling comes down onto that wave. RFI and Bears, after that early scare, starting to have a little bit better of a time.
Oh, Nyx in the mid lane does get stunned up by the Scatter of the Week. Hal is there as well. Flash has to come out from the waters and crowns. Takes a decent amount of damage in return. Actually takes more damage than Nyx did in that trade. So not the worst scenario for Nyx by any stretch of the imagination. Right at the arcane. Going to miss all 3 shots. Not ideal for Nyx, but nice fancy feet there from Crowns.
Yeah, and whiffed all of those. Probably a bit of a stretch to get a kill with the right of the arcane.
Yeah, actually, Bear's coming in the mid lane. Tidal Wave going down. Nyx misses his stuns. Barrier is going to keep him alive for now, but Hal does a ton of damage going in there. Davidoff as well. This is insane damage coming out of Hal. He picks up a double kill. And Bears, suddenly out of nowhere, they're starting to turn things in their favor.
The Jinx rocket.
Oh, is he going to hit Hal? No, not quite.
Oh, off the map. That was a fairly decent attempt, but again, it was a bit of a high hope, especially going across the map. You have a little bit less of the angles to make, and Billy just going this top lane out. Again, Nottingham look like they're starting to turn the heat up, and Birmingham just struggling to keep up. But other way around this time, Birmingham do have that late game scaling AD carry. They do have the potential to get into that sort of later stages of the game and look to carry with Bluebear. Bluebear is definitely not having a hard time this game. He's had a free farm. He's got a little bit of farm up on RFI. He's getting towards that Infinity Edge too. So give him a little bit more time and he should enter a position where he'll really start to shine. But it's again, are Bears going to give Birmingham that time? They didn't give them that time last time. They're probably not going to give them that time this time.
I think at the moment, looking at how he's having the time of his life too. He's having a really, really solid game, 2 for 0 for 1. And he's picked up that Devourer. You can see that's why he's just doing such a ridiculous amount of damage. Look at how quickly Davidoff went down there. He has a Cinderhold, for goodness sake. He still took way too much damage.
Obviously, the percentage damage from Fizz is just so powerful against these tanks. And you're seeing Hal play a different style of Fizz than you saw Davidoff play. Hal has been balancing the farming and ganking very, very well. He's timely on the counter ganks. We saw it from the Skarner. He really, really is good at setting up these ganks and counter ganks and being at the right positions on the map at the right time and really just pushing the teams to take the objectives too. And he's having a far better time and he's going to be a far bigger threat than Davidoff was on Fizz last game. And Birmingham, again, just need to think about where they need to step up because they need to allow Nyx a little bit more time to get some AP behind him. I'll probably allow Kuznia in the top lane to grab a little bit more defense, probably namely flat health at this point. He's got that frozen heart already. And then allow Bluebear a little bit of extra time to get the items that he needs to become scary. All of these are big ifs, though, for the Birmingham side. And when you look at their team composition, they're going to struggle against an engage by a wave. But in the top lane, Kuznia...
Oh, he has taken a lot of damage, actually. I don't think Billy can quite finish it up. But with Kuznia being so low and having to back, it's very likely that this teleport from Kuznia is going to be used in a non-ideal situation for Birmingham.
Yeah, I'd say so. When the next dragon coming up in 54 seconds, I think Billy wants to look to force Kuznia away so he won't be able to teleport down to that dragon area. He has his teleport, Kuznia has his teleport. Does Kuznia give up damage on this tower and teleport back to the dragon area, or does he try and get the teleport onto the tower immediately and save it, but then again giving up the dragon? It depends whether you care about this second dragon enough. because you're not going to get the tower buff onto a Jinx because it's not going onto a Jinx. Obviously, Lucian can be scary when pushing towers because of Light Slinger, but it's nowhere near the level of Jinx in terms of pushing power. So do University of Birmingham care enough to commit for this second dragon, given it's just the tower damage, but Blue Bear...
Oh, they care enough to try and commit in the bot lane, but they don't care enough to get it.
It depends whether Birmingham feel confident enough at this point. Do they feel confident enough? There's a teleport coming in the mid lane.
This is a pretty bold teleport. Crowns is coming in from the flank, but he does get anchored up immediately. Depth charge as well. Nyx is putting down some good damage. Has to use that berry, but is not enough. He goes down, trades for Billy, and Bear is just coming in from the flank there and absolutely wiping through him. Birmingham needs to be careful. Blue Bear, this is not good positioning. He has gotten caught out here. Look at the damage. He goes down. Billy picking that one up, and that is a 3-for-1. In favor of Nottingham Bears. The dragon is there for the taking, so is that mid lane tower.
Well, I talk about Birmingham thinking about caring, but they didn't have the chance to care. They just got taken off the map before that was even an opportunity for them. So, second dragon of the game going to go down. This mid tower going down too. Probably the perfect trade you could hope for around this stage in the game. And now they can look to push their vision line up into the Birmingham side jungle. Try to get aggressive, try to make picks, use that Nami ultimate and get some engages with the Fizz and Irelia, because they're really going to be looking to exploit Irelia at this point. She's very powerful. She's got that Triforce. It's between the 15-20 minute mark. That's where she's going to start to shine. And Lucian's almost finished that Infinity Edge too. If he finishes that on his next back, I think the real call from Nottingham is going to be, let's try and push some objectives. Let's try and force University of Birmingham to engage us and go into small skirmishes or even just full-on team fights. And we can probably look to win those out and just solidify our advantage.
Yeah, and that's definitely what they need to be looking towards doing, because at this point, the only thing that Bears are really scared of is pushing the game too late, right? That's when Nyx and Blue Bear are going to be at their most potent. So if they can close things out sooner rather than later, they're definitely going to want to. Right now, they're looking towards this mid lane defense, but they don't have Lucian here. They don't have Crowns here. So they're just going to wait for Blue Bear, actually. Gets engaged on, but he's dodging all of the skills. Great fancy feat there. Crowns going down in return. And now the pressure's onto Hal & Co. They're going to have to get out of here. Nice bubble peeling off there by the Bears of People too. But what great juking there from Blue Bear. He dodged everything.
Well, we just missed it on the actual screen. My direct camera's being hilarious. But they did manage to get a nice kill there, and it's going to give them a bit of pressure on this mid lane turret. But the defense coming out is pretty decent. They've got decent wave clear. The culling is still available. They are going to still lose the tower, however. They have got the tanks in the front line. And again, Blue Bear, a nice bit of individual skill to give his team the advantage there, and they are going to pick up the tower for its worth. So it's going to give them a little bit of gold. They're not even that far behind at this point in time. 6-3 and only a 2k gold difference between the two teams is definitely not a massive disadvantage. If Birmingham can secure their first dragon, they'll be on a level playing field.
Yeah, basically, I mean, just given the time in the game it is, we're now about to hit the 20-minute mark. Once we start moving towards the 25-minute mark, that's at the point where I think Blue Bear is really going to properly start outscaling RFI. And, you know, from then onwards, it's just Birmingham's game to sort of slowly try and claw back, so long as they don't give away any picks, give away any objectives that they shouldn't, that kind of thing.
They need to play these later game team fights carefully, because really they're going to be looking to allow Nyx to do the damage before they engage, and then use Kuznia once they feel that they have the advantage. And then from the backline they can use Blue Bear. They need to make sure that that is coming down before the Bears have the opportunity to engage with either Billy or Hal, because if Hal and Billy can get onto the backline via a flank before Nyx has the chance to do the damage that he needs to do, they'll be in a tough position to deal with, because their composition is not exactly ideal.
Oh,
but
Kuznia, he's actually going down the mid lane, manages to not quite get on the Crowns. It was very, very close, but with that ultimate down now, maybe you see Bears looking for something here.
Yeah, Bears just going to take that blue buff, but I think it was a bit of a long shot to pick off one target there, especially when he had a lot of options available to him to sort of back out. But again, worth taking the risk. If you could lock down Crowns, then they have lost a lot of their burst damage in team fights. Obviously, you do have that Fizz, but because he's in the jungle, he's not quite bursty. He does a lot of the sustained damage, but he doesn't have that Trinity Force to apply his burst, because obviously he gets a lot from that Sheen passive. Fizz is just so powerful with that. Obviously, the Urchin's Strike works so well with the Sheen.
I really like this roam by Bears. They managed to force Davidoff to take the red, and they're going to get top tower. That is a great pickup for them. As a result of this, you see Birmingham having to respond. but because they're behind, they're lagging behind and moving up here, Bears have had some time to set up vision, which is really, really good for them. I don't think a push onto the second tower would be a wise decision by Bears, though. There's a lot of lockdown on Birmingham, and there's a lot of long-range capabilities on their side, so they can really afford to stay behind their tower and still lay down some hurt.
They're probably not going to be looking to do Baron, they're just going to push up mid. I think they're trying to get some Baron vision control, but there is that deep ward in the Baron pit from University of Birmingham, so a potential sneak Baron is definitely not on the cards. But you wouldn't do that when they're all in the red side jungle anyway, and you just went toe-to-toe with them in that top lane. But Birmingham, once they can get that Phantom Dancer onto Bluebear and maybe even look towards picking him up a Last Whisper or Bloodthirster, depending on which route he chooses to go, they'll be in a really strong position. As long as they can peel for him, as long as they can keep him safe, Birmingham should have the advantage to control these team fights. You've got a Janna who's fantastic at peeling. You've got a Nautilus who can split his focus and really be a good peeler himself. And obviously the decimating smash from Sion is such a great team control ability. They've got a lot of tools here to keep Bluebear safe. It's just about getting Bluebear to a position where he's worth keeping safe.
Yeah, that's very true. One thing I'm curious about, actually, what do you think about Bluebear's build path here? He went for that Cloak of Agility before even picking up a Zeal.
Yeah, I mean, some people do this because they just value the flat crit with the Infinity Edge over the attack speed. Because Jinx gets that auto attack speed steroid from her Pow anyway, stacks up to 3 times, there's a massive boost in her own attack speed. Going the agility cloak, especially if maybe they were looking for a spike based on the gold that she had, probably not that much of an awful idea, especially if she has the ability to wind that Pow up, isn't stuck using fishbones the entire time. She probably could make get a big advantage out, but they're going
Whoa, they're going hard on the Bluebear, but missing 2 ultimates with 20 seconds until Dragon. That could definitely bite Bears in the butt.
Yeah, and also Bluebear was looking to back there, so they're going to either try and engage with Bluebear still on the field without backing, or they're going to just back off and leave this Dragon again. Or they're trying to go on overload.
He might have bitten off more than he could chew here. He's had to jump back into enemy lines. Nixo does get stunned up, has to flash out of there, but the return kill goes on to Bears of People 2. Crowns, that is a lot of snipe damage. He is taken very low. Can they get onto him for the final blow? Not quite. Now Billy has teleported down, but it might be too late. There's a flank here from Hal. Everyone on Birmingham is half health or below, and Bears, they're still trying to fight this. I don't know if they can, though. Oh, Hal, no! Monsoon coming out, keeping Birmingham healthy, but now Billy, he's the target. He's gonna get Bluebear, however, on the back, and actually RFI dashing into Flame Chompers. This is such a messy fight. RFI goes down. Billy, can he pick up 2? Nyx, not quite. That was so close.
That team fight was so well played from Birmingham. Contrary to their last game, they just duked back and forth, really picking off those key targets at the right time, and they focused down the jungle. It meant they had control of the Dragon. They actually
Crowns is back.
Because it lasted so long, they aren't going to be able to take the Dragon off the map, because Crowns and Bear are back to try and defend this one out. But Birmingham played that so well. They kept Jinx in a safe position, allowed her to do the damage from the back line. And did you see the combo between Davidoff and the Nyx right at the Arcane? Because they knew where that depth charge was going to hit, you could just immediately get some right at the Arcane down for full damage. Usually you have a little bit of trouble when you're trying to juke out that right at the Arcane, because sometimes it's quite easy to miss essentially, but the nice bit of damage coming down to Crowns. And Billy teleported really late. I don't know if you noticed whether the teleport was only just available. He teleported pretty late into that team fight, and he had less of an effect.
I don't know if he's going to be able to steal this. It's a pretty tall order with how they're, given that he has the smite, yeah, he's not going to be able to grab that one. And Bear's actually just grouping up, taking that Dragon, even off the back of a lost fight. They're not, I mean, they're not too frustrated with how that went down, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they still got the Dragon. They still got the objective that they were competing for, even though it was a 4-for-1, I believe, in the end, or maybe even 5-for-1 in the end. I don't think they're going to be too frustrated with that. They got a very crucial buff for their team. They got that movement speed buff. And with a team that doesn't have any particular hard engage in terms of like flat, long-range gap closing abilities, even Blade Surge is quite short range compared to some of the engage on the University of Birmingham side. That movement speed bonus is going to be so powerful when looking to get their own engages off on the board. When you have a Fizz running at you at a slightly quicker speed, he can get that Chum the Waters in a slightly more correct position. Billy can get into a position more correctly, and all of this lasts and prolongs throughout team fights. So in teamfights like you just saw there, Billy will have a slightly higher movement speed to allow him to get to that back line, reposition in a better way. So it's a good buff for the Nottingham guys. And University of Birmingham, it now puts the pressure on. In 5 minutes' time, after Dragon spawns in 6 minutes, it's 5 minutes from now. When that next Dragon is up, it's going to be a big point for Birmingham to try and do something with it, because they can't let that 4th Dragon go down. Not necessarily for the Dragon buff that it provides, but the threat of the 5th Dragon. If you end up going into a toe-to-toe smite war or a clutch team fight, it's too risky just to give that away. Even the risk of giving it away is too much.
And look at this, Bears timed that red buff that they did earlier. We're here immediately for it, and actually Cullen coming out just to put some poke down onto Nyx didn't accomplish too much, but they've actually forced Birmingham to a weird position here where they're kind of having to split between both the middle and the top lane in order to defend. Bears, with that 5% movement speed they just obtained, are going to be able to rotate between these two lanes faster. So this is a good spot for them to be in, so long as they don't get picked off here.
Yeah. This is going to be a good defense. So they've got loads of wave clear coming out from Nyx, so he can just clear for days, especially with the blue buff. It'll be a lot more effective for him. But Nottingham going to have to try and catch them out on the rotations. But because of the way the minion waves are pushed, it allows a lot of time for Birmingham to react to going towards this mid lane, going towards this top lane. Ooh, a nice bit of damage on the Crowns there. Took the zap to the face. And Bluebear going to be happy with that. Bluebear needs to be careful.
Whoa, how? He wanted to go in for that. Didn't quite land the Chum the Waters, though, and without that, it's very, very difficult.
Without Chum the Waters, Nottingham are just going to back up.
Yeah, it's very difficult to make an engagement without that. You need, ideally, to knock up a few people, but at the bare minimum, you need a slow in order to actually close that distance, the bare minimum.
Nice sixth sense from Bluebear, actually, because he couldn't see the Chum the Waters coming through. He couldn't see Hal on the other side of that brush. I think he knew that it was a danger area. That you would do. Without any vision in that brush, you know that it's a danger area. So nice sixth sense from
oh,
Bluebear to keep him alive.
He doesn't have the same sixth sense. Gets stunned up by the Scout of the Week. A lot of damage goes down. He has to flash out of there, and actually using Rite of the Arcane to try and turn around, get some return damage, but not really going to pick up anything particular. With him being low, it makes it a lot easier for Bears to siege, because Nyx might need to go back soon. He is their wave clear.
Yeah, I don't actually think he got stunned up by the Scout of the Week. I think that stun range, the very small stun range that's been nerfed, I think it just missed him, because otherwise he would have actually been static for far longer and managed to get away just by dodging out that very end. But you're right, Nyx caught with his pants down, essentially, in that mid lane, and very fortunately managed to escape there. Could have spelled disaster for that mid lane turret, especially since Birmingham are really clinging on to this game, just getting towards that later game stage. And obviously Fizz is really powerful in the late game. Irelia is semi-powerful just because of the tenacity that she has. And obviously Syndra does a lot of damage in the late game too, but it's really all about Jinx for Birmingham. They're going to try and clear this bot lane tower too. Nice rotation. Birmingham are really keeping on top of the Nottingham movements.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, considering the fact that Bears have such good map dominance right now. I mean, look at the line of wards and where it's positioned. It's deep into the red side jungle. They're not, able to react to vision that they have from the river, for example, right? But Bears have the ability to run in really quickly. The fact that Birmingham are keeping up is very admirable. They're doing a good job. The wave clear from Nyx is a big thing here that's allowing them to actually manage that. Davidoff, flash hook on a Bears of people too. Howling Gale, that's a lot of crowd control. I don't see Bears getting out of this one. He is going to go down. There is no dragon for 1 minute 20 seconds though, so Birmingham are going to be hard-pressed to find an objective off the back of this.
Yeah, I mean, the flash engage was great, but you're not going to get anything from it. You've picked up a kill, and you've burnt your flash. I mean, in a lot of senses, it is worth, but you picked up the support, and there's nothing for you on the map to immediately rotate and look to take, especially with the Jinx. If you had a lane pushed up, if you hadn't taken that mid lane in a turret, then maybe going for a clutch engage in that area would have been a really solid idea. Not that it wasn't a solid idea anyway, but there's just less of a solid idea just because of the fact that you can't look to rotate and take anything from it. Taking that support does not give you a clear view of the Baron, does not give you a clear view of the Dragon even, there's just not enough off the board in terms of raw power on the Nottingham side for you to say, I'm going to safely go and try and take this objective off the map. But wow, look at the size of Kuznia with that Elixir of Iron. That is a big Scion.
Look at the size of Billy with that farm. I mean, compare the farm in the top lane right now. We were talking about it earlier. It has increased since then. Billy is doing a very good job of staying ahead of Kuznia right now.
19 seconds until the Dragon itself. Has 6 minutes gone that quickly? It seems like there's been so much going on.
Time flies when you're having fun. We're at NUEL Live. It's the most fun you can have.
Oh, I know. Exactly. but they are going to look to gain their own control. Birmingham know when this is going down. They want to make sure that this is their dragon. They don't want to give away that 4th dragon, and they look like they're trying to put their front line, admittedly at the front, and do their job. And Blue Bear has just kept himself very, very safe in that backside right there. And they're going to give Nyx the blue buff too. So that'll be really, really awesome for this team fight coming up.
Kuznir and Davidoff are starting to get really tanky. I'm starting to get a bit worried for Bears. How are they going to manage to melt through them? I think Hal actually might be the one that does arguably the most consistent damage to a tank right now with Devour plus the Blade of the Ruin King. That's something that RFI is working towards, and I do really like this pickup on him. When you've got Davidoff, who's got Cinderhulk and Warmogs and another giant spell, you've got to be going for the Blade of the Ruin King. There's no question about that, but it's not here yet. Can Bears actually win a full-on 5v5 right now?
I really don't know if Bears can, because there's just so much flat damage coming out from the front line. I mean, they have high base damage. You know, you get a stun onto Scion, great. You can't go in on that. There's just nothing you can follow up on. And I think the University of Birmingham know that. They're trying to put their front line out there. Belly gets locked up. They aren't going to follow it up just yet. They're waiting for Nyx to do the damage. They're just being that front line, allowing Nyx to use his Arcano Pulse, making the best use of that blue buff. This is exactly how we thought they would try and play these team fights. Don't commit, allow Nyx to do what he can do in the front, the back line, and then commit when you someone steps out of position like that, or you get enough damage down.
Oh, here we go with the Dauntless Onslaught as well. Doesn't land onto anyone, but a great combo of CC on the back line of Bears. Billy, he's trying to get onto Blue Bear. He does not quite have it yet. Blue Bear manages to get away. No, flash forward from RFI, and Fizz gonna pick that one up. And actually, Bear's doing a great job of winning this fight. It didn't look very good for them to begin with, but Nyx actually does need to be careful here. Crowns is hot in pursuit. Kuznir can't really offer anything. Flash forward bubble, and a flash in return from Nyx, but the Dragon, in the meantime, does fall to Nottingham Bears, and they're going to be able to rotate it towards this bottom lane. No one is in position to defend it, and there is a massive stack of minions there.
Yeah, I mean, the most you can say about that fight is that they were just trying to stall it out as long as they could and allowing the damage to go down. They just didn't do enough damage to deal with the dive that was coming out from the Bears. I mean, you've got a lot of damage, but the damage is really only coming from Nyx and Blue Bear at this point, and Blue Bear was just immediately dived on by Billy, and you just saw him chunk him down. I know Billy went down himself before Blue Bear did, but then you just had the follow-up there from Hal, took out one of the main damage sources, and obviously you've got to wait a little bit of a time, got to wait some time before Xerath has his ability to put his damage down. Obviously it's all based on his cooldowns. He is a mage, of course. So when Blue Bear goes down, the real damage sources from Birmingham just go down the drain, and there's nothing left for them.
Yeah, and if you look at what happened in that fight, everyone was focused on defending Blue Bear, but it didn't succeed, which left Nyx in a horrible position because everyone was focused on defending Blue Bear. He had no help. Billy was running at him, and he was like, "Oh, run away!" And just couldn't actually put any damage down in the fight. So, they've got two threats, but one of them was neutralized just purely because of how Birmingham was playing.
The way that Birmingham need and want to play these team fights is they need to have the flat damage to take down the people that are diving them and still have their front line available to follow up and then use their damage that should have survived the dive to then try and take out the back line. But it's a big ask, especially when you're getting dived by an Aurelia and a Fizz with Frozen Heart. As a Jinx, I mean, you need that Last Whisper, and he's going for the Bloodthirster. I mean, I can kind of see the theory that I'm dying, I need the shield from Bloodthirster, I need the lifesteal to kite against the Aurelia. But you're going up against a Frozen Heart, I get another Chain Vest, and there's just so much armor for you to deal with. I mean, if you don't have that Last Whisper, you're just not going to be doing the damage. No matter what your lifesteal is, you're just not going to be doing the damage to lifesteal.
Yeah, that is a very good point, and I do worry that this won't pay off for Blue Bear. We're going to have to see if it makes anything happen in the next
fight. It depends how long they can take this game out. Because, again, if they can extend it where he can finish that Bloodthirster, then get a Last Whisper, then sure. But they're going to go for the engage maybe here.
Oh, Billy, he wants it. Davidoff actually using that anchor onto him, and the engagement with the tidal wave coming in. Huge series of knockups, but Bears don't even care. They're just snowballing through this, even with them all getting engaged onto. They are so tanky right now, and just there isn't the ability to dive onto them. Billy does need to be careful. Oh, so close. Nearly going down to Nyx, but not quite. And Bears picking up a free 2 kills there.
Yeah, and they may be even trying for the Baron. Billy does have teleport. He can go back fairly effectively. They're going to commit a lot of people here. Birmingham just can't do anything about it. They know it's happening. They just going to have to sit down and say, we're losing these team fights. We don't have the damage. They have very tanky front line. They haven't necessarily built flat health, but they've built the resistances, and no one's built that penetration apart from Nyx. And And really, they're not even itemizing really against Nyx himself. They're really itemizing against Bluebear because they understand that Bluebear is the real damage threat from the Birmingham side. During these more elongated team fights, once Nyx is in the middle of it, he's going to have to reposition to get away from Hal and Billy. That's less time that he can spend using Arcano Pulse and the variety of his skills. He's not going to commit to using Rite of the Arcane unless he's in a safe distance away from those people that can dive him. And then they really, once you take out Bluebear, there's nothing left on the Birmingham side to be a threat. Yeah, I mean, Scion, Nautilus, whatever. Are you scared about the damage that those guys are going to do at this point in the game? No, of course you're not. So as soon as you can take out Bluebear, if you commit all your resources to taking out Bluebear, or at least forcing Bluebear out of the fight, or making him a little bit less useful, i.e. with the 2 frozen hearts, you're going to be in a good position. And now you've got the Blade the Ruin King on Fizz, alongside that percentage health damage from his Seastone Trident, he can actually sit on that front line and chunk through Scion, chunk through Nautilus. And you can see on the side of Nautilus, the only magic resist that Nautilus got is those Mercury treads. The only magic resist, magic resist now being picked up by Kuznia is what I guess we'll be going for a Banshee's Veil, but it's a little bit late. He's got the Locket of the Iron Solari rather as well. But there's just not enough there to deal with how powerful Hal is at this point.
That's actually quite a lot of damage onto Overload, but with him going back, does this give Bears enough space to make something happen?
Maybe in the bot lane.
They can get into position, but I don't think they're going to get anything directly off that. Hal actually does get stunned up by that shocking orb.
And what's so great about Blade of the Ruin King on Fizz is that your percentage health max damage is mixed. So you can itemize against the magic portion like you have with the Locket, or you can itemize against the physical portion, but you're still going to be having some percentage of your max-based health across both sides of it there, and that's a lot of damage going on to
Actually,
RFI.
right of the Arcane coming down, he hits all 3. It's not up. The Rocket, oh, Billy doing a great job for his team, blocking it out, but Davidoff, this is a sign for him to go in. RFI is very low. He gets onto him. Can he lock him up enough? No. Meanwhile, Hal and Billy tearing apart the back lane of Birmingham, picking up Nyx. They force Bluebear out of the fight, and Bears just steamrolling into the base right now. RFI, he gets onto Bluebear. Everyone except for Overload is down. Bears look like they could win this right now, Scoundrel.
Yeah, I mean, this would be Nottingham's game. Surely they're going to push up to these inhibitors. They've only got to face against Overloaded, and what is he going to be able to do? He can throw out a
He's going to die.
He's going to die anyway. And they're going to go ahead and take the second game of this best-of-5 series. Nottingham look like they're in the full throttle right now, and Birmingham have got a lot of catching up to do. 3 games in a row if they want to take the NUEL Live Championship final. Can they do it? Well, that's a question we're going to throw over to our analyst desk. They're going to be breaking down that last game and asking you, what can Birmingham do? Take it away, Synergy.
Thank you very much, Scoundrel. We are back at the desk course, joined by Vidius and Frozen Dawn and myself, Synergy. That was a bit of a different game than the first one. We chalked the first game up a lot to team compositions, and we felt the way Birmingham drafted was a lot better in the second game. I'm sure you guys would agree with that. We highlighted, though, in this game that it was the split damage that Nottingham had. It made it very, very difficult for Birmingham to itemize.
Yeah, so Nottingham had full HP Shred from Fizz, the true damage from Aurelia, and then a strong mid laner with AP damage, and then of course their AD carry with flat AD damage. And it meant that the 2 tanks from Birmingham had to itemize really effectively and had to really focus how they itemized. But the problem was, because Aurelia got ahead in the lane, you wanted to itemize against her, but then Fizz also got ahead. I believe he got a double kill sort of around 10 or 15 minutes, I think. And so he then got ahead, and then suddenly you're now dealing with shreds and true damage. So you don't want to itemize with full health, because then you can't deal with the shred, but then there's no need to get out of the armor. So the problem with that was just that once the 2 sort of shredders got ahead, the tanks had a really difficult time of itemizing.
Yeah, the great thing about Nottingham's comp is that it really was quite diverse. So if the tank stacked HP, then you had the you had the percentage health damage from Fizz. If they stacked armor, you had the last Whisper Rush from Lucian. But then you had the true damage from Aurelia. They hit through both. So the tanks didn't really know what to optimize. So in the mid game, where they had those early dragon fights, they were really strong because those items hadn't been completed yet. But then when we saw in that final team fight, they just couldn't do anything. There was no way to really itemize against their team because they they just had the perfect comp for it.
Yeah, and to touch a little bit on item builds as well, we highlighted that Jinx, Blueberry in this case, chose to go for a Bloodthirster over Last Whisper as his third item. Now, I think, Vidius, you picked up on this. You were like, I think he needs this Last Whisper right now.
Yeah, the thing about AD carries these days is that there's a bit of a debate between whether or not you should get Last Whisper third item or whether you should get Lifesteal. And because of the current tank meta, where you have tanks in the jungle and you have tanks in the top lane, more often than not, you really need to rush the Last Whisper.
Yeah.
Just because, as we saw in that final team fight, and even at the Dragon fight, Irelia just wasn't dying.
Yeah.
Because there was just no way to hit through. Like, Nyx quickly rushed the Void Staff, which was the right choice. Like, he didn't want that Zhonya's because they weren't getting to him. He wanted damage. He wanted to hit through Irelia and kill her as fast as possible. And to support that, we needed Bluebear to also have the Last Whisper and to be ripping through that Irelia as fast as possible.
Yeah, and so I think Irelia is definitely something to highlight in this game. We were talking during the picks and bans, we're like, oh, I'm assuming they're going to ban Irelia right here. And actually, they opted to go for the Kennen ban instead. We felt this was maybe a little bit off because Billy is one of those players who he's the carry top laner. We highlighted this in the pre-show. If his team feels if he plays well and he can put them on his back and really, deliver, Irelia is the sort of champion to do that.
Yeah, so not banning Irelia is really weird. Billy does just love that champion. He's really dominant on it. You actually saw, like early on, I think Billy had like 45 CS to about 23 from Kuznia, and that CS disparity is just insane, especially in a matchup that's meant to be kind of even. And the Kennen ban itself, so Kennen is deal withable. I mean, you can either like swap the lanes as you suggested, or perhaps take something like Vladimir to try and deal with it. So I'm not entirely sure the Kennen ban is necessary, although of course we haven't actually seen what happens when they get Kennen, so maybe it's one of those things that they're just too scared of playing against, especially if they are a team fight orientated team.
Right, yeah, and just we did see Birmingham almost turn that game around actually at that Dragon fight in I believe it was about 20 minutes or so, and we highlighted that it was, you said just now actually that they were so tanky at this stage, and they made a nice pick and decisive play, and I think that was a big factor in how this game played out, even for Nottingham as well.
Yeah, so I want to go back to a team fight that was around, I believe it was about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was, what happened was they were a bit behind in kills. I believe the score was something like 3-7, 2-7 in favour of Nottingham. And they found Fizz around Dragon. Dragon had just spawned, and they found Fizz, and he was quite out of position. So they then try to engage on the Fizz. He jumps over the wall, but by doing that, he baits his team in. His team try to come and support him because he wants to fight. He, meanwhile, is running away, and they suddenly turn. They're like, okay, we're going to kill on the 4v5. So they drop the Nami, they then focus on the Syndra, and then this is where you can kind of see that Birmingham then become indecisive again, because they have a really decisive, they go, okay, Fizz, 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 Nami, and they instantly turn. But then all of a sudden, like, they can't decide between, they're focusing Syndra, then they're focusing Lucian, then they're focusing Irelia, and you sit there and like, just, pick a target and kill it, and they did win the fight overall. I believe they traded 4 for 1, but they still lost the Dragon, and all they did was level the kills. Yeah. But in terms of objective, Nottingham still came out ahead.
Yeah, I think that indecisiveness with regard to who they focused in team fights was something that they perhaps wanted to focus on. But at the same time, I do think that the Fizz jungle did quite a good job of sort of running right behind them. So when they were chasing down the Syndra, he did actually flank, meaning that Overload had to fire his tornado like behind him to make sure the Fizz couldn't catch up. So I think that was Nottingham also playing the team fight quite well with some good kiting, as opposed to Birmingham just playing it like miscalling. Yeah. With regards to decisiveness, there were certain instances where I think that Birmingham should have just made a decision, and on the occasions where they did make the decision to go, they actually managed to capitalize on it. I mean, the only other occasion was, of course, there was the team fight that they actually lost because I think Sion did miss his ult.
Yeah,
and as a result, they got collapsed
looking for 4 people and ended up just about whiffing. But I think it was the right call from them. They needed to make something happen and just go with it. I think they seem to be actually quite a scary team. If they get the momentum and they're like, we can do this, and just go for it, they will do it, and they will start to steamroll. But the Bears have been playing very well to sort of counter that aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, I do feel that, as we mentioned, the comps were a lot better from, well, I mean, Nottingham's once again had a very solid comp, but I think the pick and ban still needs work from Birmingham. As we've already mentioned, the Annie is a solid ban that I think we can all agree on is a good ban. But then we talked about this in the pre-show, the sort of reactive Skarner ban. Like, why? Skarner wasn't that impactful. No. It was a good counter to Zed. It had its impact in ways, but it wasn't game-changing.
I don't feel they were planning on picking Zed in that game, where they did go very early on for that Xerath, so Yeah, maybe a little bit of misman could have been, switched out for Aurelia. Even then, like.
And then, leaving Aurelia open, I felt like they didn't plan properly for the Aurelia.
Well, I think I'm not sure. I think that maybe they just played against the Aurelia poorly. I think Kaznia should neutralize. Sion should neutralize Aurelia. They should both be on similar CS. They both have similar teleport potential, similar sort of gank synergy potential. So it was just a matter that Kaznia sort of played the lane poorly, I think, or at least early on played it poorly. And as a result, Aurelia got ahead. And then when she had her Triforce, they managed to get some good team fights going and some good picks off of that. And I think it was a teleport gank where the Aurelia came in before the Sion, so Sion cancelled his TP.
Yeah, down bot lane. I believe Aurelia even got a double kill out of that.
Yeah, I think that was a big turning point, actually.
Massive,
She picked up her first 2 kills, I think. And, the game really snowballed from there. So that is going to be the end of our Game 2 analysis. We will have Game 3 coming up, but we are going to cut to a quick break.
driving. He's going to be able to get that repel. Can he finish it off with like the dead centers from the other side of the map?
Everyone, but he's just pretty ineffectual without much damage. Oh, three-man knockup followed by Yasuo. That has got to be game.
What's up everyone, Mark from Overclockers UK here. Today we're looking at the Avexa Raiden series of memory. Now, Avexa Raiden has a plasma tube that runs across the top of the memory module. This is an exclusive patent that Avexa have got. It's really, really awesome as well. It sets your system aside from anybody else and one of the most unique features I've ever seen on a memory module. Now, this is exclusive to Overclockers UK. At the moment, only available in DDR3, but for the future, we're going to be looking at DDR4 and different colours. So make sure you check out Overclockers UK for updates on that, and I'll catch you again next time.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NUEL's National Championships Grand Finals featuring Birmingham Storm and the Nottingham Bears. Third game is going to go.
I think if Birmingham draft a lot better this game, I think they can take it.
Yeah, and I personally think that Nottingham really have this final game in the bag.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. We are going to throw it straight up to our casters, gonna bounce pretty much straight into Champ Select. So over to you guys, Excoundrel and Asigulus.
Oh, wow, guys, this has been an explosive 2 games. Nottingham Bears really turning the heat on, though, when it matters, right at the NUEL Live finals. But we're into Champ Select on what, obviously, Bolton meant to say was the potential final game of this best of 3. He was very confident in the Nottingham side to close this one out. But after the first 2 games, it's looking like Birmingham are on the back foot.
Oh,
and
definitely.
Yeah, definitely on the back foot. They need to bring something out of the bag. Have they got anything planned, do you think? Have they got a little trick up their sleeve? Because The Bears really brought that Skarner as almost a surprise jungle pick on the first game, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah.
And then they took that really nice ban strategy to get the Aurelia, which I would say almost single-handedly won them a couple of those team fights, and really was the crux of their dive composition they were running. Although University of Birmingham had flashes of brilliance, especially around those dragon fights, it's been difficult. And look at the bans coming out now from Birmingham. Annie obviously off the board, Janna and Jinx gone.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised by any of those, to be honest. Obviously, RFI and Bears People 2 played an excellent Jinx Janna lane. And also, regarding your earlier point, I have heard whispers that there's something cool planned by Birmingham. I don't know if they're going to want to bring it out or not, but potentially they could.
So this is 5.5, right?
Yeah.
So this is when Sejuani was in her
Peak.
element.
Yeah.
So they're going to take Sejuani as the first pick. Now, banning Janna and Jinx forced the Bears team to pick up the bans, and it was sort of kind of put the pressure down onto Bears. They didn't ban the Sejuani, so that's obviously going to be picked up straight away. Davidoff wants to take that champion off the board. Very strong in the meta of 5.5 before she had some nerfs. Probably even strong in 5.6 still, but not quite as strong and not quite as dominant as she was previously. It's going to be Morgana and Lissandra being taken
Super
over.
flexible.
Super flexible. You could have Morgana in that top lane, you could have Morgana in that support role, you could have Lissandra in that top lane, Lissandra in the mid lane. Doesn't give too much away, but on first glance, you'd likely be seeing that Lissandra either in the top or mid, and probably Morgana support. I wouldn't imagine Billy would be going to the Morgana top lane. We'll have to see how the rest of the picks and bans run through. And if this Lux is the pocket pick that we were talking about for Nyx, we've seen something similar to this before. DX Alchemist for Choke plays a lot of Lux, and people kind of don't expect it, but it's going to be Lulu being locked in here, probably for, or likely for Kuznia in the top lane. You can see it in the support role too. Even we have seen it in mid lane from time to time. And it's going to be Caitlyn locked in. I haven't seen much Caitlyn. I really don't see much Caitlyn, and a lot of people will lane swap into Caitlyn because they don't want to put Caitlyn in the 2v2.
You gotta think, this is kind of a warning signal for Bears. And you can see they're not like instantly locking anything in here, right? You see the Caitlyn, you're like, why are they picking that? And you gotta have a moment and just think about what they're actually trying to accomplish. Because they could be doing it for lane, but...
Because Birmingham will want to 2v2 with the Caitlyn, because obviously that's where Caitlyn shines. Nottingham, however, do have the option to rotate away from that Caitlyn and put their bot lane up against in the 2v1 lane. Maybe, depending on what that 2v1 lane is, may even be beneficial for them. They'll have to see what they pick. Obviously, the Jinx having been down, they've got a little bit more of a limited pool than what we've seen so far. There is a Corki, there is a Graves, those are fairly strong AD carries in 5.5. They're still on the table. It's going to be Nautilus being hovered over the Bears here. It looks like picks are just being thrown back and forth between these two teams, and Graves is potentially going to be locked in here. Oh, actually, Lucian at the last moment for RFI. Lucian can do all right against Caitlyn. Depends on how many piercing lights you hit, depends on how close you can get and make advantage of that light slinger. But again, you know, they do have the option to lane swap against the Caitlyn if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why Lucian is a good pick here, I think, is of all the AD carries that kind of offer what Lucian offers, so like Graves and Corki and that kind of thing, right? You know, he actually has probably the best lane against Caitlyn because of the fact that he can relentless pursuit towards Caitlyn while she's using Potof Peacemaker and still dodge it, and then he's close enough to follow up with Light Slinger. So he's got the ability to actually go in toe-to-toe and fight.
And with some clever minion play, you can also get Piercing Light onto Caitlyn. It has the range that can hit her when she's trying to auto-attack creeps. You do have that option.
Please.
Please play that champion.
Me and you both love Fiora. We played it so much last
Me and you both love Fiora. Like, Fiora is probably one of our favourite champions, but no, Hecarim hasn't been noticed here, and Hecarim definitely has hit the spotlight very recently in that top lane. You kind of go that teleport ignite, and looking like the teleport ignite has already been locked in by Kuznia. Hecarim wasn't even thought of between these two teams. Usually we're seeing that either a pick or ban in a lot of other UK professional matches or semi-professional matches. We're seeing that Hecarim being really prioritised in the pick and bans, and maybe Bears didn't think Kuznia had that kind of pick in him, and they probably weren't expecting it, to say the least. But that's potentially the pocket picks we were talking about. Caitlyn on Blue Bear and Hecarim for Kuznia. It's not really a crazy pick, but I'm not sure Bears were overly expecting it. They're going to be Ezreal mid lane for crowns. So that's going to be Ezreal going toe-to-toe with Orianna, and we've seen a lot of Ezreal. Me and you faced an extremely fed Ezreal yesterday and got absolutely demolished.
He came from your lane.
Pardon?
He came from your lane.
Yeah, it came from my lane. I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, no, Ezreal, if he manages to get the damage, is just unbelievably powerful. He'll be going for that tier likely into the Muramana, then depending on where he wants to move with that build, could go to the full blue build. You don't see that as often now, but more likely go forward that Trinity Force and just be an absolute monster in that mid to late game. Because when you have that Muramana, your Mystic shots just deal so much damage, and especially when you're just continuously looking to kite back and keep yourself safe, especially with a Morgana, you can hit the bindings and the Mystic shots quite easily and lock them down on singular targets. I like this coming out from Bez, but let's just look at these compositions in a little bit more detail, because we need to think about what the overall idea behind them are. Now, Birmingham, they've got Hecarim, Sejuani, Orianna, Caitlyn, Lulu. This almost feels like your surefire ball delivery system right here.
Yeah, pretty
much. You have the ball on either Sejuani or Hecarim. You've got very fantastic ultimates to lock in. You've got Arctic Assault from Sejuani to put you in position. You have the ultimate from Hecarim. And you can just imagine the wombo combo. You have the Hecarim ult coming out, you ult with Lulu, you ult with Orianna, and suddenly there is an absolute mess of people in the middle of a team fight, and you've done your job. A little bit more difficult to see what you're going to be running with on the side of Bears. You've got this double AD competition, so really almost entirely you're highlighting the fact that they're going to be wanting to push towers. Ezreal and Lucian quite powerful at pushing towers down. You have the attack speed buff, you have the light slinger. Both two AD comps really always go for these big tower pushes. Other than that, you've really got a big pick composition here. And pick composition is a little bit harder to run in general because you have to rely on the enemy team making mistakes or having superior vision control. And maintaining those things or expecting those things is a little bit more difficult than running a surefire teamfight composition. Because you know that at some points you can make your teamfight composition work when you're looking to rotate around objectives. With the pick composition, you're more often than not relying on ganks, relying on people making mistakes, or relying on your superior vision control. So a little bit more work for Nottingham to do to make this work. But with the double AD composition, if they do make these picks, you can sure as hell bet that they will be taking towers off the back of them.
Oh, absolutely. And the one thing I think as well that Bears have going for them is that if the ball delivery system comes in and doesn't instantly kill everyone. So, you know, if they have a second or two to react, you've got some good disengagement tools, right? You know, you've got the Frozen Tomb coming out of Billy. If he uses on himself, it's like Azanya's. He can potentially put down a lot of damage on the guys that jump onto him as well. You know, if you look at Crowns, he's got the Arcane Shift. That's going to be able to get him out of some sticky spots. So they've got ways of dealing with the Wombo combo that's coming in. They've also got ways of, you know, maybe finding some really good picks. And I think the trio of pick champions they have is a very strong combination, especially post-6, which is when they're going to be looking to do it most.
Yeah, I agree, and it just looks like the both junglers starting on the same side of the map. They're going to move up towards their top sides, and we'll see where they choose to end up after their buffs have been completed. Going to see Billy on Lissandra going toe-to-toe with Kuznia's Hecarim here. Hecarim actually not going for that Ignite teleport. That's a little bit more of an aggressive build. He's going to take the flash, so you can get the flash engages from Hecarim. People often underestimate how powerful that can be. They are going to choose to keep their 2v2 versus Blueberry in the bot lane. That's a confident lineup here from the Nottingham boys in that bot side. They aren't too scared of the Caitlyn, whereas a lot of people would be a little bit more scared. But you can see in the top lane already, damage is coming thick and fast, and Kuznia having to use the extra sustain that he brought in his backpack.
Ooh, Binding narrowly missing there. Earlier level 2 hit by Bears did give them a window of opportunity to make something happen, but unfortunately not able to land that crowd control.
We're just going to have to see how these lanes pan out. Looks like Nautilus taking a little bit of extra time. And
Sejuani's here actually, coming in. RFI does get stunned up there. A lot of damage going on to him. Davidoff gonna have to back away. That was a level 2 gank. Very, very early out of the jungle there by Birmingham. Didn't manage to get much from it, and actually Overload, taking a lot of damage off the back of it, kind of made that a little bit less useful in mid lane. Hal trying to go on to Nyx, but Crowns took a ton of damage in that trade.
Yeah, and actually I thought maybe Hal was moving to try and make something happen or steal some jungle away, but he needs to react to the level 2 gank as well, put a lot of pressure down. Nyx is face safe though. He was up near his turret. It would have been a very big ask for him to move and let the dive.
Binding on the Blueberry, but RFI, wow! He took a lot of damage from that Piltover Peacemaker.
Yeah, I mean, with the Lulu shield, he is fairly safe, and he can immediately look to outrange anyone that's trying to get on top of him. This is Blueberry and Overload starting to put a little bit of dominance down with this Caitlyn in this lane. They needed that, though. They needed the ability to apply pressure by themselves, because they've been relying on a lot of pressure from the jungle on the Birmingham side to make their lane a little bit more bearable for them. This time round, though, it looks like they're doing a good job by themselves, which is good for the Birmingham side. That's what they need. They need to shut RFI down. They need to make sure that Blue Bear is in a position to carry, because it's always been a key point for Birmingham that they like to get their bot lane ahead. Allowing that to do them by themselves allows Davidoff to make something happen across the map that isn't in bot lane.
Yeah, and actually RFI had to back there, so he is miles behind at the moment due to the fact that he lost a ton of CS to the tower, a ton of experience, and gold went away with those minions. So this is a good opportunity for Birmingham. They are down to the wire right now. You know, they're on the ropes. If they lose this game, we're going to have Nottingham Bears being our champions. So they need to make this game work.
Yeah, there is always that in the back of your mind when you've got 2 games down in a best of 5, and you know that if you lose this one, you lose the entire thing. And also you've got that mindset that we need to win 3 more now. We need to do what they've done again and more. And that's always going to be a little bit discouraging, especially in a very long series like this.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, let's look at this mid lane for a second, because it's not a lane that you see that frequently. Crowds is actually doing an incredibly good job on that Ezreal pickup into the Orianna. He is up on CS, and he's been doing a good job of keeping his health values high.
Yeah, and in the bot lane, we're just seeing again Blue Bear and Overlay not yet backed, still looking to assert the dominance. And RFI is struggling. He's struggling in that bot lane, and it's a little bit difficult for him to go toe-to-toe with a Caitlyn. Like we said, Caitlyn is one of those champions that just likes to bully their lane out, or lane well just because of the range, and builds up towards that late game when she gets 4 items and becomes a real menace. And that's when Caitlyn, is a massive threat. Her mid game does fall off a little bit. It depends on how far ahead she gets, basically, from the laning phase. You really need to look to dominate that lane to make Caitlyn incredibly useful going into that mid game. Lucian has got the better.
Oh, that was a good binding, though. The dash in from RFI. Ignite goes down immediately. They just turn it on as soon as the binding lands, but they're not going to be able to finish it up. Unfortunately, RFI did not have his flash off cooldown to continue the chase there. Bears, he's fishing for another binding, though. Might be able to look for something. Davidoff, he's snuck in here, though. He knows what Bears are going for. Blue Bear keeping him interested for now.
They know something's up. They must know something's up at this point.
I would have thought so, but, actually we do see how nearby. Maybe that's the reason. Overload trying to maybe bait in with that binding, just dodging there, but...
I mean, Blue Bear sticking around that HP either spells out 2 things. He's silly or he's got someone there to help him. And, I think at this level, you kind of realize that Davidoff is going to put some work in this bot lane if he has to. You've got to bear in mind that Blue Bear yet hasn't been back. He's still only 6 CS up on RFI. So it's not like he's absolutely crushing this lane at this point. And he's got to back himself, so that gives RFI the time to catch up in CS and potentially even go further ahead.
When he got hit by that binding, he conceded an absolutely massive amount of pressure. He was closer to 12 CS, but as soon as that binding landed, everything changed, which is
everything changed when the binding attacked. And, unfortunately, Blue Bear, he's now got to either wait it out because he doesn't want to lose out on too much of this lane, or he's got to go back and concede minions, and that's going to be the big thing for him. They do have that pink board, so they are going to try and keep the pressure up on this, I guess, Davidoff coming through the tri-brush area. There isn't any wards apart from the...
Overload! He gets hit by a binding. RFI, though, can't do the damage through that shield. Help Picks doing a good job of keeping Overload healthy, but at this point, RFI and Bears are starting to turn this bottom lane around. This is one of the big issues for Caitlyn right now, Blue Bear. She almost had enough gold to BF Sword, so she kind of had to stay, or she would have conceded so much in the lane.
Yeah, I mean...
And now they've abused that.
You really want to get that power spike, and you never really want to back and get the pickaxe because it's obviously second rate compared to the BF Sword. I think now they've pushed that wave up, this is going to be the time for Blue Bear to back.
Absolutely, yeah.
And that's what you're seeing right here. Hecarim has gone straight for the home guard tier 2 boots. You see a lot of Hecarims in the top lane do this because it just, obviously the extra movement speed really allows you to do the extra damage. Just because Hecarim is passive, it works that way. And obviously with the teleport, the home guards can be really powerful. If you come in with that devastating charge, you have the massive movement speed increase and you can basically one-shot someone with that. So I guess around the next, when they're looking to team fight or maybe mid or skirmish around those dragon fights, teleport with the home guards, he'll jump in and just aim to do as much damage to a single target as physically possible. He doesn't need any damage items to do that just because of the way his passive is so powerful in that retention.
All right, well, looking at the top lane, actually, seeing as we're talking about up there, Kuznir isn't actually like massively out farming Billy, but he's going even, which kind of surprises me. I would have thought that this would be a lane that Lissandra does quite well in, compared to most top laners against Kuznir.
I think earlier on that definitely was the case, but once Kuznir has the ability to get a lot of HP back with his with his Spirit of Dread, he has the ability to sort of sustain up through that lane, and the damage coming down from Billy should be able to be bared by the Henry. Should be able to heal up through that. And actually RFI and Blue Bear going toe to toe. Nothing big happening there in that sense. Davidoff wants to make something happen in the top lane.
Oh, the bigger thing is the top lane. Kuznir, he goes in with that onslaught of shadows. Billy has to use the Frozen Tomb, but it's not enough. First blood going over to Davidoff bot lane. Meanwhile, Overload and Bears trying to get away here, but actually Nautilus is here as well. That's a double kill for RFI, and very likely going to be a dragon too. So nice play by bot lane for the Bears side.
Birmingham just can't seem to catch a break. They trade off one thing but lose two others. You think it's a great play in the top lane to pick up a kill for Kuznir, but you end up losing 2 kills to RFI in the bot lane. And this is the kind of the catch-22 of Birmingham. They don't camp bot, then bot loses. And I love seeing the pressure from Hal there, but that was just the case. You know, they don't put pressure on bot. Bot will eventually either lose to a gank or lose by themselves. And this is a real issue for Birmingham because they want to put pressure elsewhere on the map. The solo laners always seem to do better as Davidoff tries to go.
Oh, Hal actually is taking quite a lot of damage here. Got to use that anchor to get out. Nick's, throwing the ball onto Davidoff there definitely could have spelled out his demise.
So, I mean, Birmingham, it's just difficult for them at this point. They either commit so much to the bot lane that they're basically wasting all their resources and ignoring their solo lanes, or they try and gank their solo lanes but end up losing their bot lane. It's like they can't win whatsoever. Crowns, on the other hand, taking a bit of damage there. Obviously, picking up that early tier won't spike in damage until he finishes that Mura Mana or the Mana Immune up.
Yeah, it's not an item that offers you very good early game combat stats, unfortunately. He does definitely need that mana, however, when you're spamming out your abilities to farm the wave, which you're definitely doing in the middle lane, you really need to be able to sustain and keep throwing them out. Mystic Shot doesn't cost very much though, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to need a little bit more AD to make those Mystic Shots really start to do the damage. You can see Nyx is feeling very healthy. He's got a lot of sustain left. And Crowns just hasn't put the pressure down. But Crowns is safe himself. He's got a lot of tools to escape the majority of the damage that Oriana can put down. Arcane Shift is such a valuable tool, especially against something like a Shockwave. It's basically an extra flash in your pocket, another way to dodge the majority of the damage there. A lot of people look like they're crowding up around this river area in the mid lane. You can see both teams almost mirroring each other. It looks like Billy is heading down. Maybe they want to make something happen. Davidoff trying to...
he's flanked them here, actually. I don't think they realize he's there. The Arctic Assault over the Baron Wall snuck him in, but walking over that pink ward will reveal what he's up to, and he's actually getting flanked here by Hal as well, so doesn't need to be careful.
Yeah, they are just going to play it safe. They don't want to get into a fight with Billy in that top lane clearing.
Whoa, bot lane, RFI! He snipes down Overload, and Blue Bear, can he get the return kill? He does get it, but Soul Shackles might well be enough. He actually gets his blood binding, but there it is. Bears sniping out Kuznir. He teleports down. That's a lot of damage with the onslaught of shadows. But Bears, for people too, is actually fairly tanky against a very low damage at this point. Kuznir and gets on out of there. So not a great teleport use by the University of Birmingham.
Yeah, again, I feel like Kuznir's teleports have not been on the same par that he's had previously. I actually feel like Billy has been making more crucial teleports across this series, especially since Nottingham almost undoubtedly had singular Dragon Troll across the entirety of this series. And it looks like they're going to trade mid lane tower for top lane tower because they've put Davidoff in that top lane alongside Billy. But is this really a trade that you want to be making? Mid lane tower is often considered the best tower to take in the early game just because of the presence it allows you to have on map. One more auto attack should do it. That's the mid lane tower going down for the University of Birmingham side. And that's going to allow them to look to put pressure on either side jungle from Nottingham. They aren't very far behind at this point. They're definitely not sitting in a gold deficit that they have been in the previous 2 games. They have lost their first dragon, but they're definitely still in this. They've got big margins that keep them in safe. They're not even 1k gold behind, essentially. So Birmingham definitely not in a bad position as they were previously.
Yeah, that's very true. And actually, if you look at the bot lane, there's only 100 gold difference. Overload, though, he gets caught out. That is so much damage. A Glacial Prison. That was a great snipe by Davidoff. Blue Bear puts down the damage, and they managed to pick up the first kill and the tower. Very, very nice gank by Davidoff, keeping them in that.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic gank right there. And this is Blue Bear and Overload, despite having that double kill against them early on, just coming back at a nice counter gank. I'd rather a counter engage from Davidoff. Managed to pick up the snipe there. Really fantastic play by those guys. Kuznia is eventually going to pick off that pink ward. Dragon's up in 2 minutes. Bears know about this. I don't know if Birmingham have the exact timer. So Bears will probably be looking to exploit that and try and take it off the map. They are looking to garner a bit of dragon control right now. There are a couple of pink wards that they need to clear out. It doesn't look like Morgana has spied that out. They want to take that off the map. They've got another one here in the mid lane, which they're going to take too. Birmingham definitely are showing signs of the ability to win this game. Despite what we've seen from them in the last 2 games, this Sejuani, again, is such a power pick, 2-0-0 right now. It can do some real work in these mid-game team fights. And I think that's what Birmingham are really going to have to look to exploit. They've got a very powerful jungler, they've got good engage, they've got a great team fight. Bears don't necessarily have the best team fight in the world. Birmingham just want to look to engage before Bears can really look to juke around and do what they can with their own team composition. They're really, again, like we said, they're looking to pick and take towers, pick and take objectives. That's the real crux of their team composition. Birmingham, on the other hand, if they can engage and get their full engage off, you would almost ultimately give them the team fight right off the bat because they've just got the tools to make it happen and they've got the tools to make these team fights work in their favor.
Yeah, and at the moment, actually, they're not that far behind like you were saying. In fact, they've actually got a slight gold lead just due to the farm and things. But it surprises me that we didn't see Bears banning out or picking the Sejuani. Obviously, Davidoff is quite good on that champion. In addition to the fact that this is 5.5, she hasn't even received the minimal nerfs that she got in 5.6. So
yeah. So she's even stronger. Like we said, we're on tournament on 5.5. This is where Sejuani is in her prime. Kuznia heading down, obviously it seems that Birmingham definitely have an idea of when this dragon is available. They know that Nottingham have been setting up for it. Billy does have his own teleport. Davidoff doesn't want to wait.
Here we go. Davidoff, he's going on to Hal. Does get the Glacier Prison down, but is only on to 1. And actually, the turnaround is huge. There's Kuznia teleporting down to the bot lane, but he isn't able to make an impact. He just gets collapsed on immediately. Double kill for Crowns. They're chasing on to Nyx. Shockwave gets down on R5, but it's not enough. He survives. Triple kill for Bears Crowns. And they're going to be going for that mid lane tower potentially or the dragon.
Just as we talked about how Birmingham was getting their way back into this, they managed to throw it with what was a questionable engage onto potentially the lowest priority target on the Bears side. And the Sejuani ult, which is always so useful in team fights, ends up going solely onto Hal. And he even survived the entire engage because the guy is Nautilus. The guy is not Billy, he's not Lissandra, he's not Ezreal. The guy is Nautilus. The guy has a shield, he's tanky. It just seemed like an interesting engage. I think University of Birmingham overestimated the amount of damage that they could do in a short period of time. I thought maybe their thought process was we take out Hal quickly before they can collapse, and we've won this team fight already. It wasn't the case. Hal's kept himself alive. There was a great follow-up from the Bears lineup, and you just got to deal with this double AD composition. You've got a massive power spike on this Ezreal now. He's got Trinity Force and Mana Immune. That's absolutely crazy in terms of damage. And you saw there, he just jumped in, sniped people off, and even Kuznia just couldn't do the damage needed.
Yeah, and not to mention, he picked up that combination of items at only around 17 minutes. You expect someone who's going at a decent pace to get their Triforce at 15. So he's managed to farm out entire Mana Immune in the rest of that time.
He skipped his boots, obviously.
Yeah.
He doesn't need them so far.
Yeah, he doesn't need them. He's got the ability to just jump around the place, dodge most of what's coming out from Birmingham, and the vision control, as usual, is spectacular from Nottingham Bears. So he is not in a position where he's going to get flanked and jumped on without him being able to react.
It's hard to lock down an Ezreal in the mid lane too because it's such a short lane. Arcane Shift allows you a lot of utility to jump over either the side of the jungle walls. So it's very much harder to lock down the Ezreal, and especially without, when he doesn't have the boots, he's fine with that. Arcane Shift is going to be up fairly often once you've got that blue buff on you, just to give you the 10% cooldown reduction. They're trying to get on
Oh, the binding lands. Bears people too. Gonna land that Soul Shackles lose, trying to keep him alive with the Wild Growth. I don't know if it's going to be enough though. Kuznia, he's teleporting in, and actually a lot of ultimates burned there by the side of Nottingham Bears, but a great Dark Binding keeping Kuznia out of their face. It's going to allow Nottingham Bears to back away safely.
And again, these teleports from Kuznia have just not been impactful across all 3 games. I mean, Bears are showing exactly what Birmingham did wrong in that last team fight. Luckily, there wasn't a team fight collapse on the Birmingham lineup, but they put everything onto Sejuani. Oh.
If there'd been a shockwave there, that probably would have been a kill. I don't know if it would have been worth it, though.
No, I mean, Bears are showing exactly what Birmingham did the last time round. You focus the tank, and even if you blow everything that you have on them, they just aren't going to die easily. So each team showing exactly why that's the wrong thing to do. But
oh, wow. Blue Bear needs to be careful. How? Here comes round 2. He gets engaged onto Kuznir coming in. Great True Fire Barrage landing across the entire team. Billy uses that ultimate to keep himself safe, and actually Kuznir getting hit up by the Dark Binding does need to back out. Crowns with a massive ultimate, really securing the retreat from his enemies there.
Yeah, and also they decided to try and engage on him near that wall. All he had to do was that arcane shift across, and he was fine. The Arctic Assault was almost useless in that.
Oh, binding and hook on a Blue Bear. I don't think they can go in on this. Hal needs to be careful.
Yeah, again though, Hal just in that front line, he really wanted to take out that ward. That's what the entire little fight started about. Nyx has to be very careful here. He's all alone, and Crowns is trying to get the damage down. The red buff is ticking, the slow is there, but he's going to have to back off. This is going to be the turret for the mid lane for the Bears, unless Birmingham have got something to say about it.
That does look like they managed to stun him off. Obviously, Shockwave from Nyx is still available if they want to sort of do a big ultimate under the tower with Davidoff there. Arctic Assault into that is a threatening presence. You got to respect that. But at the same time, you know, they picked up the dragon. They got a decent fight off, you know, there, and I think they don't really mind too much. Crowns, he's doing a really good job this game. I think he's probably the MVP of Nottingham Bears for this particular game for me so far.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
301, you know, he's actually 20 CS up against an Orianna as an Ezreal. That's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a really, really good game. He's even finished that Mura mana now, so that's going to give him more damage.
Wow,
At
21
crazy amount of damage he can be putting out with that Mystic Shot. And he's got a lot of gold in the bank too. The guy's rich. He's got sitting on 1,500 gold. He can go back and finish off a BF sword if he wanted to. He maybe look towards picking up the boots or whatever he chooses. He can hit a BF sword power spike in terms of the AD damage he can put down. He's going to go pick up his blue buff, so that Mura mana is going to be massive for him in his next coming couple of fights. And Dragon looks like it's going to be the next big one. That's up in 1 minute 45 seconds, and Crowns will be in a great position to do a lot of damage during that fight.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he picks up here, because he has been controlling these fights up to this point with how much damage he does. You know, he dictates who you're going for. If you're Birmingham, you've got to go for him, right? So when he now picks up even more big items like his BF sword, still ignoring boots, by the way, which is an interesting decision, he is really going to be the anchor point around which Bears, well, around Nautilus' anchor as well, I suppose, but the anchor point around which they try and make things happen.
Crowns has been doing such a good job of dodging a lot of the ultimates and the engages coming out from Birmingham that I don't think he feels threatened enough to need the boots for the general move speed that they provide. He's been on the back line and he's been able to arcane shift in and out when he pleases, and no one's really had the ability to lock him down, and when they have tried to lock him down, he's just dodged.
Or there's a black shield there, you know, that's another thing.
Been great. I mean,
yeah, Bears doing a really solid job.
Morgana is such a great pickup with a double AD composition because you can always keep one of them safe, and with a double AD there's always two big threats. You know, both Ezreal and Lucian are threats at this point. I'll probably say Ezreal more so than Lucian. It looks like RFI has really been struggling to get the farm that he needs in this game. He's actually behind Blue Bear, obviously, even with the kills and assists. He's 60, 50 CS down or so. Actually 40, I can't count. But basically, you know, he's a fairly considerable amount behind. So it's been up to Crowns at this point to provide the real boost of damage that they need. This is a 5-man push in the mid lane. Again, Crowns taking a perfect ultimate, hitting a lot of people, putting a lot of damage down. Blue Bear taking the full 100% true shot barrage damage too. So Birmingham, I think they feel a bit lost. I don't really know what they're looking to commit to. I don't really know what they're looking to do from all of these fights. And now that Dragon's up, Blue Bear's taken a bit of damage. They know the true shot barrage is down, but it's not down for long. Are they just going to give up this Dragon? They've been failing across all 3 games to try and contest it, and that looks like it's going to be the case.
Looks like they kind of want to threaten going for a Baron potentially, or maybe just this top tower. Something that I think, to be honest, Nottingham Bears aren't that concerned about right now. You know, they can come around, get the mid tower due to this rotation and due to this retreat, and they end up with 2 objectives compared to maybe at maximum 1.
Yeah, even so, like, they went to the top lane, and obviously they must have known they were going to give up this mid lane turret. They may even give up tier 2 mid lane turret, all for this top lane. Doesn't look like Nyx is going to try and back off here. This is some questionable decision-making from Birmingham. You've given up the Dragon, sure. Then you gave up the mid lane turret, sure. Maybe.
Oh, that was nearly on a Blue Bear, but here comes Billy. Not able to get that frozen tomb off. How does take a decent amount of damage. He needs to build some resist at this point. He's basically just got health, so does have to be a little bit careful.
The problem with the Birmingham composition, Nyx was in the top lane, and without the Orianna, the whole glue behind your teamfight composition starts to fade away. So Nyx spent a lot of time pushing in that top lane, looking to get that top lane turret. And they're great, they got that, but they lost 2 mid lane turrets, especially the mid lane inner turret. They've lost complete control of the entrances to their jungle now, especially from the accessible areas for Birmingham. You've got to think, who is making the shot calls here? I understand maybe not wanting to compete for Dragon. I understand that they may not have been in a position to do that comfortably. But maybe even sitting at the mid lane tower and defending that out, as soon as you send 2 people top, you know they're immediately going to rotate from Dragon as a 5 and take 2 mid lane turrets, or even, you know, obviously the 1. I'm trying to think of the reasoning behind that.
So, it's thin, right? But it's potentially a long-term plan that
I'll
Birmingham might have.
I'll hear you out.
So, look at the ward coverage that Birmingham were able to get as a result of that. I mean, they've got vision of the red and pretty much all the jungle surrounding it. Potentially, they wanted to set themselves up to split push with Kuznir in the top lane and have the vision so that he would be able to do it safely.
Yeah, I kind of see the line of thought there. But when they sent Nyx to the top lane, not Kuznir, I kind of lost that complete train. I mean, Kuznir just backed off, and then they sent Orianna.
No, this is. I'm not saying they would send Kuznir immediately. I'm saying they sent Kuznir like now, for example.
Yeah, I can see that line of thought. But do you think Kuznir is in a position where he can 1v1 anyone? Can he even 1v1 the Lissandra? I mean, when you have a split pusher, you need someone that can 1v1 effectively. And I know Kuznir is on Hecarim. I know he's got the Trinity Force. He's always going to be a good 1v1 champion, but can he 1v1 Alessandra, who's pretty fair to herself? And in fact, do even the Bears even care? They've got a Northerners. If they can catch someone with a hook, they can just force the 45.
Yeah, that's a very good point. 3 cloth armors aren't going to be helping too much against Billy's Lissandra. Anyway, Shirelia's, or rather, Righteous Glory getting popped there. And actually, Glacial Prison does land a good slow, but everyone's spread, and there's no engagement from Birmingham on it. There comes the Shockwave, only lands on the Billy, and one other. Hal is gonna go down, but here's the counter engage. Soul Shackles keeping everyone locked up. RFI and Crowns tearing through the defenses, doing a very, very nice job there. We did see RFI die in the end. Nyx actually picking up a triple kill, but Crowns, he is alive. He is maybe even going to be able to pick up another kill here. Tries to go in. Can he get it? Nyx. Oh, the Zanya's shut down. Birmingham not out of this yet, doing a great job of defending that tower.
Yeah. It does look like the Bears, they didn't quite overestimate the damage that came out from Orianna there. She got a pretty mediocre shockwave, only landing on Hal, which was obviously not the key target, but they allowed her, after the Hecarim ultimate, just to use the dissonance. That dissonance was really, really powerful. They got a lot of damage that was kind of unseen across the majority of the team fight. And no one really expected the damage to come out either. She's got quite a lot of AP behind her at this point. They've got the Morellonomicon, got the Zonyas, got the needlessly large rod. I mean, there's a lot of, I guess, unsuspecting damage. And he's also 4 for 1. I mean, you kind of haven't picked up on that, but he wasn't 3-4 for 1 before that team fight, actually. I just completely forgot he got a triple kill. But essentially, they didn't really give proper respect to the damage that Orianna was putting out, especially on top of that Kuznir ultimate, where he was doing a lot of damage across an AoE portion, and then obviously the Bull doing a lot of damage as well. So it was a good team fight for University of Birmingham. First glimpse that they actually have the potential to go toe-to-toe with Birmingham and actually come out on top. And obviously Crown's looking to try and take out the triple by himself, and a little Zonya's at the end, and kept himself fairly safe.
Yeah, and University of Birmingham can't rest easy yet, though. They need to keep up the good work, especially with Dragon spawning in 1.5 minutes. Hal, though, he is going to get caught out here. Has to burn that Righteous Glory. This could be what Birmingham are looking for. He's going to try and go on to Nyx. Does get the good depth charge, but the Glacial Path can't be followed up. There's the Frozen Tomb on to Kuznir. And actually, Birmingham doing a good job in this fight so far. Here comes the culling. Is it enough? Shockwave lands onto 3. Keeps him disengaged, and now Crowns. He can't get on to Nyx. Davidoff being the sacrificial Poro, potentially. Don't think he's getting out of this one. Crowns can chase very effectively. Actually, taking the time to charge that up might have given him an opportunity. Oh, no, there's the snipe, long range. Good job there. Kuznir, he's actually coming in here. I don't think he's got the damage for this. He might regret this in a second. RFI, Crowns, and Morgana going in. Bluebear, she's in no man's land. There's the follow-up. And actually, what looked like a great fight for Birmingham turned around very quickly. They stayed way too long.
Yeah, I've got a question again. These teleports from Kuznia, they seem to be all over the place at this point in time. I think maybe he was overestimating the damage he could do with the home guards. Like we were talking about earlier, a lot of Hekarims will take the home guards early on, and then they'll look to just utilize that home guard boost in speed and just really one-shot people. But at 29 minutes, it's going to be less effective, especially when you're just sitting on the Triforce. You're not exactly sitting on a whole host of AD. So it was a little less than inspiring, the damage that he managed to put down onto Crowns. And the turnaround was really nice. Morgana put her ultimate down, tried to lock Kuznia up, and essentially did some really nice work. And then Blue Bear stuck in no man's land, and that's the 4th dragon as well going over to Nottingham. They're in a really strong position now. That 5th dragon comes on the board. That's going to be scary for Birmingham. They're not going to, they've been so reluctant to compete at the dragon too that they're going to be mentally scared to go and try and compete against this now, because I know they think they can win team fights, but they just seem to make some silly decisions towards the end of them and then throw them away. And look how much that turned around from them having basically caught Hal out completely and then turning around a really nice set of pickups. Because they didn't take out Crowns and RFI, they still there, and that's the main crux of the damage for the Bears lineup.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, and this is just one of the problems with the composition that Birmingham are running. It's hard for them to get to everyone that they need to get to. There's a triple threat, again, coming out of Bears. They like running this. You know, if you look at Birmingham, they tend to run something where they've got 1 or 2 core threats, whereas Nottingham have been like 3 every game, and Birmingham hasn't been able to deal with that very well. They've not been able to get onto the people who matter.
Yeah, and so the Birmingham Lodge, they want to try and get back control of this Baron area. They're going to take away the Rift Scuttler. Only up for a minute, so it's obviously not going to be useful unless they decide to either contest or take Baron in the next minute or so. But
Crowns needs to be careful here, actually. Kuznia not going for the Dauntless Onslaught, though. Or Onslaught of Shadows, rather.
I think they knew how slippery an Ezreal can be, so trying to engage onto him, there's a lot of things that can go wrong at that point in time.
Oh, what a binding on Overload. We're going to see the engaged True Fire Barrage going down on Overload. Lots of damage there. Kuznia isn't able to do anything. He has to Onslaught out of the fight. RFI, he's chasing Nyx, gets hooked by that anchor. Shockwave hits nobody, and Birmingham full retreat. They need to get out of here if they want to have a hope of staying in this game, but RFI, he's not done yet, chasing over that speed shrine. Baron is going to be the next target for Nottingham Bears. I don't see them not getting this.
And Birmingham, again, just making these plays. They're trying to be aggressive, they're trying to take the initiative, and they just end up throwing it away. A nice stray binding by Bears meant he was able to pick up a kill onto Lumi. This is going to be the first Baron of the game going down. And in 3-4 minutes time, the next Dragon will be coming on the board, and Birmingham are probably going to be sitting scared. They're probably going to be very worried about trying to duel the Nottingham Bears lineup at this point in time. And they just don't have an answer for this double AD composition. They don't have an answer to trying to lock down Ezreal. A lot of their team comp really relies on moderately static targets. You have the Onslaught of Shadows, it's a fairly big wind-up time. You have the Sejuani ultimate, it's quite obvious when it's coming out, unless you're looking to flash Arctic Assault or whatever. And obviously the Orianna ultimate, quite easily dodged by this Arcane Shift. The Ezreal pick is really throwing a spanner in the works of the University of Birmingham lineup. And the only time they're ever getting a kill on him is when he's going aggressive under tower. It's been so difficult for them to try and kill him. They haven't managed to do it all game.
That's a very good point. Actually, Nyx having to flash out of here, Cohen coming down. Not going to be able to do too much. As
That's
I say
a
that
full culling.
Yeah,
full culling, and it just absolutely chunked Nyx. There was a bit of an aggressive play there by the Bears. They knew that if they could take out Orianna, it would be free roam for this mid lane inhibitor turret. Unfortunately, didn't quite manage to land the final elements of the bindings, but they do manage to lock up Davidoff on the wrong side of the jungle as they're looking to push onto this bot lane turret. It's very low at this point in time. They could have potentially taken it, but they don't want to commit. They don't want to commit when they know the rest of the Birmingham.
They got Baron minions coming. They can afford to wait. I mean, this is one of the things about Baron as well on their comp. You know, when you got double AD, it really facilitates you pushing a lot better than many other things. Davidoff trying to get a Glacial Prison, but a great Black Shield blocking it out. And this is a 3 versus 5, but Hal looking like he might be able to get out of here. Billy is in a tough spot. Glacial Prison comes out, and wow, 3 versus 5. Bears managing to escape that collapse. They're pushing in 3 lanes with Baroned up minions. This is disgusting. Birmingham need to make something happen. Here comes Crowns. He's regrouping with the team. Jumps over the wall. That is so much damage. Shockwave blocked by the Black Shield. And now Nyx just not able to do anything. Crowns jumping into a Kuznia. Has to burn his flash out, but Billy, he's back. Great Ring of Frost into Azanya's. Oh, nice hook as well onto Blue Bear. That's a oh, I thought it was a surrender. You trolled me with your camera.
No, I was just going to look at RFI.
So BM.
In the top lane, RFI just pushing on that inhibitor turret, managed to take one of them away. And they just left him far too long. That was a 3 versus 5. They managed to disengage, and then they just had to follow up from Scrounds. And they're going to take this second inhibitor turret off the board now. And to Nottingham, they look like they're going to close this series out. They may take the NUEL finals home in 3 games, giving nothing to Birmingham. And wow, Overload, he was destroyed. This is going to be game, surely.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be game. Nottingham Bears, ladies and gentlemen. They are your National University Esports League champions for 2014/15 season. What a series of games.
What a series of games. Nottingham absolutely floored Birmingham. A 3-game winning streak. They just performed in every single game. And to speak to the winners, we have the hosts on the floor. It's going to be Riot Bro and Riot Bolton.
What a game that was, Bolton.
Incredible, absolutely insane plays back and forth. Thought it was going to go towards Birmingham ways, but it ended up being the 3-0 for Nottingham Bears.
There were 2 extremely close games. Game 2 and 3 could have gone either way at multiple points during those matches, but Nottingham just managed to tip the scales in their favor and just reel it home by grabbing the smallest of edges. Fantastic series and fantastic play. Let's give it up for both teams, guys. So first off, let's ask our second place, our runners up to come out on the stage and take a bow for the crowd. Come on, guys, give it up for Birmingham Storm.
Yep. Excellent play from them. Amazing performance.
And while we have them here, we're actually going to grab a quick word with Kushner, their top laner. So tell us, it was a grueling series for you guys. It went 3-0. There were a couple of close matches 2 and 3, where you kind of looked to be taking control of the match, but it didn't quite pan out for you. What happened in those 2 games?
It's difficult to say. Honestly, Nottingham were better. They were just better in every single way, and I don't feel like we played much worse than we usually do. We just got outplayed, and that's pretty much it. I didn't see any obvious glaring mistakes, but we lost. They were better. That's all.
All right. Humble in defeat. So I wanted to ask you real quick just about this experience, about this event. This is the first live finals that the NUEL put up. What has your and your team's impression been of this event, of the crowd, of the venue, and this entire production? How have you guys enjoyed it?
You know, it's mind-blowing how big it is. I said I think this is the sort of Season 2 world for the NUEL. You know, that the moment where it gets really big and gets really serious. And it's just crazy. You know, when we started this 2 years ago, we didn't expect it to be a stage, a crowd, so great prizes from Riot Games. It's just mind-blowing, amazing, really. So, yeah, massive thank you for the entire NUEL team, all the admins. They've been putting in so much work. And for anyone that's thinking about joining the NUEL, who's watching the stream maybe, do it, because it is such a great experience. It's so much fun. You make loads of friends, and it's just great, honestly, all around.
You kind of answered my last question there before I asked it. I was just asking any final shout-outs that you want to make before we switch on over?
Yeah, so yeah, obviously, first of all the NUEL admins, great work. Riot Games, amazing prizes. Thanks so much for that. And, well, lastly, for the crowd and all the people that came up to visit us, especially from Birmingham. Sorry that it didn't quite work out, but we appreciate that you're here. And, you know, just for once, you made us feel like real pro players because of how wild you were going. It was great.
All right, guys, give it up for Birmingham Storm. All right. And now, for our winners and to present the trophy, if you guys could just scooch on over. So, to present the coveted NUEL Champion Trophy, give it up for Nottingham Bears, guys. You're champions. Yeah.
So, to talk a little bit about those amazing matches, we've got Hal. So, how does it feel to be the NUEL champions?
It's pretty great. We were expecting a bit of a tougher matchup, but we were pretty prepared for them. I mean, we know what they've been picking and we know what they've been practicing, so we prepared our counter strategies to that.
So, do you think that was what gave you guys the competitive edge in the end?
Yeah, definitely. Especially in the first 2 games, we knew what they were doing, and we had actually, like, they picked Fizz, so we picked Scon into that as a hard counter for it.
So about how many hours would you say you guys put into this, the practice and the games and all the sort of effort to get you to this point?
I'm not sure, but we practice usually only Thursday evenings from about 7 to midnight.
Okay.
But
so if people want to get
yeah.
games against you, learn from the best. That's when they should. Yeah. That's when they should ask for some scrims.
Yeah, pretty much.
So what do you guys think about the crowd here?
It's a pretty good crowd. We could hear you over our comms, even through the soundproof headsets. And it's nice seeing some friendly faces in the crowd.
Yeah. So are we going to see you guys take the championship next year in the NUEL as well?
Maybe. We are all in university next year still, so we should be running for it.
Okay, all right. We look forward to seeing that. Let's give one more big round of applause to our NUEL champions. Let's get a shot of you guys raising that trophy up all together. Yeah!
There are no words to describe the feelings that you see, the future of esports right here. Fresh in university, holding that trophy. I'm pretty sure this is not the last time we're going to see any of these guys that are on this stage here tonight.
Next up, LCS?
Next up, LCS.
All right, guys. I think that's going to wrap us up for the day. Amazing thanks to everyone who attended. Amazing thanks to the teams who performed spectacularly. We've got a lot more events for the people in live attendance, but we're probably going to say goodbye to those of you watching on the stream. We hope you guys had a great show, enjoyed every little bit of it, and we hope you have a wonderful night.
And with that, we throw it back over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys, and obviously a massive congratulations to Nottingham. They looked so strong. A dominant 3-0, you have to agree. Commiserations to Birmingham, of course. They did look much more alive in those last 2 games, and really, I think putting Nottingham through their paces a little bit. The first point we wanted to pick up on was Birmingham's draft in that last game was a lot better than we'd seen in the first game for sure, and it improved on the second one as well.
Yeah, so they ran this much more sort of team fight orientated comp. Every single champion actually worked really well in the team fight, and the level 2 gank from Sejuani set their bot lane up so that they had the AD damage coming into the mid game. But although their team comp was really strong and their pick and ban phase was a lot better than the previous 2 games, I think that Nottingham still had a really good team fight comp themselves. So it's not like they had this complete edge on their opponents.
Right, and we chalked up a lot of losses. We have, as you just said, the team fight comp from Birmingham was better than Nottingham's, but Nottingham were. It was all right. You know, they could have still fought, but basically, whenever Birmingham were a little indecisive, we saw it actually at the bot lane tower where I believe it was Davidoff on that Sejuani threw out his Sejuani ult a bit late. You know, they grouped up and then they sort of started to split, and then he threw it. We felt if he'd been a bit more, decisive, that would have been a big difference in this fight.
Yeah, I feel like that was a problem for Birmingham all the way throughout the series, really. I just felt they were a bit too scared. I feel they needed to take a few more risks. You know, it was the final game. It was all or nothing. They really needed to just, there should have been like a bit more communication, I suppose. You saw them sieging around the bottom tower. Davidoff should have been saying, okay, guys, the moment they group, I'm going to ult. Yeah. And people should have been looking for that. But you didn't really see that. They were, they split up. They threw the Sejuani ult, got 1 person. Then the Orianna ult, got 1 person. Then Hecarim got 4 of them, but then there was no follow-up to the Hecarim ult. So it was just, there was a bit of a communication issue. There were a few, some indecisiveness, and I think that held them back. But as Kuznia said, it did, even with the stronger team comp, I felt like Nottingham just outplayed them, really.
Yeah, and then to touch on that, obviously there was that quadra kill for Nyx under that tower, delayed quadra kill, but that looked like it was going to be a turning point in the game. Once Orianna got very strong, their team fight comp was very good anyway, and that adds a lot of power to it. They then looked to be a little bit overzealous and went forwards a little bit too much, and that ended up being a Baron for Nottingham, and I think that was like the final nail in the coffin, really.
Yeah, so the Knicks delayed Quadra was really good, so it gave them an opportunity, but the problem was, as Vedius was just saying, that they weren't synergized well enough. So sure, it's great when your Oriana's ahead, but if you aren't landing the sort of 3, 4, 5-man shockwaves, it doesn't really matter, because you aren't getting all the sort of damage out that you need to be. And yeah, there was that overzealous play. I'm not sure whether it was a bad decision that was played well or something, or whether it was just a bad decision that they sort of managed to, muck up really. But overall, so that play itself managed to put them too far behind. Well, they lost the Baron off it, so that sort of nailed in the coffin really.
And Nottingham made very good use of that Baron, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. As Nottingham have done all the way through this game, the moment they get a solid lead, they don't let up. I mean, they put they did a 1-1-3 with 280 carries. They put Lucian in the top lane, they put Ez in the mid lane, and they had 3 in the bot. They had the Nautilus, they had the Lissandra and the Morgana. They tried to engage on the 3 in the bot, and they couldn't do anything. The Morgana shield protected them from all the ults, and then you had Lucian still pushing in the top with these powered up Baron minions. You had Ez pushing in the mid with also powered up Baron minions. And then the moment the fight started, they disengage. Ez then walks down, re-engages, and Birmingham, they just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and obviously that ended up in the Nexus dying and the game going in Nottingham's favour. And that is going to bring us to the end of our stream today. A massive congratulations to the Nottingham Bears on their 3-0 defeat of Birmingham Storm in the grand finals of the National University Esports League. I would just like to say a quick shout out to our sponsors who've made this event possible. It's been fantastic. I'm sure you've had such a good time today. It's been fantastic. Thank you very much to ESL. They've done all the production here today. It's been wonderful. We've had this analyst desk, the casting desk, everything's been perfect. Twitch, thank you very much. We've been on the front page of Europe today. We've probably got a lot of new viewers who are a bit interested in what we do. Do come and check us out. We are here. We will be starting again with the next academic year. We've probably got something over summer as well. Thank you very much to Overclockers who have sponsored the PC Lounge, where the guys at the event have been playing on the computers all day. And thank you very much to Samsung SSD for providing us with some lovely SSDs for our computers and getting them run nice and fast. Just for those sticking around at the event, we do have an LCS viewing at 8 p.m, so do stay around for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can interact with the players, the casters, and get to see your friends over a pint or so. My name is Synergy. Joining me on the desk is Invidious, and over on my left is Frozen Dawn. And from us here on the desk and the rest of us at NUEL Live, a big thank you for watching, and good night.